Day of CS is upon us. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Lauren Pansy Scott once more to bring you a whole plethora of CSGO. And we're not going to talk about today's games first. As always, in true style, we are going to start with yesterday's, both EU and NA. And Lauren, why don't you start us at the top?
Yeah, and the EU games were great yesterday. A good couple of teams started to really get those wins in the bag. And one of them that really stood out to me, as you can see already, was HellRaisers. But to start at the top, at least, let's keep it in order. A good game for Virtus Pro, keeping them pretty much towards the top side of the rankings overall, which we'll get to eventually, taking down Na'Vi on Dust 2 in quite convincing fashion. And Na'Vi only managing those 6 rounds puts them in pretty poor stead going forward, because round difference will matter. But the point I wanted to bring up was this was HellRaisers' day. They're starting to get themselves towards the boot camps. They're starting to look to really build themselves as a team, and it's showing why. That big pickup win on Cash against Dig was the perfect start.
Perfect start, followed on by a bit of a hard graph. 14-16 the score up against Penta, and Penta really making them work, considering they are now 11th out of 12 on the board, suggesting Penta they are starting to find some sort of footing. A little too late, of course, but it's good to see them challenging a team who are obviously on the way up, like HellRaisers.
Well, it's a huge point, and that wasn't the last of it. They did actually have to do the double play day then to follow up on Cash almost and beat them later down the line. But the other game that stood out to a lot of people was, well, the NiP against TSM one, and it wasn't a pretty picture for any of those NiP fans out there. Yeah,
I mean, NiP had a really bad day. They're boot camping as well. I think at least 3 of them. I'm not sure if the whole 5 have managed to get together yet, but I know 3 of them are at least playing together in the same house, under the same roof. NIP played against Flipside in the Face It League yesterday as well, ending 16-1 to Flipside. Like, that's a sign things are not going all your way. Could have just been a bad game, and I kind of think back to that Overpass game against TSM.
And I think this is the time where teams are going to start trying out the differences.
True.
And actually have time to work on the execution, work on their strategies. And you may see some of these very drastic results, because really the only time they get to practice is in officials sometimes. But they'll be trying out new things, I can imagine, and that's where we might start seeing some of these issues coming to the forefront, and then going to have to try and work through it. But still, it's a very jolting time for them.
It's a jolting time for them, and I understand what you're saying, but also their position in the top 4 is under question at this point. So you can see there in the league table, they've kind of played 18 matches, the second most matches played in contrast to TSM. That was a really hard way to say that. But you can see, of course, the matches played 13-5 for TSM, and in the same amount of games played, 11-7 for Ninjas in Pajamas. And as I stumble over myself, what I did want to raise just about that HellRaisers game, which I will, well, of course, I'm kind of rewinding, was how it's placed him on the table. 3 games, 3 wins, and look at them there, ranked 7. They're on the way up, and they've only played 14 matches.
And if they're able to actually pull off some good wins today, there are a couple of games to them here, they could actually get themselves within the top 5. They're 1 win away from being tied up with the likes of Na'Vi, Envy, and Virtus Pro. So this is a very telling time for HellRaisers, and it's a big time for them to actually prove they deserve a top-tier spot. We said at the start of the season how good they were looking, how close their results were, but they just weren't able to get the win. Now they're starting to get them. They need to make sure they're really on point. They cannot let a single day drop now.
No, I remember just recalling like 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks ago, we were looking at that and they were like kind of 10th, 11th, and we were going, look at the round difference. They had the same round difference as teams in the top 4. And so like there's that kind of point where they were really close, weren't picking up the wins, and then they just whip out 3 wins just yesterday alone. And that's really good to see that we may very well be seeing them challenge for that top spot and really making NIP work.
But it's not just EU at the moment. The NA scene is getting pretty damn close as well. And even in the results you can see here, the big issues that are arising is that Keed is slipping now and then. They're letting a couple of results go, a couple of wins come in, and that's putting them down in the rankings themselves. So they're under question. They're currently sitting in, well, they're okay because they picked up the win later on, but they're not as secure as they were at the start of this season. They were looking pretty good. Everyone was putting them towards the top with maybe the Cloud9s out there, but they're starting to be questioned by the teams like Elevate, who picked up a good play day. They're picking up the 2 wins yesterday. And, well, Luminosity not far off, and CLG as well, all very close.
And Tempo Storm really not doing too shabby for them. So I think there's 7 wins, 10 losses so far on the table. You'll be able to see that in a second, as we are going to be seeing the top kind of, I don't want to say the top 4, because look at those points. Look how much can change with 1 or 2 wins. The matches have to be taken into account as well. Elevate, yes, they're in 4th right now. They have, however, played 19 matches.
And I hate to say it, Shazam joining in on Tempo Storm has really helped them out there. His experience has been phenomenal. They picked up some wins against some very notable teams, and they've got themselves in a respectable point. I don't think we can say they're going to be going too far ahead of this, even though it's still close. They've played a lot of matches. They don't have a great deal of wins from the early start of the season, but they've shown potential, and they've been kind of being the nuisance to the top tier teams, because I know that, well, Shazam against his old team, Cloud9, they struggle against each other because Shazam always seems to have this way of just getting into their heads. He knows what they're going to do. So he actually has been able to pick up results, which then kind of adds this huge disparity at the top of, well, that's a really random loss in there that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really good point you made about Shazam winning games that the other teams wouldn't expect. There's a lot of negativity surrounding Shazam. A lot of people kind of hold him in a very bad light. Exactly, very nice guy, but also, he's a competent player. And if he's hitting shots, those guys are going to be sitting there like, this shouldn't be happening. I've considered him so negatively before, and then he's kind of winning rounds. You're going to start getting negative, and you're going to go on tilt, which, and generalizing here, NA guys are prone to.
A little bit, but the one thing I wanted to point about Shazam is that I remember talking to him after the whole, Cloud9 thing. Yeah. He'd taken a step back, and as you said, he's quite a hit-and-miss character in the NA scene alone. A lot of people love him, a lot of them hate him as well, even players. And he said, I just wish I'd made more use of my time in Cloud9. I wish I could have proven myself more. Because he was a young, upcoming player, and he felt, he showed that the pressure got to him in some of those games, and it's a real shame. But hopefully he can build himself back in here.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how things shape up on the NA side of things. So close. Looking forward to seeing how things change in their next playday. But now let's talk about today's games here over on the EU side of things. We're going to be starting with a bang. The French side clashing with the bottom side of the ladder. It's going to be Flip side going up against Team Envious, and this should be a one-sided affair if previous results are to be held in regard. Yeah,
and especially with the recent issues with Flip side, certain players not being too well at the moment. Hopefully that, all the best wishes in that. But taking it back to the game itself, this should be an Envy game. There's no two ways of saying it. They need a good more couple of wins. They've been fairly quiet throughout the season, not playing badly, but on a 9-5 record, it's not the Envy that you would have said would be challenging for the top 3 thus far. But if they do get this win here, that will put them above the likes of Virtus Pro and then knocking on the doors of the likes of NIP and Fnatic. So a very well-needed game for them, and hopefully they can win it cleanly.
Yeah, and you've really touched on Virtus Pro. They will be our next team going up against Titan, and they are on form to be one of the more successful teams here. 9-3 the scoreline currently for them. That's kind of in line with Fnatic if they pick up these 2 wins. If they do, they'll be matching second place with Team Fnatic. That's going to be really... It's not going to be an easy feat. I mean, you have Titan and TSM ahead of you. The fact that we're going to see VP and TSM on Overpass is exciting to me, primarily because I've seen TSM perform on Overpass, and you better believe I've seen VP perform on Overpass.
And that's the big point, isn't it? That's going to be a massive factor. I'm really excited for that one. But even following that, we have more, and the storyline continues for HellRaisers. This is their chance to get above the rest of the pack, and it's a hard 2 games to come into. Not only Titan as their, their appetizer, the main meal's TSM, and it's on Mirage, another great map for TSM. So if HellRaisers have a point to prove, this is the playday they can possibly do it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not going to be easy. Let's not forget, just yesterday, 14-16, Penta really testing HellRaisers on Mirage, so going into that tomorrow, I don't know how much can change in 24 hours. Something potentially, I mean, you never know.
They're a boot camp, you never know. They could put some time in.
Yeah,
we saw before that they struggled a little bit. I think it was on train originally. Some of their smokes, I think Anders, originally lent them a hand with some of those, but now they've got time to sit down as a collective, go through things and try and really work out what the problems were. So hopefully we'll see the kind of fruit of the labor there.
Yeah, well, I hope so. It's going to be a whole lot of CS, guys, and it's time for us to take a very quick break before we start with our first game of the day. It's going to be Dust 2. It's going to be Team Envious versus Flipside.
listen to this. Bad boy. Time.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL ESEA Pro League. It's time then for us to get into the game. You just saw the knife round take place. Let's throw it straight on your screens as it's time now for Flipside up against Team Envy, and it is on Dust 2. Looks like we are going to be seeing them swap sides, seeing Envy start on the CT with Flipside a man down, or two men down, I guess technically. Going to try and do the best on T.
Yeah, Bondic not going to be with Flipside today. I'm sure you guys at home have seen, the updates from Flipside, and we all hope he gets well soon. But we have to turn our attention to the game here. And so on that T side, it's going to be a difficult one for them. I'm not sure how well they can do here. They are running almost as a mix at the moment. But then again, it's Dust 2. It kind of allows for a little bit of something to work for them in that sort of aspect. And as we expected, though, it's kind of the normal start coming through. But MBK actually going B to begin with, rather than where normally it's Keo playing. But they actually switch roles, so maybe just slightly more favourable spawns. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be seeing Flipside kind of gather force in that middle area. We saw this before, and we saw it work incredibly well, actually, not too long ago. I'm not sure whether or not Davkos is going to find anything on A, because the way Envious have structured this, they're just leaving Happy on A site, and they're going to try and get their picks via Keo in long, and this NBK Smith's presence in middle. Smith has taken a heavy hit, though, and he's actually about to be in trouble in short.
But the bomb's not there. The bomb's with Markelov in lower B tunnels, so if Hut and him just split towards B, they could actually get some good presence. They just kind of need to take down MBK or at least control mid, and they could overwhelm. But I think MBK knows something's up here because they've not pushed up towards A, and now the mid player is coming into practice.
Oh my God.
Smiths is just behind the smoke. He's trying to peek up and over. He's going to finally get to spot. And oh, what a peach of a shot coming in, taken down, well did it. But the push has worked. They're into B. MBK, Smiths, and Happy, however, not far behind.
Yeah, NBK, only 23 points of health. It's not going to stop him just taking the bombs out of Markelov's hands. Quick exchange, though. Hutji, the new face, does turn up, but so does Keo. Quick double, and now all onto a very heavily tagged up Davkos. He's even more so as Smiths wraps it up, and that's going to be a very nice first round for Team Envious. It looked like Flipside had kind of got the right read. It looked like they'd kind of execute onto B perfectly, but that retake from Envy just a little too strong. And
just great seeing that MBK even denied the plant as well, just not allowing them any money. Yeah. You can see it reflected there. They're going to get a little bit of a shoddy buy-in, so a Deagle and two P250s, but not much else. Well did it, just going to be trying to get those Xuan Deags going. But yeah, as we were saying, Flipside here, not in a great position, but look at Shox. He's getting aggressive, and Blade's just around the corner. This could go very badly wrong, Shox. He just looks at... Wait. See how much information he can get now, because he knows there might be more. And now he's going to pounce. Perfect play coming out from Shox, showing you what you can achieve with those MP9s. And it is just a disaster for Flipside, as the last man will be claimed by MBK, which was Markelov. But, patience is a virtue, and Shox certainly has it.
Well, patience, and I mean, Blade not checking his corners, but yeah, fantastic from
Look at his money as well.
He's going to be so rich right now. I mean, we saw them just taking a P250 with Happy, picked up all the nades in case they were going to try and get that up. Shox has just blown that money problem all the way out the window, out the water. water, rather. He could blow it out the window if he wanted. But let's see now where we go into the third round. Very little for Flipside. A couple of P250s and just the flash for Hutji. As we are once again going to see Flipside, I assume, deleted. It's going to be about how efficiently they can do so.
Look at them again. Envy just looking
Blade.
confident. I love this. Shox, he's going to go and get just padding that score out. And they've taken so much map control. They know Flipside have to be on long. They know they have to be by those doors because Happy and Shox are right around the back. Kio's just waiting in pit. He's got 3 players in front of him, but here comes the cavalry and Happy saying, all right, Shox, I can do it as well. Let me get in on the action as Shox will close out the round and Envy picking up the clean 3.
So in 2 rounds, Shox has picked up 3,000 with those SMG frags. He is rolling in the money.
10K
Drinks on Shox, everybody, as he is sitting on 10K 3 rounds in. And that's the power of the MP9. And we're going to be seeing if he can do anything more with this now. They put a different weapon in his hands. We are going to be seeing the AWP in the hands of Happy, as he does most definitely favor taking that AWP. Usually he likes to kind of head towards long. This time he's going to try and challenge in mid, but we are going to be hitting the AK shots. Just give him an air of caution. Davkos was there, didn't quite connect the shot, and that's going to be just a warning for Happy to back on up and head back towards A.
Something they had to switch up then as well. It's a real shame that Davkos didn't hit that. That could have really changed things because they are playing MBK and Shox quite dedicated on B. Smith's holding the play in mid with Happy and Kio more looking towards A and A long. So if they took down any of those players towards mid, that would have really opened up the map, and they're still looking for it. Blade trying to get any sort of positional that he could maybe work with. So smoking through towards mid, they could do a B split, but the bomb's not there, and I think they're just taking their time. I wouldn't be surprised if Flipside end up going A or just trying to work off the back of a pick here, because at the moment they're not getting much else, and you can see Blade trying to go looking for something, but Smith's using the smoke well, just peeking around the back.
Yeah, and I think Smiths is going to be playing that position so very much. Like he likes playing against a team that knows where he is, sorry, as he can just play around the smoke, play around their insecurities, especially in that mid side that we're already seeing Flipside struggle with. And this first buy up from Flipside is looking to be going only one way. Smith's the only man who's really met any sort of bite back from Flipside. As Kio playing long, as he always does. That's going to be an easy frag for Hutji. I don't think he did he even touch him. He didn't even touch him. Completely confused. That's the power of the M4A1S. And now Markelov and Davkos, an AK and an M4. An M4? Excuse me. An AWP between them. Are going to try and do something, but Happy is just going to be all too happy to oblige as the last 2 frags do come in. And Envy are going to try and pick this one up as efficiently as possible. Only 2 frags so far, and that's in the face of the hands of Hutji, of all people. They haven't really managed to pick up anything so far.
Envy are making this so difficult for them. They're not giving them anything that, and I like the way just every now and then they'll be a little bit more aggressive. So Smith's playing around in that smoke, then going a little bit more aggressive, getting a couple of shots in. Or when MBK and Shox pushed up through those B tunnels, I really like it when they do that. But we're seeing a very decisive Flipside. They're just going to try and play somewhere, try and push something, get a gun away, and Shox could be in trouble here. He might have just heard them no B tunnels. He definitely has. He's going to back out. And actually, no, he's going to push forward, leave Happy the one watching the play up towards short. This could get dangerous if he's actually able to connect any of these. I think he just saw World Edit and they're lining up for him. If only he knew. Oh, and he does! Perfect work from Shox. Just showing you how much control he does have. But once again, Flipside didn't have much to work with. No armor. And now Markelov left in a 1v5. And it looks like they're not even going to get a kill again. Yeah,
no armor, no hope. As Markelov is going to struggle to pick up anything. And we are going to continue to see just 2 frags so far on the board for the Flipside boys. And Blade, he's just happy to be second on the scoreboard with the assist. Let's see then what they can do with their money. We're going to be seeing the double AWP come out, so they're kind of going for an attempt at an answer. It's going to be that double AWP setup. I can only assume we're going to be seeing... What's the depends on the spawns, actually. Look at those spawns. They're very orientated towards B. See where World Edit chooses to take this AWP. It looks like he potentially is going to be trying to find an opener on towards that B site. Or maybe diving into lowers. We'll see.
Let's see if World Edit goes for it.
Oh, he is.
Not much to be found there for him now. He can try and make a couple of shots through the smoke, but that's probably the best he can hope for. But at the moment, Flipside, not having much luck. I haven't been able to see them actually do a full execution yet. They have what they need, though, this time. Utilities there. They've got the mollies. They've got the smokes. They could piece something nice together. They could piece a good play together. But then again, when you have 2 players, or maybe 1 standing in, I guess you could say, it's going to make it harder, and Hut going down on long is going to make this much easier. Kio can now solo this, Happy can fall back towards the site, and the rest of the Flipside boys just have to hope for an opener somewhere. Yeah, and they're just hungering for an opening. You can see World Edit is just trained on that location. A second smoke now thrown out by Team Envy, as they're just going to delay and force the hand of Flipside. Blade is on the hunt now, and Happy is just going to be trained on his location.
Smith's consistently holding that CT side. He is absolutely, he's so ready for someone to peek him, and well, that it's going to oblige.
But I like this. They haven't done the mid smoke. He's stepping.
Shox.
And Shox, perfect flash to let him out. Almost perfect flash to let him out then. But Shox did pick him up in the end, and Markelov now left in no man's land. But there was a chance, and I like that because they kind of saw that no one's been actively playing those double doors. So, okay, well, let's maybe try and get one. Let's see if I can pick up Smiths here. And he didn't, sadly, because Shox was so close, he heard those footsteps. And once again, Shox closing down the round. Shox is playing so well at the moment. They're just walking into him almost. He's 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly some SMG frags that have put him at that max buy. He's trying to spend his money as best he can. In fact, the whole Envious side are all in some pretty mad numbers. Just MBK under the 10K mark.
Spooderman. Oh, everyone else has actually got the Envy logos, you know, and there's just MBK with Spooderman.
Oh my lord, that looked like it was a connection. Not going to happen this time, as things just are not going Flipside's way, but you're right. MBK is ill. He said before that he is struggling with illness. He's, of course, able to compete. Probably not quite the same case as now Flipside are going to be really a little worse for wear. They know that there's going to be a heavy presence long, and they know that it's not going to be easy, especially that they know Keo has been holding it so well consistently before. He's going to be calling for backup as he knows the numbers are there. Big connection onto World. They're looking for a second as well as the flashes keep raining in. He's got the artillery he needs as well.
Oh, that's a great
nade. And oh, the bodies keep dropping, and Flipside are getting ripped apart.
That spray control was perfect, but the one thing I wanted to say was, hey, this is a little different from Flipside. They actually tried to push long. They actually went for something a little bit bigger, but they just didn't have any power once they got out. The flashes, the control count from Keo and Smiths was on point. Now, Markelov at long, he can't really achieve much here. Blade's trying to make a play through mid, but MBK's still watching. The ever-observant MBK delivers.
Wow.
And now, just Markelov in a 1v3. Now, a legend he may be, but this situation is tough, and just on that blue container, we have a player waiting. Keo goes down. Markelov's taking it down to a 1v2. He's going for the ace. He's going to have to if he wants it. 28 seconds, gets the bomb. But does Happy Noise through that smoke? Oh, Markelov picks up another. That's 4. 1v1 now. MBK probably can't see this cross in time. If Markelov just went straight, he can get this.
He's pussyfooting. That's not good. He is going to get across.
He's across. He can get the plant down. This is dangerous. He knows where MBK is. 10 seconds left. Markelov could pull off something incredible here.
Did he hear the drop? MBK's going to make it clear. What a jump. What a shot from MBK. And just shatters the dream of the first round on the board for Flipside. Even manages to recover the AWP as if they needed to preserve cash. And that is going to be salt into the wound for the Flipside boys. And look at them. They are most definitely shaken now. Still 3 members from Flipside struggling to pick up a frag.
Why is it always French teams who do that? You know what I mean?
What, connect the shots?
Yeah, jumping shots.
I'm surprised
on
you didn't
A-side.
like panic and just start talking about Kelly. Just like you couldn't control
Kukli.
yourself.
No.
Kukli.
No, I think that's in the back of my mind. It's a dark, dark place. Okay, don't bring it up.
Sad.
But anyway, let's take stock of what we've seen so far, because we are in round 8. And sadly for Flipside, they have nothing to show for this. A fast mid play coming out from Davkos. He's going to be smoked in, flashed in. Happy. Now a little bit, you know, pushed off. Didn't get that first shot to connect, which is a shame, but the jig is up and 3 players now from Envy are coming around, but Blade comes out with the goods. But Shox tries to get a little bit of something done, but will they expect Smiths from above? They don't get the exchanges in their favor. And once again, it's down to MBK. And this time, Markelov maybe means business here. He's got a point to prove.
He has. He's got a nade to his name. That's so not too much utility for Flipside as he just throw that one out. NBK, a smoke and a flashes. He's kind of, it almost seems like he's aware of both of these T's location as he's just trying to gather any sort of glimmer of inkling of where they're going to be pushing. It looks like that he has heard the footsteps. And he's going to be able to kind of position himself as he hears the footsteps on short. 39 seconds. They can take their time. They can check the corners. But MBK...
His timing is incredible.
It's terrifying. It really is. He seems to have an understanding. We have X-Ray on. He's going for a jump shot again. Isn't going to connect the spray control. Needs to take a leaf out of Keo's book, maybe. And we are going to be seeing round 1 then for Flipside.
Getting flashbacks, man. This is scary. No, it's scary. And he got the tag, actually, on the guy who was like going for the plant towards short. But he was like perfectly following them around the map. It was just...
Like, you know, you kind of have to take a step back and realize you do have X-Ray on and just how little you've actually seen.
Yeah.
Like, how little he's been given. But either way, we are going to be seeing, once again, after a very successful... I mean, there was 2 Galils there, and every time Happy goes for that shot, he seems to be struggling with it. He's going to be putting the fear into Flipside, and he's going aggressive.
Yeah. They keep doing this every now and then, just off throwing, but hard. This guy just drilling Shox. And now MBK checks it, doesn't get the secondary, though, so a bit of a lacking exchange, leaving Flipside with the advantage, with the bomb, and they've got B-side under control. Happy and Keo have to pull off something very impressive here to get this one through, but nice shot through the smoke coming out from Keo then. Very nice.
Yeah, they're very low on health, but those players are safe inside the site, so the nades that Envious do have remaining. We see a molly even for Keo as Happy does get put in his grave. World Edit is going to make it very difficult for Keo as he puts him down to just 1 HP. He's going to snatch that up and he's going to get out of there, as that's going to be a more successful round from Flipside. And what exactly did they do differently there?
Well, to be fair,
did they do differently there, Flair? Huh?
Words are hard. No, it was just, I just think the exchanges went in favour to them for once. When Shox and MBK pushed into the B tunnels, they did okay initially, but then Hut just kind of had a great little spot. He came up with the goods, he was holding the bomb, and then once those two go down, you know you've got control. And then on the other side of things, Keo, 1 HP, there we go. Blade takes him down. That's actually a lot of money lost out on, because he had the full molly set with the nade, the smoke, and the flash. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, it was just that they had already kind of taken some control in mid, so the two remaining players who played A were so locked out, and they only had to deal with the one guy who was in mid. So really nicely played that round, but I think it was just, once again, trades going in their favor rather than something a little more flashy.
Well, yeah, it definitely has to be kind of crediting Hutji here, as he seems to just be able to spin and hit every single time. He's been caught off guard from behind twice, and he's hit both of those shots.
Oh, I like this from Happy, though. The aggressive AWPing on short. I always really enjoy this. I think we saw it a lot from the likes of Chris J back in the days when he was, a little bit more confident, I guess, or when he had Alu in the team as well.
Was it not pre-AWP change as well?
Yes, definitely was. And I always really liked seeing that, just because it gives you so much control down towards those low B tunnels. You get everything you want, and now Happy can fall back going, well, they're not early there. I've got a little bit of time to play with. And Flipside are still kind of sorting things out. The Smith's on long with Keo this time, and that's a little different. Yeah,
that's what the point I was going to make as well. Kind of giving Keo some backup. That was mine. You stole it.
You swine.
But, I mean, Flipside, last time they tested Keo, he didn't really need backup. This time he's going to go aggressive. He's going to just place himself a little turret right at the face of the smoke. Flipside, they're definitely considering this push. Davkost training in on that location. He wants to give his teammates as much support as he can with that AWP, but they're more just trying to kind of barrel in and give him some freedom to start trying to take down Happy. Because they know where he is. Like, Happy has been consistently holding this angle.
Smith just saw them, and now Keo's just holding the push. Really nice crossfire being set up. Smith needs to help him out, though. You can see the flashes coming into play. Shox does go down, but Smith's locks it out on long. Now Davkost, last man alive, going to push in, try and make a play. He does take down Keo, but he's not got the time to follow up on towards Smith's. And that crossfire along was absolutely sublime. Yeah,
I mean, even like the communication to evade flashes, like if they know the flash is coming in, one of them does face. That was, there's a word to summarize Envious right now, and it's smooth. They are playing very smoothly. Flipside not really testing them too much. Hey, we are going to be seeing some. Ooh, a nice smooth espresso. Yeah. And it does, of course, have caffeine and lots of energy in Team Envious. I see what that's a lovely analogy. Right, yeah, so we're going to be seeing a couple of Galils. Oh, and the one investment finally hits the shot, and that's going to be the AWP loose now. I can only assume that it's going to pinch that one. He does. But now, limited on numbers, limited on utility. You can see just the molly for Molotov. I was trying to say the molly for Molotov. His name is Markelov, Alex.
Get it right.
And now, it looks like Happy's going to be able to connect onto Blade. He does, and that's another weapon now down. As the bodies keep dropping, and Flipside's hopes of another round on this half are starting to dwindle.
Definitely are. 2 rounds is certainly nowhere near enough. I don't know. You want to at least be able to kind of survive a pistol round these days, and
it's always like a horrible risk. Like, the comebacks can happen, but it puts so much weight on the first 2 rounds.
And that's the thing. It's like whenever you say, when you speak to players, they're always like, round by round, we stay focused. Yeah, no. And it's true. I get you. You have to take it round by round, but then the addition comes in. Ooh, nice shot from World Edit towards Smith. I'll come back to my point because he's making me shut the hell up, which I'm sure you guys at home are very pleased about. But Shox. Now going to have to pick up the slack, push himself up towards mid, and leave Happy now to lock down on short. And they could drop down towards CT if they fancy it, but no, they want the side. They've got the molly. Happy has to back out. And they really are making Flipside have to work for this. Oh, Happy through the fire. Doesn't quite catch a glimpse. World Edit's just there on the edge. One tap of that would have worked, but no, World Edit finds Happy. But 2 is all he'll get. And the shutdown comes out of Shox and 9 rounds on the board. But the thing was, I was speaking to Natu about this because he pulled off a pretty big comeback when they were playing at the offline finals not too long ago. It's like, well, the thing is that it is logical. It's round by round, right? So nothing really changed apart from the economy that, you're going to have to work around yourself and you become very conscious of. But it's that you can't make a single mistake. And sometimes you can't help that. Sometimes you can't perfectly predict timing, and that stuff does become a huge factor in. But anyway, back into this one. Flipside now lacking a lot of money. They are down to 2 P250s. No armor, no flashes, no nades, no nothing.
Yeah, they couldn't do it with a full, but I doubt they're going to be able to do it with just these pistols. But I have been proved wrong before.
Unless
the power of the Glock train. As they are just going to make their way through middle. I think Smiths and Shocks are giving them the leeway. Just rain down terror and rain down frags. Look at this, double S combo. As it's just going to be NBK to ruin the lovely alliteration. And that's going to be 10-2 then, the score. As Envious are just going to keep putting heads on their mantelpiece.
I guess you can call him Snathan.
Snathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just for the full S kill feed? Yeah, let's go for that, sure.
We'll make it work. Well, this has just gone extraordinarily hard for Flipside. Like, they need a little more. And I was like, oh, well done, it's gotten up. Not quite. Not quite. The scout coming out.
But like Envious so confident at this point that you're going to see this mid-exchange. He's going for the jump shot, and oh my
lord.
lord.
That looked on him as well, to be fair.
This scout is a tricky beast. As we are going to be seeing that it brought down to just a scrap of health. 6 points of health left for him. As there is going to be a push on towards short. Not going to connect anything just yet. That is Blade. And he's been having real troubles with Happy. Every time he tries to challenge short, Happy is there. And every time Hutchie tries to challenge long, you better believe Kio's ready for him.
I don't know if Hut saw him, but he certainly knows where Kio's been playing. But it doesn't matter if you know where he is. This guy has been on fire at the moment. And now Happy going to go wandering on towards short, drops down. Doesn't get punished. Blade actually not going to go and try and challenge him, because if he did, he'd have pretty much free reign. There's no one on site. But it doesn't matter, because Shox is already holding him up in mid. Through the double doors he comes in, gets down well edit. And he knows Davkos is close, but look at Markloff and Hart. They've gone all the way around towards B, where MBK is going to have to meet them. Oh, nice work around the smoke from Markloff. MBK watching the edge of it, though. He knows it so well. It's like him just reading the book of Flipside. And now the 2 players left going to push in towards him. Perfect control towards Hut. Switching up to the P250, won't get it, but Happy already knocking on the door. Spots the bomb, and Davkos is struggling. Yeah,
and the book of Flipside is missing a few pages, and it's evidence here in their play. As Davkos and Hotji really not stepping up where they need to. We are going to be seeing another round for Envious there, as that's 11-2.
Certainly is, and coming towards the end of the first half, and bearing in mind this is a best-of-1, this is looking pretty decisive in favour to Envious, and they needed a good, strong game. We said it before, they were kind of clumped up in the middle of the pack on the leaderboard and the overall rankings. This is a good way to get themselves building, because Flipside, okay, they're kind of, the soft kind of team in the rankings at the moment, and they're down even another core player, so they need this win, and it looks like it's going to be a very good scoreline win, but Kio's just got a lot of sitting ducks, and he knows how to control that spray down here. He's got Smiths beside him, and once again, this combo is just doing so much work. Davkos at least shuts down Smiths, but there's still the 4 more Frenchmen just waiting.
He gets the flashy play, and I don't think he's going to get much more, as Shox has got the weapon advantages. 1 bullet from that deagle would have been enough, but Shox demonstrating his M4 prowess. It's going to be so tough. As we said before, this is more of a statement about Envious, because we want to see Envious climb that ladder. They've been having a couple of trips, a couple of stumbles, and if they do want to get the ticket over to Cologne for the offline finals, what are you giggling at? Oh my god, the firing line. It's going to be for Happy. That's what it's going to be. They're going to set themselves up. It's going to be just a train location. Happy, does he challenge it? Wait for it. No, there's only one. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the intel. Just get actually legged up through the wall. Oh my god, where do they go with 4 AWPs? Like, Shox is going to be making the call like, okay, he was mid, now he's here. No, wait, what's going on?
He's chasing him.
Tanks up Davkos heavily, and actually Davkos is going to connect onto Shox for going aggressive.
To be fair though, Envy have been playing pretty deep on the sides, excluding maybe Ow, oof. Happy getting slapped down midair. It's actually working. That's the 1 AK from Blade. That's the 1 AK on Flipside actually doing work, but now Smiths is going to try and challenge this this zoom banger sight. Looks like Kiyoshima's going to take one out of Hutchie's hands. Now what are they going to do? Smiths on the prowl, and he does it again. This time it was Blade who just swings around. Something about Flipside and just reacting. They have the reaction time. Oh god, they're going B though. What if it's got the bomb? What? Oh god, MBK knows. But then again, they can switch now. Yeah, and who do you want to take on, MBK or Kia? It's quite literally a 50-50 choice. They look like they're going to be orientated towards MBK because they know they took him down to 50 points of health. Around that, they got this connection. They know that they tagged him up. The Molly's going to come out as well. He's out of nades. He's out of hope as he's going to try and defend as best he can. Markloff down now. He's looking for the... Oh my god, he gets into it. He can get another one. Oh my god, MBK, the natural-born killer, looks for one more now. Word Edit is the last man standing for Flipside, and it's not looking too likely as the flashes are going to rain in. And he's probably going to challenge for the last kill of the game. He's picked up 3, looking for the 4th, not going to happen. Now Word Edit is going to be shut down by Kiyoshima. That was stunning. I want to watch that back. I want to watch that back. I literally just want...
It's just a back and it was like kind of tennis, like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it was just so smooth as well. You know,
what, like espresso?
Right?
Yeah, okay, right.
But that was just perfectly
Very
smooth,
good.
absolutely
Very good.
beautiful. But yeah, very, very strong showing. That's the problem right now. It's 13-2. Flipside have no room for error, which is the biggest thing here. They can't afford any drop here. They can't afford one round off. They have to be 100% on, 100% of the time. And with even players like MBK, who's not feeling well, he's not feeling 100%, being able to do that, it's not going to put you in good stead.
Yeah, he's probably just got a sniffly nose. He's just got pulling excuses at this point. As,
just because he only followed you today on Twitter.
He did, yeah, firing shots.
Scumbag.
Let's see what WorldEdit can do with his USPs in prime position. Markloff and WorldEdit just connecting the shots, and they will continue as Shox does bite the dust as well. And now NBK looking to forge forward into this round. And I mean, we said they have no margin for error. This is a round they cannot lose. They cannot let slip. Keo and NBK, they've already been brought down relatively low, NBK especially. And Davkos just needs to connect one shot, one to the head of Keo. Does find it, and now all onto NBK. He is as good as gone. As he does take WorldEdit. Oh my god, and Hutchie, surely not. He's only had 4 points of health, and now he's brought it down from a 2v4 to a 1 versus 2. Hunting now for the head of Davkos, and they have armor. They should be safe. He's just got a Glock to his name, and he is going to be eliminated. Still, though, making that little bit of a little panic button hit from Flipside as they realize this isn't a guarantee, and that is going to put the first round on the board. I wouldn't be surprised now, especially considering the comfortable rounds that Envious have. They want to try and surprise and maybe just take something a little bit extra into this round. I see a Zeus on Keo. That's the extra I was talking about.
We've seen the most SMG buys in a while, and then
Wow,
157. Okay, what is this? What are the CT side doing? Okay, they did the double boost up towards short. So Davkos and Hut are
Going
on
fast.
short, double boosted. And 3 players in mid for the T side. This is a crazy round. So we're going to have the Tech-9s up against just pure SMGs. It's like the most unpurest round you're ever going to see.
Yeah, welcome to Counter-Strike duty.
At least we're at home, right?
Yeah, man.
We're going to be lynched when we step out of these chairs. But
Here we go. Shox has started on, and that's going to be Markloff down. That B-site's looking vulnerable. WorldEdit's got an absolute mountain to climb, and it's just crumbled as he goes down. Hutchie going to try and do something with the MP9, but with the bomb now down, Envious can set up a perimeter. And look at Smith's positioning. Wasn't enough to get the surprise. And now with a 3v3, good God, this would be really tough pill for Flipside to swallow. Oh, no!
Oh my God,
He did it! They are just crushing them!
Oh, Keo, you're so BM, man. I'd be so mad. I'd be so goddamn mad.
I have my head in my hand. I actually have my head in my hand.
That got him a lot of money, though. That's going to get him, he's able to drop out the AK.
Jesus.
He's feeling pretty good now.
So BM. Oh my God! I mean, Flipside, they are they're a very shaken lineup right now, and they're in no position to get to the offlines. They are still playing though. Practice makes perfect and all that. And this is a very important game for Envious, and it's clear that Envious, as aware they are that this is important, they're also the same old Envious.
By the way, until that moment, the kill feed had been literally Tech-9, Zeus, Scout. All the scumbag stuff basically being used, and that's Envy going on to match point now. So one more round and they're golden,
Jeez.
but this has been a very one-sided game. I don't think that's surprising anyone. It's just a bit of a shame to see Flipside kind of in this sort of state at the moment. Hopefully everything gets sorted out and they can actually, fix all the problems they've had, and hopefully, the players feel a lot better soon, and they can start actually playing as, the team that they should be playing. They are a good collective. It's just you're seeing very much a small portion of that currently, as Markloff whips the scout through mid.
Boy, yep, I know. Well, that is going to be on him. That's into NBK's chest as he's now chunked down to 32. Davkos is doing good work as well with the scout. Maybe that's what's been going wrong. They haven't picked up enough scouts earlier on in this game.
It should have been 4 AWPs. It should have been 4 scouts.
It should have been 4 scouts. There we go. It's a lot more financially sound as well, that investment. We'll see, though, where they choose to go with this round. Now that they know there is a heavily tagged up NBK, they've got Shox down and out. But this is by no means a guarantee. As that worried me. We went a little bit PowerPointy there for a second. But Blade forcing Happy back off the site.
I was waiting for the Windows wipe, you know what I mean? Like the little checkers that come across.
No, the star transition was my
I
favorite.
like the heart.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, into this one. It's going to be pretty much a 2-2 split left with Flipside. The one player who is holding mid has gone down. Blade's going to have to push up. Envy are looking like they're going to go towards B. 3 in tunnels, 1 in mid. Smiths does get collected by Markloff, and these scouts are working. Schwandigs are going to be aplenty. And there's the first World Edit comes in. Markloff with the assist and World Edit. Showing that, individually, these guys are good. They're crazy players, but it's a long way to go now.
Yeah, I think, if you wanted to kind of break down what's going wrong for them, it's the fact that these are a mix. There you go. Straight up, Envious, they've been playing together for however long now. And then you look at this team, and there's 2 names there that, Davkost has been playing for them for a while. I remember even at the offline qualifiers, he was there due to the absence of Simple. So he's more of a recognized name. Hutchie, he has been hitting shots to his credit. In fact, I think he's probably still sitting around the middle of the scoreboard. He was at the top of the scoreboard for a great deal of time. So, they haven't really struggled with this new presence in terms of fragging, but as team synergy, it's gone. And here comes an aggressive play from Shox. He's just going to start applying pressure. Oh, if he connected that shot, that'll be a very sound investment from Markloff, broken down. And here comes the aggression. They're breaking him up.
And I love this play as well. Envious, when they pick up these Tech 9s and they couple it with a couple of AKs, whoever they can afford it on, it always works out so well. If they can recover one of the AKs, there you go. You're going to see it back in the hands, and Happy going to put it to work towards Hut. And now Davkos and Blade out of position. The bomb should be going down. MBK has it in hand. Smiths with a covering fire. And now last man standing is Blade. Smiths gets the double, and it's a very clean game for Envy, picking up the final round. Now,
is that 4 or 3 they got?
I think it was 4.
4.
Pretty sure it was 4. At the end of the day, it wasn't a great display from Flipside. We kind of expected that, though. I don't think that's too surprising. Sadly, they're missing out on another player now, so they're kind of down 2 at the moment from their core lineup. And really, what can you expect against a team like Envy, who need points? They're not playing this for fun. They may have a couple of rounds where Zeus kills come into play and it gives you a lot of bank, but they needed the points. They've got them. They had a very clean round difference as well, which is a very big factor. So they should be pleased with that.
Yeah, and the tenacity we saw from some of the individuals there. Let's just look at that NBK round again, because that was
NBK's play was
smooth, so good. Just this back forth kind of play from individuals. Kia was doing it as well with his spray control and long, but this was the round from NBK where he just shuts them down one by one.
Look at this. Perfect play. Gets Markloff.
Waits
for the mid play.
That sound.
With 7 bullets left. 7 bullets left. The perfect shot.
Jeez.
Turns around. And he doesn't get the last, I don't believe. He gets shut down at the
Kia
end.
shuts it down.
But it was just another brilliant round. MBK, when he's hitting shots like that, is just a crazy good player. And I love watching him get those shots. The first 2 weren't anything incredible. They were pretty okay.
No, it's just the swiftness of
But
them.
it was just that last close down. When he got the first pushing out, switched it up to mid, and then with 7 bullets left, just spitting back and predicting, okay, he's going to try and abuse the fact that I was watching mid there, so he'll push out on me. MBK already thinking that, adjust for it, spank
just quick
down.
decision making and really solid individual play there from Team Envious. Even the cheeky Zeus from Kiyashima. Yeah, that cheeky.
Kia had a great game on long as well. I'd love to watch
Was it him and Smith that were playing together? They had this kind of really nice dynamic, very kind of flexible.
It's kind of unique because I throw my mind back to maybe Katowice, and prior to that, MBK had always played long. He'd been kind of almost soloing on long a hell of a lot of the time. So they've clearly switched a couple of things around, and that may be in preparation for DreamHacks coming up. There's a couple of other events just around the corner. They may be switching things up. I need to watch a lot more of Envy on Dust too to make sure that's the case.
And I want to see what NBK's doing, because they've put him over on B. That's a big change of pace.
Yeah.
And he seemed to be pretty sound against Flipside. I'm going to keep my eyes on Envious and see how their Dust 2 game does evolve. That does wrap up Game 1, though, and that is just Game 1. There's a whole lot more CS to be brought to you this evening. Second game will be Virtus Pro against Titan, then Virtus Pro against TSM. We've got a real extravaganza of the Polish side, and it's exciting to see if they can match. If they win these 2 games, they will be on the same points and the same win-loss as Fnatic. So this is a big couple of games for them.
I'm so excited to see Virtus Pro. I love getting to watch these guys. 2 games back-to-back, 2 big opponents. Don't get me wrong, I want the TSM game, but Titan's not a bad one to start on. We're going to see some beautiful AWP work. We're going to see everything I love about CS kind of summed up in 2 games. So I am very excited about the next few.
There you go, you heard it from Lauren. You should be excited as well. It's time for us to go to a break, though, and we'll be right back with your Virtus Pro extravaganza.
Now listen to this. Bad boy. Funky time.
Hello and welcome back once again to the ESL ESEA Pro League. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Lauren Pansy Scott, and it's time for two incredibly crucial games. I just tweeted it, and it could not be more true for Virtus Pro. Like this, it doesn't secure, like guarantee therefore, like the top 4 finish. It's damn close to though, and if they win these two games, they will be placed in the same points, both wins and points, as Team Fnatic at the top of that Pro League.
And considering there's only 2 weeks of this left.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's be honest.
Big.
I mean, we kind of, I'm dressing this like it's huge for Virtus Pro. This is huge, sorry, for Titan as well. Like Titan, they have a shot at this. So do TSM. I mean, TSM are looking pretty good as well, pretty comfortable. So if they can pick up these, like, this is a really tough one. These, like, both these games, I'm not, like, I don't know where my, like, at the back, you have to admit, at the back, we always have a little bit of a kind of support for one of the two teams, or at least I do.
Hashtag bias casting.
I am a bias caster, and I'm quite honestly split right down the middle. I do not know where I want these games to go from a fan point of view, but from a caster point of view, this is going to be interesting. Titan have had real hit and miss performances on Cash. That is the map we're going to be playing out. And Virtus Pro the same. Actually, to be fair, a lot of inconsistencies across the board for Cash. I
agree, but Virtus Pro overall obviously getting better results currently.
Recently, yeah, definitely.
But things can change. It always feels like we're waiting on Titan to get back to original form, get back to what they're good at, but it never feels to actually happen all that quickly. They've been a little bit hit and miss. Sometimes you'll see Kenny having a great standout game. Sometimes Apex will be absolutely on fire, but it doesn't always translate into a win. Yeah,
it's a very good point, especially on T side here on Cash. We saw a lot of problems when they were playing this not too long ago, where we basically were really concerned that the entry frags weren't coming in. We were not seeing any rounds on the board when Titan, well, of course, but when Kenny and Apex weren't chiming in with frags. It's time now for the knife round. We may as well throw that on your screens as we're going to see how this one does play out. I was just talking about how Titan's T side was a little lackluster last time we saw it. And it looks like that's very probably where they're going to be dumped as VP do prevail in the knife round.
And to be fair, I used to really like the way that Titan used to play out their T sides. But then it kind of went a little bit wrong. It kind of backfired a bit, and it stopped being as crisp as it used to, because at the very start of the season, I think it was Titan up against Team Dignitas. It was one of our opening games, and I was like, well, it's Titan on the T side. This will be great. It'll be awesome to watch. And they were just lackluster. Now, I'm hoping, obviously, all the issues back then have been slightly adjusted and accounted for, because that was a very poor showing. But let's see what they've got coming up here. We are live into the game. It is Titan up against Virtus Pro. Titan are starting out on the T side. They've gone for the armor and a little bit of utility towards Maniac, and let's see where they put that to use.
Let's see where they choose to go. You see Taz trying to evade the flashes, but he cannot evade the damage as he does get brought down to just 19 points of health. Big brawl as Pasha going hyper-aggressive through middle with his teammates.
But so are the T-side, and Pasha's in the perfect spot. 3 kills coming in for Pasha back-to-back, locking it down. Just, oh my word, Titan falling into Virtus Pro's trap, hook, line, and sinker.
CS 101, don't jump through the smoke, and they do. And Pasha just puts them in their place. Sit down, Titan. As now Maniac's going to try and do something, and they are all low. Like there's a potential here to make things difficult. That nade was a whole lot of that potential, and that goes to waste, as does Maniac, as Neo picks up his first of the round. And that is going to be a very strong start for VP. They didn't lose a man.
No, and they took so much control in mid. Yeah, exactly. Pasha actually came up with the kills, but Neo was there. We saw everyone kind of bolstering numbers towards mid, and it worked for them so well, which puts Titan in a really awkward position, because they did that late kind of mid boost control almost. So they had like 2 or 3 players up there boosted to try and push through, then work their way up towards A, or maybe split B if they fancied it. Now they're doing what we used to see. If they're going to do the execution that I loved pointing out, so this is something that a lot of teams and players and fans got to see, is how well Titan were able to control this A site. But look, once again, Virtus Pro have 3 players dedicated towards this. That's a very worrying sign of things to come. Bialy, Pasha, Taz, all laying in wait. Titan are going to start flooding through here, just trying to get the bomb down, and Taz is going to fall. Apex opens it up, but Pasha again. Double kill comes in. The lockdown on the side from that upper little catwalk area, but at least the bomb's planted, so they get some money, and Apex has a gun.
Yeah, that heavy investment from Titan, I mean, it's not going to be completely paying off, but it does enable them to get that bomb down, and that's going to be a bit of a consolation prize for them. Again, starting this one off with very few frags across the board for the T side, as it's just going to be to 2 for Apex that we saw him pick up in that round. Pasha has just been putting these guys in their place. 5 frags just 2 rounds into this one. Put him a P2K or an M4, he will do damage, and now we're going to be jumping into that 3rd round, and Titan are going to have it even worse for Whereby. Just 4 P250s and a Tech 9.
Oh, big buy for Virtus Pro, though, going into round 3, because they know that Titan were pretty well invested into round 2, so they feel there's probably not armor here, and they're feeling safer to go with this rather than the SMG purchase. But every point so far, Titan have been read like a book by Virtus Pro, whether it be the stack on toward A or the play towards mid. This time, Titan have finally a little bit of a glimmer of hope here. Neo, the only one so far towards B. Snax is finally going to join him. And maybe there can be another plant coming through. Great flash goes in there. Snax allowed now to sneak on towards site, but it's a little bit of damage, and Neo just stopping him at the door. 3 kills back-to-back. Snax chimes in with 1 towards existence. And this is just unbelievable stuff. They're just keeping him so easy at bay. And once again, Apex doing good work, but not good enough to take on Pasha.
Is that still... Yep, Apex is the only one exclusively now for Titan to pick up frags. Let's see if that can change now. Weapons are going to be put in the palms of Titan, especially Kenny S now, as he's going to be able to leap into this round. It does have armor, no utility though, and he's put the AWP.
Speaking of utility, look how many Molotovs there are with the Titan side. 3 in place, so they have just paused for a second. Maybe just resolving some issues there. But we can kind of discuss and theorize where Titan want to put these into usage. We saw in the first round, I think it was Taz actually being put in towards those vents in mid, so he kind of pushed down with the likes of Pasha, and Neo was there as well. And he put himself in towards those vents. Now, he wasn't playing B in the rounds following that, but maybe just off the back of that, Titan want to gain control in mid, quite possibly. This is just me theorizing where they could place these.
Yeah.
And could use that there. There's a lovely little molly from the back of, you know, the A push if you want to get there that can just give you that early control. Something Virtus Pro actually did quite prolifically not too long ago themselves. So that could be another factor they want to put in. Or Titan could just be looking towards A, feeling like they want to be able to get that nice play, you know, clearing out quad, let's say, maybe put one down towards a forklift. So many variations are available. Or even on towards B, you can do some great work from behind, you know, I call it toxic. I'm not sure what it's actually called. It's the area just outside of B where you can molly through the window. So there's a lot of options here, and it gives them a lot of play towards the side, because thus far, Apex is doing wonderfully for them. But beyond that, they're not getting much ground covered.
Yeah, and they're not taking the weapons out of the hands of VP, so they're going to be very stable going into the 4th round here. It has to be said that Pasha is one of those individuals that when he turns up, like, let's be honest, he's taking mid-control at this point. We are only 3 rounds in, and if he can be as prolific as he's being while taking mid-control, it's so crucial for the T-side to shut him down, make it, like, knock him down 2 pegs or 5 pegs, you know, get him real far down, because if he does have confidence holding middle, Titan, a big part of their T-side will just be taken away.
Yeah, and I want to see what Titan bring out here, because they're a team who went through a slump, right? They had a good couple of issues with the update. I don't want to harp on about that. It's been said before. I mean,
Kenny recently was in an article, and he said, "I lost confidence." That was like 3 words, you know, that really summarize where Titan's performance went.
And now I turn my attention to the other prolific French team currently, which is obviously Envious, the kind of counterpart of Titan, maybe the better side after the whole split happened and all the issues came in. And I remember just speaking to MBK very quickly after their game, just saying, because I was like, "Hey, Nathan, when the hell did you stop playing A-Long?" You know, because I remember back in the majors and such, he used to play A-Long by Pit, and he was great at it. But he just said, you know, we changed all our positions like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and suddenly we feel a lot better. So they literally went through everything and changed it up. And maybe this is something that Titan might need to do at some point. They've brought in RPK, who's playing well. Apex has these hit-and-miss games, but I just want to see if Titan can really find more consistency to their play. And it's brave having to switch things up, though.
Yeah, it is brave, and you are going to see that kind of dive initially, or you usually do maybe after that honeymoon period. Maybe, you know, it's time for Maniac to not go squeaky. That's something he's been very...
Or sit on the Maniac ledge. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like a little boost on it.
He has got a lot of predictability around some of his plays, especially on specific maps. But yeah, it has to be said that we are going to be waiting for the Virtus Pro, the 5th. But I also want to have a quick look at Pasha and that play with the pistol, like with the P2K, just ripping them to shreds through some of the smoke. But it was also Titan's decision to charge at him.
Certainly was.
Look at that.
And they were checking their corners, but they just... No one pop flashed through, which was the more surprising part to me, is no one flashed it. No one... So if you have a deep smoke like that, you can... my mind always goes back to the old Dignitas team,
the pop
right?
Flash?
So no, I think of when Fetish was still in with Team Dignitas at the time, and you know, before all that changed, they used to do this lovely counter boost, which always needed that deep smoke towards mid, so it'd allow you to push up as a CT and then get boosted up, right?
I'm with you, yeah.
And the only way to kind of get around that is do a nice little pop flash on the T side and try and push through the smoke yourselves, and then you try and peek off the back, or do the counter boost, or the boost, I guess.
Oh, so you're assuming that Titan felt like it was going to be a counter boost?
Possibly, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm reading what I see, but they checked literally below the boost boost itself. So I think they had a good idea that maybe Virtus Pro were a little closer than they wanted. So they checked just below, didn't see it. But by that point, 2 people had already checked towards that right side, and no one looked towards the vent. No one checked close because Pasha was just on the edge of the smoke, watching him run through. And without a flash there or anything else to slow him down, he was going to have free reign, which, of course, it takes a good player to utilize and make the most of.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad guess, considering that basically VP were making their presence known very clearly with both nades and the initial fire. It looks like we do have Taz back in the server. I think he's just taking his time.
He's an old man. He needs to,
He's just hobbling back to the PC.
Kids these days.
It's like that advert, you know, he's clutching onto a CPU, gaining energy.
I love that advert.
Yeah.
Taz is one of the nicest people as well to talk to. He's absolutely
he's great.
funny as hell. But and to be fair, Taz came under a lot of criticism too. You know, there's been a lot of vocal players at the moment talking about how people are very judgmental towards performances, you know, on social media these days, because pro players are easier to access, I guess, you know, through Twitch, through Twitter. You can easily talk to, you know, your favorite player or whatever, and he came under a lot of scrutiny under his performance and how well he'd been playing. But it's nice to see him, you know, he's finding a little bit more consistency. Neo as well recently has been definitely finding a lot more form, and I love watching Neo play when he plays well. He gets some real form on. And the one map that really stood out to me for Virtus Pro was Train. I go back to the earlier results where they're picking up wins quite consistently. It involved Train, and Neo was just on point.
Yeah.
Not too surprising considering he is that 1.6 legend who, you know, who just destroyed on Train back in the days, but he looked comfortable. Instantly looked very comfortable. Whether or not he'd been putting in work in CSGO towards it specifically, but you could see him just really ripping it up. Look back towards their earlier games in the ESL ESEA Pro League and check it out, because he was just great to see. And to be fair though, the newer additions, you know, Snacks and Bialy doing just as fine. But in my eyes, it's always wonderful to see Neo and Taz finding comfort and form on maps like that. And they definitely set the trend, having one of the better results I can imagine early on Train. They did have a couple of slips here and there, but I've always really enjoyed how well they play on that. So hopefully here Neo can find some comfort in the way he plays.
Yeah, it's something I'm looking forward to seeing. And actually, if you guys are enjoying the games and have been enjoying the games throughout the first season of the ESL ESEA Pro League, do be sure to head on over to the pro.eslgaming.com/CSGO website, because you can start getting tickets. It's going to be kicking off on Thursday, July 2nd, and it's going to be the offline stages of this tournament. The top 4 from EU, the top 4 from NA clashing here in Cologne, and it's going to be so fun. We're going to have all the familiar faces of the high echelons of CSGO will be there, and you should be too. We'll talk more about that though later, as it's time now for us to get back into the action with our 4th round. It feels like oh so long ago, Lauren, but why don't you kick this one off, as it's time now to see Kenny's debut in this game with the AWP.
And it's always going to be eyes on Kenny, isn't it? It's always seeing what he can do. Is he confident? Is he going for peak? But look at this play from Virtus Pro. 3 players initially just hitting straight up mid. Deep Smoke comes in, allows Pasha to push up, and he's so confident. He's right out in the middle here. He's waiting for that smoke to dissipate, and he knows. He's like, I'm comfy.
He's got his arms up in the air like, what have you got? Yeah, he is really quite like that.
And actually, Tyner doing a late boost. They're just... Oh my god, this could work out again for him. They're late boosting up. 2 players, I think, or possibly 1, I'm not sure. Existence and Apex are still just above him. Taz is holding from highway or short, whatever you want to call it. And you're going to see Pasha. Pasha's once again in the spot that worked so well before. Does he work again? The pop flash is there, but he's not blind. Oh my god, this could be huge.
That's the 3rd smoke. He's just going to emerge from it. Apex finally going to be on form for that opening frag, and that's going to be big for his team. Shutting down the early presence. Taz is there to try and pick up the pieces, though. Snacks is there around Z as well, as they're going to be well aware that Apex is kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. Taz shuts that down. That's going to be big now, as it's 4v4. And only 40 seconds for Titan to piece something together.
But guess where Maniac is? Same old, still up in Squeaky. Kenny's starting to work around main. It looks like Titan are trying to form towards A. You've got Existence slowly working in mid, and Taz, he delivers, takes down Existence, and now the 2 players, Snacks and Bialy, gonna have to lock it down, and they do. Bialy too aware, too smart, joined with Snacks here, closing it down with Taz, chiming in another from mid, and a beautiful play from Taz. I was just saying earlier, when he's on point, he is so damn critical to that team.
Pasha just, you know, puts down the come at me bro t-shirt, and Taz takes it off him, because that is just going to be these two, just this kind of deadly duo in mid. Titan battling for mid control. We know Apex so prolific in mid. He always takes a Molotov when he can to try and clear out that Sandbags area, and you better believe VP are nowhere near Sandbags. They're so pushed up. Pasha's going to go for it again, it seems, as he's running straight or headlong, actually crossing this time towards Sugarbox. And I wouldn't be surprised if Titan, with these Tech 9s and a scrap of armor for Apex and RPK, just hope for another overextension in mid, but it doesn't look like Pasha's going to provide it.
I think it's time to discuss for them as well. They're playing very far back. They're playing quite patiently.
This is a discussion round.
I wouldn't be surprised. They do this more often than not, and maybe just talk things through, see what they've seen so far, discuss it, how they're playing. Okay, well, Pasha likes to push on Miz. Taz has been playing on short, and just kind of discussing their options. Okay, all right, well, next time let's try this instead. Now, they still have a flash on Existence, but I think it's just going to be an all-in play and try and get the bomb down. They like to do this kind of everyone in and try and plant play.
I always actually kind of have this kind of hope, like this little nagging thing at the back of my head saying, on a kind of let's talk round, actually we'll just wait for that in a second just to see if Titan can pull anything together. Bialy not going to find anything too much. He'd tell a lie, he does pick out the P2K, looking for another one, but Taz and Pasha are there as they just rain on fire. Existence the only man to pick anything up. But the point I was making was that imagine if Titan were doing a let's talk about it and mid-conversation someone just turns up and aces them, just completely destroys them. Like how does your morale go when you're trying to take it slow and talk about things and even you're taking it slow goes horribly wrong? I haven't seen that happen just yet, and it doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon, as now we're once again going to be seeing Titan put some weapons in the hands, full Molotovs. Look at those nades, Lauren.
I want to see where they use them, because
there's 4 on the side of VP as well. There's 9 Molotovs on this map.
CT sides, I always just feel they can buy time with them, right? There's probably... Oh, the boost. Oh, they messed it up.
Wah, wah, wah.
That's a shame. Bialy could have got up there and said, Titan to Maniac, like I remember you like to play.
Are they going for it again? No, I thought he was going to try it.
No, CTs can just buy time with it. They are. They're going to go for it. This is a bit cheeky, and they could get caught out. Just above the smoke, Kenny S was trying to make a play, but no, Pasha doing what he does best now, and he's dedicated himself towards that quad area. Finally gets plugged out of it by Apex doing his job, opening things up, but will they commit here? They look like they're edging back round towards B. Now, might not be a bad idea at this point.
So, where do you go from here? Apex does have the bomb. He has to be careful if he's considering doing anything on this boost spot. In fact, keeping that bomb in his hands is a risk in itself. Fortunately, though, VP not going to be sticking to their previous strategy of just presence in mid. They're going to give Titan that, but that's all part of their game. They're going to enable them to push towards that event area, and you better believe Neo's going to be calling to Snacks that it's time to rotate. He's going to be all alone, and he's going to be taken down. This is big from Titan, as they're going to have complete control of that B site, and VP, pants around their ankles, try and waddle over towards that B site.
Yeah, Bialy, Taz, and Snacks are a little out of spot here. I don't think they were believing it until it happened, and now the bomb down. Alarm bells are ringing. Bialy just checking those corners in mid. It's completely clear. Titan have stacked out that B site. Whoa. RPK's lurking around the back, going to be holding the passive angle in case Bialy or one of the others tries to cross through. Snacks is looking towards vents. I don't know if they can really retake this. It's going to be very hard if they try. I think they're looking for exits now. And slowly but surely, Bialy just kind of tightening the noose around the neck of Titan, but not going to find much out here as Maniac catches out Snacks. And now Bialy and Taz just probably want to stay alive at this point.
Yeah, damn right they will. As Titan finally managed to find an opening into this game. 5-1 then going to be the score, and that was all primarily down to Apex having the confidence to try and check mid. He got so much information there. He knew that, you know, Snacks kind of has been quite primarily hanging around that connector area, wasn't there. Checked up highway, wasn't there. He realized that it was time for an all-in play, and they chose B.
And now Neo has the AWP with Pasha, and Neo's got the front spawn as well. I want to see if he's going to just solo it B. He is, it looks like so far, so that's always cool to keep in mind that Neo is a great AWPer as well. He might have to challenge down RPK late in the game, but as we expect, Apex gonna start looking maybe towards A a little quicker than before, gaining a good bit of ground, and Kenny isn't too far behind either. But Taz this time pushed up in mid. And I like this. I like when Virtus.pro get this control. They've got basically 3 players watching mid. You've got Taz pushed up, you've got Pasha watching the jump, and then you've got Snacks in the vents. Yeah, it's leaving A a little light, but it's still Bialy, and this guy can still do wonders, but Kenny kind of making a little bit of a sound there. Maniac's starting to look. He might be saying, guys, I need some help here. There's going to be a couple of players pushing in, but the bomb is yet to be brought over towards A. Pasha has been taken off of mid, so Apex backing around. This could change up here. Yeah,
and Taz has a whole lot of power here. With the bomb in mid, actually that flash is going to make it difficult. He's pushing through. He's going to walk straight into their teeth. It was RPK who grimaced and picked up the frag, and now Snacks is going to try and do something in response. He's almost in exactly the same scenario. Existence makes himself known. He knows exactly where they are. He's going to try and emerge through the smoke and catch 2, and he can most definitely do it. As he's going to suddenly take his time. He's not sure where the other one is. He knows there's 2 around here. Oh, and Existence has played the waiting game, and oh, Snacks, you got caught out. That is a rarity. Savor that, folks, because you do not see that every day as Snacks gets mind-gamed.
Just the timing was all wrong for him. Existence just waiting from above. And he did make noise, but Snacks just clearly didn't hear it. But all in all, it was probably a little bit baffling when you start walking through those smokes. Sometimes you just get a little lost. But nice round for Titan then. Nicely done. Kind of beating out the players. I mean, there were 2 to 3 players there. You okay?
Yeah, I just pressed my cough button when I wanted to say yeah, and then unpressed it and coughed. I really...
Your brain is...
That was hilarious.
But the impact of that round is the fact that Titan have 2 rounds on the board, and it's going to force VP to have very little money here. So, all in all, not a bad bit of play coming from Titan. So, switching things up, and it's actually worked out after that slow eco where they just waited for it. Kind of worked.
Yeah, they've managed to kind of take control of the economy for now. VP going to be cautious, trying to hunt down Maniac. Ooh, he doesn't do too badly, though. So it's 16 points of health for Maniac, as there's going to be picking up frags left and right. Maniac doesn't want to give up an AK, and rightfully so, backs up to the safety and further towards T-spawn. 3 VP members remain, and it's just, a Deagle and 2 P250s. They're not going to be able to do too much with this one. I don't think we're seeing an overly aggressive Titan. They're going to be cautious. They're going to try and pick this one up as neat and tidily as possible.
For sure. And FirstPro, they're still looking around just to get guns out of the hands of Titan.
Yeah.
And wherever Bialy looks, there's always that little bit of fire, but Apex puts down Bialy. And now Neo and Snacks, the 2 players who have been playing around B. I'm pretty sure Titan know that. But then again, up against a team who just have pistols, you never know if they're stacking a site or putting a couple more players in certain spots. But Neo going the long way around, Snacks holding the push, just trying to get a shot off. Not going to happen. RPK finds him. And Neo might even be caught off by Maniac here, so predictable as ever. Maniac actually goes down. Neo's going to get himself an AK, which is quite worrying, and he's in a good spot to keep them at bay, but Existence hunting him down with Apex will take that back into the control of Titan, and they'll retain at least 3 of the AKs and an AWP for Kenny. So, Titan get themselves back in this game, and they needed this.
They really did need that. That's going to be a big influx of money, a big influx of confidence is exactly what they need, especially on that T side. And already, we aren't seeing too much from Kenny. Fortunately, Apex is picking up where he left off. 8 frags already in this game. Averages out about a frag around, and let's see where they choose to go this time. Once again, heading straight towards main. He charges there regularly. Kenny, though, going for the opener on towards B. Neo's been a very common placement there. This time, not going to oblige, and Snacks is taking the helm from Patch. They seem to have a kind of set list of positions and just very flexible with who takes them. Oh no, Pasha's there as well. Tell a lie. I got a bit confused.
And now, just to put this in perspective, even though it's Titan against FirstPro, Titan are looking to stay out of the bottom 3 here, and they need this. Mousesports, Penta, and Flip are just below them. It's not by much either. Mousesports on 15 points, them on 21. It's not a far place to drop from, but look at this position coming out, just boosted up onto the box. Bialy is in a great spot here. Apex did look a little earlier. Spam coming in. Not going to find it. Bialy turns at the wrong time, and actually Titan have taken the site. Pasha now trying to sneak in through the smoke, but he knows Kenny is there, but ignores him, carries on, just goes straight towards the site. Takes down Apex, who had the bomb. Brilliant play from Pasha. Following up towards Existence, finally gets shut down by Kenny, but the damage is done. It's a 2v2, but Neo caught out in the open. A little sloppy.
They just completely relinquish control of the site. The Molly's going to be coming out trying to delay it, and RPK finally putting another one down into VP. It was actually Snacks who went down. Neo has got 2 to find, or 1.5, as RPK has got so little health. He'll just going to be dancing around truck. They know exactly where he is, as they're going to be trying to pick that one up on towards Forklift. RPK just has to show a fraction. He goes down. Neo now 1v1. This man is in the head of Kenny, and Kenny just Tech 9 really. Yeah, throw out the Molly. Oh, he's fluffed it. That's not going to be able to delay the plan. Does connect with a Tech 9 as Kenny looking a little shaky there off the back of what was a very strong start from Pasha. But Titan, they had control of the site. They looked very good for them. They had 4 players all on the site with full nades. The bomb went down. And VP, they made that really difficult.
It's not easy, and FirstPro in that round, that was the closest they've gotten in the last few. And the 3 prior to that, it'd been 4 men standing, 3 men standing, a very decisive way for it to be played out. And that's because FirstPro only had those pistols, but in that round, very close. And if only Pasha could have done more, if maybe Neo didn't take so much damage early on, it could have changed up. But this should be a clean one for Titan. The way they're playing is cautious enough; they shouldn't be caught out here. But still, Taz playing how he did before. He's got the body armor without the head armor, and he liked to kind of push Maniac a little later in the game, but Bialy's there with him, and these two just going to hold it down with Neo just soloing out on the B site. But to take this into perspective, Titan have really turned it on. This is 4 rounds in a row now for them.
Yeah, and
this is a huge step up considering these guys are literally at the bottom of the table almost. Playing against a team fighting for the top. This is a very good scoreline so far.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we've saw it before with Team Envious. They couldn't lose against Flipside. That would shatter their chances, or at least the easy way. And now I'm looking towards how VP can handle this one. You're right. This is a big one for Titan in terms of just both self-respect, but also in terms of having a chance of getting to the offline stages. And now Neo, just a 5-7, is going to find RPK. He has potential to find another one here. He does. Apex
Neo
goes down. That's not something you see every day, as Existence and Kenny S are trying to fight back, but they do just take those 2 weapons away from Titan. A very, very minor investment from VP, and they managed to net 2 kills. They're not going to be upset with that, as it's time once again for VP to challenge this Titan T side. 5 in a row then for the French, and let's see where they choose to go from here.
And I want to see how Virtus.pro start responding, because they felt as though they were leading the pace at the start. They read the plays, they were always in their face, in their mind. But the last few, it seems that Titan have kind of regained control of the reins. They're dragging this game back into their favor, how they want to play it. And I want to see more of that. I want to see what this change is up to. So, Taz and Bialy now playing on a bye round, far more dedicated towards A, with Pasha as well. So 3 players towards the A site, no one in mid. This is a very big change. Now, it's already working out, considering Maniac's gone down towards Bialy and has sped up Titan, maybe looking to try and punish, but look at this. Taz goes peeking, Kenny just around the corner. Kenny gonna get caught out here, and Virtus.pro regaining some control towards A, but Apex is having none of this. 3v3 now.
That's twice we've seen Kenny go hyper-aggressive out of main. He's got almost the first one on the scene, or first one on the site, and that does not bode well for him. If you can't connect that one shot, it just puts so much weight on hitting that first shot, and Apex is so aware of Pasha's location. Just pre-aiming right at the head through that box. Expecting the jump up, and that's the jump that he was hoping for. Molly's going to be big, though. It's going to force 2 Ts out of position, and like rats from water, they're going to try and get away. Pasha, the first, and he's going to be looking for a second as well now, as they're going to be so heavily tagged. It's RPK who goes down. This is big, and now all onto Existence. The bomb is down, though, and it is planted for him.
But the Molly's slowing him down here, and they've had to use the smoke.
He's lined up.
Pop Flash comes in, he's waiting, he just went free fire. Oh my god, Existence hit the shot, he does! Stacks goes down, but is the time enough? He's been waiting it out, but I think they might just have time. Let's see, 2 seconds. That was so damn close, that was down to the wire. My god, that was very, very close. But let's take stock, aside from that crazy Molly game at the end that it turned into, just like the floor was molten lava.
Yeah.
But before that, Virtus.pro put 3 players straight up on A. 1 took down Maniac, I think that was Bialy taking him down. And then Kenny went super aggressive. So you've lost out on 2 quite impactful players towards that A site. The other 3 almost picked up the slack, but that's Virtus.pro finally responding. And they've switched up again here. 3 players now on the B site. This is very different, and they're looking to gain control of the map elsewhere now.
Yeah, and you think RPK is going to be a little caught off guard. Big from Pasha, who's just turning up today. As I think that's going to be his 13th frag. Oh my god, hit the scoreboard right now. 1-3-3-7 his score, summarizing him just 12 rounds in. And let's see what he can do from here. Bialy holding NBK. Apex is there as well. They're really ready for this presence on A. And Kenny gets shut down again and again. These Titan boys start to fall. Bialy with a double. Taz is there to pick up the pieces as well, as it's all onto Apex. And Titan should be ruled out of this round.
And just to add insult to injury, Neo just saw the bomb at the back of mid. So
oh god.
You were never going to go too far then. But I want to point out here, Kenny's only got 4 kills.
And he's been, like I said before, super present at main. But like there's no babysitter. There's no one keeping him safe if the shot doesn't get hit. And at the moment, he isn't.
I kind of feel a little bit bad in a way, because they could really do with this. You know, Apex every now and then is doing what is required of Apex, you know what I mean? So
well, every now and then he's really shining. I mean, look at Maniac, Kenny, and even RPK. There's about 2 frags separating them.
I mean in opening rounds, right? Kenny has not been doing it just yet. Statistically, he's great at it, and you've just seen why. Takes down Neo, but they've been putting 3 players on B. This switch up here, Pasha and Snacks are still there. Now, I'm not sure how they want to play this out. Titan like to play this kind of further back play. If you actually open the map almost, you can see them almost holding a line a good like inch away from the entire site. You can see on the mini-map, there's Maniac, Apex, Kenny starting to now look towards the A site. They could actually build somewhere, but that's the first time we've seen Kenny actually open something up, and now Apex has his job to be kind of questioned with. He delivers, and now they can work with this. 3v5, they should have this round in the bag.
Yeah, they most definitely should, and Titan just seem to be very cautious with that bomb. It's time and time again we see them linger around mid and then make the push towards A. Neo caught them in their tracks last time, and this time we're going to be seeing Pasha holding on towards B with the AWP, and Titan are still considering a potential push through vents. I think that's what we're going to be seeing, at least that's what they're considering. Pasha is probably going to start making the call. Snacks is even thinking about it on A. They need to make a move, and they need to make it now, because Pasha has got so many terrorists, and they all are searching for that one presence on the site. He's going to make himself known, looking for a second now. The molly's going to tickle him a little too much. He's down, and now that's going to be a guaranteed site for Titan, and Snacks and Taz have a decision to make.
Do they go for this? I think they... Snacks is backing out of it. Kenny's already watching those vents. They're well set for this one, and Virtus Pro really are going to struggle to find any sort of impact. And if only Pasha could have found another, if only he could have done something or had someone with him, because he took down the bomb carrier. He knew the bomb was there, but Taz and Snacks had sat on A so long that they're out of spot, and they're looking for these exit kills, hoping that someone might come into their hands. It
does feel like there's a real like innate fear in VP that the bomb could be going A. Like there's so much indicating it's a B, but they have this one little kind of inkling in the back of their heads where they're thinking this bomb could be going down at A. They're very cautious, and it's caught them out twice now.
But I think now we need to start considering how good are Titan on their CT side in comparison to Virtus Pro on their T. That's the next big thing here. But let's see, where's Kenny's spawn at the moment? He's got a nice little B spawn. I wonder if he's going to actually challenge off the back of it. I'm waiting to see if he'll go for the B shot. Last time we worked out, he was able to take down Neo. So if he does it again, this could be quite important and actually give them a bit of a round chance here.
So, 14 rounds already to be played. This is the 14th. Let's see where they choose to take this one already. We're going to see 3 Titan members start to orientate themselves towards A, and they do this time and time again. Maniac, Squeaky, Apex main. Back and forth they go. This time, though, Snacks has managed to get himself in a prime position to try and catch Kenny, and he's going to do it. Oh, no, he's in prime position. Doesn't even hit the shot. Not one bullet. And that is going to put Kenny with a little bit of extra intel. As once again, Bialy and Maniac just duke it out. And this time, Maniac prevails. Quick response, though, from Pasha. That's something VP are so competent at, in making sure that those trades happen. And now, with the numbers nice and level once again, it's all going to come down to what Pasha can do. Look at this guy go. 19 frags already.
Yeah, really doing so well for his side. And he's been so fluid in his play. So not only was he able to be on the B side before, he's played aggressive mid, he's been playing short, and he can also play A. He has been filling whichever role he needs to in this. And now Kenny needs to find that shot. And it kind of breaks my heart to see him missing stuff like that, because it's Kenny S. This guy is renowned for being phenomenal, and at the moment, he's not being phenomenal, and Taz just outdid him. Dear Lord, man. Taz just dancing around the bullets, coming back out of the smoke. He wants more, and he's going to get more. Oh, Taz perfectly played around the back then, and Titan just being outdone step by step.
Is it just me, or did it feel like Existence took a whole long time to kind of cotton on to where Taz was coming from? I mean, I know they do have a silencer, but still, no communication on the Titan side of things, it seems, as VP are starting to find a new lease of life after the initial, was it 5 in a row Titan managed to acquire. Now they are going to be money screwed after picking up the round just prior, as that's going to really mess with their economy. As you can see that actually, oh, tell a lie. I was just looking at the, I guess off the money at the back of those 5. I was just looking at the scoreboard, I could see that one round win. I thought they were going to be messed up, and then I was like, actually, there's 5 AKs in full nades. Oopsie daisy. Damn it, you only get one. You only get one. And I was too wrapped up in the scoreboard.
I was looking, I was like, waiting until he sees the buy.
Is that why you looked at me? Oh, what an idiot. Oh, that's frustrating.
But Pasha is in a great spot here. Let's take our mind back to the game, because Titan are boosting players up here. Pasha is once again in mid. He does get one, but quickly domed down by Existence. But Taz still doing what he does best. Just being the immovable object in mid as Existence. And sadly for Kenny, gonna have to try and take him down with Snacks, just helping out as Bialy waits patiently to see if Maniac is gonna do the same old job.
Jesus, they just have so much presence in mid, and it's so varied as well. You know, VP will go from having 3 mid to 1 to 0.
Oh, Snacks.
Puts it into Kenny. It's through the wall. He knew there was going to be another attempt, as Maniac is going to be the last man standing, and Lauren is giggling. It's going to be 9-6 on the half. That's going to be a Freudian slip. Let's see where they choose to take this one. I mean, Virtus Pro, they're going to be very happy, I think, with their CT side. Titan, though, like, they went into damage control at the right time. Sometimes we see Titans picking up the last 3-4 rounds after they get this new motivation. They got it at the right time. They're going to be not too upset with 6. And I think this can, once again, I'm going to say that cliched caster thing, as this could go either way.
Oh, that really is cliche.
That's right. I told you. I warned you. There was a pre-warning.
You let me know. That's nice. But I just want to kind of appreciate you. Okay,
I was just adjusting my trousers. I didn't realise you were coming.
Say trousers,
Hello.
they're shorts.
No, I didn't. They don't know that. They don't know that there's a cheeky knee. Oh, hello. I don't know there's a cheeky knee. Now they do.
Oh, wow. The magic of TV. Ruined.
That nice little cut as the leg came up. My nice hams.
I'm done. I'm absolutely done.
Sorry.
Oh, we are just waiting for the second half to start up, but yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about how you feel the second half's going to play out. We're going back to CS. We're talking about the game, Lauren.
I know. I'm used to our like 30-minute breaks where we had to fill and talk about Digimon and RuneScape, but
we still
actually talking about CS.
Okay. Oh, stop.
Okay, here we go. It's all right. I'll pull myself back in line.
Nice. Yeah.
So the thing I want to point out was how well Virtus Pro adapted. After
Should we see if we can do a transition into the game? Like, you know, like the...
I think we just did.
Oh, there we go.
But no, it was because once Virtus Pro lost a little bit of control for those 4 to 5 rounds, they switched up. They put the 3-man almost hit squad roaming on towards A. You saw them kind of go down towards B as well. They got back in the game. A couple of exchanges, probably not their ideal standard play, but it kind of switched it around and gave Virtus Pro back this great scoreline. So we are now live into this. It'll be Virtus Pro starting on the T side now into the second half and Titan on the CT. And Virtus Pro have a lot more rounds to work with, and it looks like they're going for that A play.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Of course, plenty of time on this round as we are going to be looking at...
My screen.
Your screen.
That's weird.
Hello, Observer Lauren.
Okay. We're looking at my screen, guys.
See what you've got. See what you've got, Pro Observer Pansy. Looks like we're already going to be seeing blood drawn on either side as Bjarly and Apex just go head-to-head. And Apex's head is, in fact, now splattered across the walls as the bomb does go in. And we're going to be seeing this retake now take shape for Titan Mania. It's going to be first on the scene, just hanging by Toxic. Not going to be able to find too much. As he does fire a shot towards main. You can once again see the VP are going to be very tight with these angles, forcing Titan to come to them, and they will do just that. One by one, they fall, and that's going to be a very solid start from VP.
It will be. So I need apologies for that.
Okay.
You know, you got to see me trying to tab out to see what was going on, but it's cool. There's nothing in the background. You got to see my Twitter for a little while. That's fine.
What's funny is now you're going to be so cautious.
So scared.
You are never going to tab out again. You are never going to tab out again.
Risking it for a biscuit. Dun.
Fantastic.
But no, great start for Virtus Pro. That gets him on the SMG buy-up. The Mac 10's now coming out to play the SMG buy-up, excluding Taz going for the UMP. But that's outside that Titan are pretty screwed on money. They're going to go for a bit of a stack towards A, and to be fair, it's the right place to be.
Yeah, it most definitely is. You say the stack, they seem to be kind of... Oh, Existence and Apex were on the rotate. They're just like, is this the right call? It is. And actually, Maniac's going to find one beforehand, but the Mac Daddy is here, and yeah, Biceps, man, it's just showing up. Bjarly and Taz are there as well, and it's just going to be another neat and tidy round unless RPK is going to commit to the monkey business. He does. He's been pretty damn good with the 5-7 in the past, and he's going to continue to do so now. 31, though, is all he has left to play with. Make it 17 as the nades just keep raining, and he's so desperate for the Oompa Loompa. Isn't going to find it, though, as he is going to go down. And my nickname for the UMP has just been revealed. Whoops. That was not intentional.
Really?
No.
You didn't mean that.
I call the... yeah, I just started saying and the whole thing came out. Oompa Loompa.
Perfect.
Diggity-doo.
I'm not saving you from this one. I'll just leave you singing that. But Titan are still on the eco. They tried to stack out A. They've got the CZ with Kenny S, but that's pretty much it. Now, I'm actually surprised seeing RPK running with the 5-7. He was really good on the CZ. Him and Apex are actually marvelous at it, so I'm kind of a little surprised. But all in all, we are seeing the stack out again towards A. Apex, RPK all in line, and one by one they fall, mostly to Bjarly. 3 kills back-to-back, site secured, a lot of money, and the bomb going down. And, well, sadly for Titan, they're just going to be thinking, well, I guess just wait for that gun round to come in now.
Yeah, they are just kind of delaying the inevitable. Then again, Pashat does get shut down. Of course, not too much of a loss considering their economy. And Bjarly's going to be so very happy as he's just got 1,800 in the bank from those 3 kills.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Yeah, Bjarly's just making it rain. And it looks like Kenny S is just going to be desperately waiting to take someone else home. Not going to happen as I think we're going to be seeing a VP very, very cautious. Like, we highlighted how important this was for them, and they're not going to go hunting. They don't need to go hunting. There's absolutely no benefit in taking Kenny S out of this one. Oh no, he gets to keep his CZ, and they're going to keep it real nice. They're not going to try and throw him off on tilt or some sort of weird value they can get from taking him down. Instead, VP stay stalwart, and we are going to be seeing them go into this one with a full tasty buy.
Yeah. Kenny sadly no armor though, which
is he keeping the scout? Neo.
With 7k.
Neo.
7k, Neo.
Neo. Okay.
7k.
Money bangs Neo.
Neo's just feeling it. He's 12 to 6 right now. I guess you got a little bit of room to play with, but the rest of his team fully bought up, fully comfortable here, and it looks like they're going to go for the opener towards B. Neo going to go for that quick little peek in. Not going to find much out of it. But it is a 5-man stack, and RPK and Existence might be in trouble. A very dominant combo, but with one of them now already down, Taz picking up the first. Beautiful flash from Existence. I didn't even know you could do that. That is awesome to watch. But still, Existence takes control, at least for a second, and gives time for Maniac and Kenny S to come around to the site. But Kenny S now 1v3. Jesus. I don't think he really wants to fight this, and once again, he's just going to be playing out the time, going, guys, can you not? Can you stop leaving me like this? Yeah,
and I mean, VP just seem to be so smart with their pacing. Like, they will either be super fast, super slow. Like, you cannot be sitting there like safe. You're never safe when you're against VP, or at least when they're in this form. As Titan, they don't know whether it's ice or it's oh no, damn it. Damn it, I was going to go for a Katy Perry song. It's hot and cold, not ice and fire. Oh, Kenny S then is going to be hunted down like a dog. As this time he does have a little bit more of an arsenal. That CZ has been joined by an AWP, and he is going to be taken down through the smoke. Pasha shakes his head, and that is going to be now the 13th then for Virtus.pro.
And Pasha's having a stunning game, 22 to 10. What a big score for this man. His CT side was pretty phenomenal, and he's being able to kind of convert that towards the T side too. And the economy for Titan is in just shambles. And considering this round point, you know, they're starting to get towards the end of this game. They needed more than this. They weren't doing too badly, but their CT side has just been overwhelmed. Virtus.pro have had the money from start to finish, and it looks like they're going to try and stack out possibly towards A. 4 players heading towards an Existence just going to sit here by this very lonely B site and just have to sit it out and wait.
Yeah, and every time Titan have stacked on towards A, we have seen VP rip them apart by Harley primarily. Not sure if this is going to go the same way this time, as they have managed to kind of readjust. 2 on the top side of the site, 2 at the bottom. Apex and RPK going to be holding hands on towards Forklift, and they do find first blood. It's going to be Bialy then down and out. Do they manage to scavenge the AK? It looks like they will, as they realize Existence is screaming on the B side. He is in trouble. The Molly's coming in, and he's going to do his best to try and delay this plan. And he has managed to stop the plan. That's going to be big.
That's perfect work. He sadly can't get the AK though, and he's so desperate for a chance to pick it up. Neo says no, and now the 3 remaining players are just being dealt with by Pasha. Nade comes in towards Kenny S, CZ towards RPK, and the one-man band is not done just yet. He could even find Maniac here, but Taz takes it away, and Virtus.pro get themselves so very close to closing down this game.
Yeah, just 2 rounds away now from victory, and Titan are really going to have to cobble together a good set of rounds in a row now. This is going to be the first test, and let's see how Kenny can perform again. We are going to be that broken record, you better believe it, as Kenny continuing to sit at that bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah,
and
7 kills.
Yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily the only reason Titan are struggling, but it certainly doesn't help, as now the double AWP from Pasha and Neo are going to make an appearance.
Apex and RPK going aggressive mid, maybe to get some vent control. That's quite nice. That's a little different. Look at those nades, straight away ready for it. Who is that? That's Snacks putting those out. His game awareness is absolutely crisp, but I wonder if maybe Pasha or Bialy could put a molly in towards those vents, but they don't need to, because Neo's just going to outscope Kenny S. That's something a couple of months ago you would not see, and Neo's not done just yet. Oh. There's his 3rd. Apex goes down, and this man is just the brute force alone of just dragging Virtus.pro into this round. Maniac was alive on the A side, but not for long. His Existence now 1v5. He's got the AWP, he gets one, but that's about it. Virtus.pro get themselves on towards that big round marker, and one more round, and they are good.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to pick this one up in style. I mean, we're going to be seeing some, what we thought were going to be some close scorelines in this one, and, you know, the kind of pretense to this one was VP need both of these wins to really look comfortable coming in towards the offlines. This is a good start. Going to be going up against TSM straight after this one. That'll be played out on Overpass. So much more from VP. Having the kind of strong win against a team like Titan is going to be a real good one to put VP in the stead for this one. But that is me ruling Titan out. That's, of course, not the case, as stranger things have happened.
That's a very brave comment to make at the moment. Neo and Pasha still running that.
You've got to
double
give
AWP.
them a chance. You've got to.
I don't know.
I'm trying to give
I know
Titan...
you're trying. I know. You're clutching at those very, very hopeful straws. Like, come on.
Please.
No, I think we know this one's a little bit of a sealed deal at this point. Titan not being able to pick up a single round yet on their CT side.
Look at their nades as well.
Well, that's a good start at least. Maniac going to find Bialy. Apex finds Taz. That's the first time we're seeing an actual trade go in their favour. But Kenny's still pushing out here. Kenny's... Okay, Kenny pushed up and kind of got a great deal of information, allowing RPK and Existence now to solo out on the B site here. At least staying in these positions, and well, they get the information, but not the ideal trades again. Pasha and Neo, though, the two AWPs now switched up with one AK, gonna have to do some real work.
Yeah, he just pushes out onto the back of the flash. Didn't actually take down Pasha. What's going on here? Looks like Pasha's got it all to do then with just 4 points of health. And this, my friends, is not going to end just yet, as Kenny S does crawl after that long walk from A main, does manage to come up behind and pick that one up. And so that's going to be the start of the very long journey. Like, you ruled them out. I'm going to start waving my little Titan flag if they pick up another.
Hey, I love the Titan guys. I think they're absolutely awesome. But I don't think they're going to turn this one around.
Maybe they should stick to not buying nades and just sticking to buying FAMASs, because that seems to be working well. Yeah.
Well, there we go. We've got two in it now. We've got RPK and Maniac going for the big guns for them. But what Titan 4 on A? They like this aggressive play, and it seems to actually work out. It's caught out for Kenny. Kenny hit the shot, man. You needed to, and your team just fell apart. How the hell did he miss that?
I don't think he knows. He's going to be shaking his head, and you know, he said before, I lost confidence. Such a confidence-based player, such a confidence-based team, and this is not going to be the start they were looking for. Well, I'll say the start, the kind of end, I suppose it has to be said considering their position. Is it 4th from the bottom on this Pro League, and they need this win.
And look at Neo. He's played this very, very well. He already started rotating this to this position extraordinarily early, so he's actually ahead of the curve almost. If he can find out a little bit of information, like, okay, I've at least heard one here. They probably think it's a B. Get back over towards A. Neo even takes down Existence. That is just the icing on the cake. Now Kenny 1v2. He's got a lot of work here because Taz is already at the A side and Kenny missing another. It just breaks my heart to see it, but he does at least take down Neo. So 1v1. Kenny up against Taz. The bomb is planted. It's planted well for main, but Taz fakes it out. Says, hey, I'm going to plant for main, but I'll sit a quad and hope that Kenny falls for it.
Well, that's going to be a massive hint to Kenny. He's going to look at it and you can immediately see the potential, and everything rests now on Kenny's shoulders.
He's
just completely fallen for it, and Taz has done it. VP start with a bang as 16-6 going to be the scoreline for that one, and it has to be said, Titan not looking incredible, but VP Pasha, his early plays in mid with a pistol, with an M4, put anything in his hands, he was picking up AWP frags. The man was unstoppable, and it's so good to see that. And then you also have Taz, you know, this kind of backup plan in mid. He was there, Snacks was there. These individuals all just coming together, and really, you can see it in their eyes, even though I can't see their eyes. You can see it in their virtual eyes that they really won this one.
Do you remember when we were talking about clutching at straws?
I was clutching at like a nice analogy that required me to see them. It's a nice analogy, I just can't see them. Actually, what you don't know is I'm on Skype with all of them right now.
Oh, with
so
the
you can see it in their eyes.
Yep, you can.
That they really want
right
this.
Now.
Thank you.
No, to take you from
my way out.
like, I was going to leave you like a little rope or something, but taking it back to the game, I just want to highlight the last round because it's kind of cool to see, because you get Taz, who's not known for his aim, right? So you get Taz, a player who's, you know, a little bit more brain-based, a little bit more smart player these days, at least against Kenny, who used to be considered like raw aim, you know, this brilliant skill. Maybe not the smartest player on occasion, you know, you'd probably look to Existence for that. But then you see like just Taz outbraining him, playing for main, and then just wait until like, Kenny's going to fall for that. Kenny's going to think I'm there. Because you know, Existence did that not too long ago as well, so they're kind of like getting into their own minds, and just Taz waiting out at quad and playing it, you know, just playing it perfectly. But I think this puts Virtus Pro in good stead for the next game. I don't know if you can even consider Titan on the par of TSM right now, because I think TSM are pretty much neck and neck if you look at the overall picture.
Oh yeah, straight up.
With Fnatic. These guys are a top 3 team, you know, maybe even a top 1 team. They just don't have that major under their belt yet. They don't have those big titles just yet to kind of back it up, but their form is on par.
That was the comment from Dupree recently. He said the only thing separating us from Fnatic is the major, or the not having a major win. They totally put it much more eloquently than that, but that was exactly what he said. And that's a real good sign that TSM are on form and confident going into this game. It's a big one for VP. It's an even bigger one for TSM, as these guys are going to be battling to stay at that top 4 spot. Of course, top 4 progressing to the offline stages coming up not too soon. July 2nd, they'll be kicking off, and you guys can get tickets as well if you do head over to pro.eslgaming.com/CSGO and navigate there to the schedule, where you'll see our sweet final is going to be coming up, and we're all going to be there. You get to see us, get to see the players, and even get to see the NA guys as well. Of course, the top 4 from there will be making their way as well. It's time now for us to go to a quick break. Bringing you VP vs TSM will be a pleasure, and be coming up straight after this. And we are back. Hello and welcome to the ESL ESEA Pro League. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Lauren Pansy Scott. She hasn't gone anywhere, and
Still
it's
here.
time to talk about Game 3 of tonight. Big one, TSM VP. We've hyped it up already, and you really, there is so much for both of these teams. An indicator of how TSM are performing, and on overpass of all maps, which I know me and Lauren have seen real prime examples over the last 2 times we saw TSM on overpass.
Yeah.
Where TSM really have looked very strong. VP as well, both very competent. And it's kind of going to be the second test for VP after besting Titan quite comfortably, 16-6 over on Cash just the game before.
Yeah, I'm looking at just to see how good Virtus Pro are, how close they are to actually being able to challenge the big dogs TSM. Well, they do at least get to pick up the knife there. Taz just closing that one down, so they will get to choose whichever side they would like to start on. And hopefully for them, it'll get them off to a very good start. And they definitely need that here, because you would argue TSM, they are on par with the big guys right now. They are up there with the Fanatics. So for Virtus Pro, they have to get this one. They have to prove that they can exist within that top 4 slots currently going on in the ESL ESEA Pro League, especially in the EU region. And we are now seconds away from getting this one started.
Yeah, let's kick this one off, and kick this one off with a bang, as it's time now to see how these teams perform. Both really at peak performance. We've seen them up against Titan recently, Gamers 2, Navi, flip side, all victories for them, and TSM the same, besting NIP twice in a row actually, as of late, as KGB starts. So he needs to go on. It's Pasha now down. Pasha, of course, on top form as it was in just the game prior. Over 25 frags for him. As Taz swings the door open and tries to pick up a second. Not going to happen, but Neo is there to pick up the pieces, fortunately, as the frags just keep coming for VP. And now it's all onto Zip, Nix, and Device to try and piece together the round. They do have the advantage of being able to get that bomb down just about. As now pressure from Sandbags.
It certainly is, but there's still that Tech 9 in the hands of Snacks and Device. Last man alive. He's outnumbered, he's outgunned, and now he's gone down. Taz had to close it out. Device did get picked up, and Neo with the defuse. And, well, this is looking more and more like a very good start for Virtus Pro. Neo playing well straight away, Taz playing well straight away. And this is a perfect start.
It's a real good start, and I'm looking towards what they're going to pick up. We saw VP actually favor the rifles, especially on overpass. It would make sense. I assume we're going to be seeing a fair few M4s and FAMAS. We're actually going to be seeing a whole lot of SMGs take it back. 3 MP7s picked up, and that means they're probably going to be going pretty aggressive. CQB.
And to be fair, Taz last time was the only player who actually didn't have an SMG. He went with the UMP. Everyone else did have those SMGs. So this is something that clearly Virtus Pro like to do. They like to have a majority stack of the SMGs in their second round on their CT side if they pick up the first. Now, I don't know how that becomes a little bit more diverse down the line. But on the T side, this is a huge investment. That's a lot of money put in here, a lot of armor, and a big, heavy load of Tech 9s coming in, pouring towards the site. The B site is looking like a bloodbath right now, and Neo's the one at the top of it. The king of the hill is raining in the fire, and finally goes down to Device, and Cajun B still kicking in this one. Device follows up perfectly, and now 1v1, Snacks up against Device. TSM have done the damage, but can they just close down this round?
It's going to be really tough for Device, especially now considering his health brought down to just 18. To be fair, Snacks is a bit worse for wear as well. 35 for him. And he does have the advantage of being able to put that bomb down. Does go down. Now time is of the essence for Snacks, and it's all about positioning. And Device is going for a bit of a run. He's going to try and rope-a-dope around. And he very well could catch Snacks off guard here. The smoke's going to come in, and that's going to be potentially spelling trouble for the T. But look at Snacks. He's going hunting. Now what did he do? Device just charged around the smoke. The smoke was enough to kind of put him on kind of panic mode. And Snacks plays it just pinpoint precision and managed to bring that second frag and the round home for his team.
And not only did we see that great control count from Taz in the previous game in the final round, we've just seen Taz do just the same thing then, just putting down the smoke, really making TSM, specifically Device then, a little bit careful, a little bit on edge, and thinking, okay, well, maybe he's defusing, maybe he's going to full it. And, well, it wasn't the case, and Neo just showing that experience once again. But 2-0 for Virtus Pro, not clean rounds just yet, but clean enough. Yeah. And they'll be happy with that. 2 bomb plants, though, coming in for TSM means they're not poor. They've got enough money to get some rifles back into the game. They've got a good bit of utility on towards Dupree. And they're taking themselves over towards, kind of A-long, taking their time, spreading out well. They've still got Zipnix just holding the tunnel pushes if required. And Virtus Pro need to be careful because they're on a bit of a shoddy by themselves. They've got, Scout in play. They've got the P90, UMP. It's not perfect.
Yeah, it's by no means perfect. And now they've got to try and build something off of this. And yeah, we saw him do incredible stuff with the AWP in that very position not too long ago, and Now we are going to be seeing TSM with these newfound weapons going to be finding frags, and in fact HellRaisers, it's actually going to be Snacks to shut him down. They didn't manage to do too much damage, just brought him down to 45 as he's going to be cornered beast at this point. Flashes himself as it's going to be Carrigan who picks that one up. Now Snacks there to respond as they're going to be going back and forth, and TSM have gathered no ground yet into a site.
And Pasha kind of threw himself into the fire then to allow Snacks the time, the positioning, the presence to get the kills, and he did just enough, and that did allow Snacks to get 3. So now Carrigan and Zipnix, the last 2 alive. Well, in a 3v2, you can probably choose the best site here, or try and choose the best site to go to. If they go towards A, well, they've got Taz and Neo to deal with. If they're able to get to B without, ringing off too many alarm bells, TSM would just be able to challenge down Bialy. But then again, Bialy does have the P90, he has a lot of bullets, and it's not a long rotate just from A down towards B. And here we go, Bialy becoming rather aware, gets the first down, a good exchange, information gathered, and now quickly you can see Virtus.pro try and get themselves over towards the B side, but it's Zipnix, it's a 1v2, and he's up against a scout, he could do some real work here.
Yeah, especially if they get into the close quarters. Oh, that's big. Neo now down. Is he going to find the last one? It's going to be him versus Taz. Taz, you already highlighted as the brain of the bunch. He's going to be trying to do his best in this scenario, but Zipnix out-aims and out-brains to bring 3 frags home and the round as TSM are going to punch Virtus.pro in the gut with that 3rd round win.
Perfectly played then by Zipnix at the end. Just, I thought it was a little bit sloppy almost from the last 2 players alive for Virtus.pro. I wanted to see a little bit more of a crisp retake coming in, but not to be the case. And now TSM have a good deal of money. They've kind of turned this back on its head. So we've got the pistols coming out for Virtus.pro. They've got a CZ, P250s, no armor though. So they're going to try and maybe get into these awkward angles where they could catch them off guard. Snacks is certainly trying to do that. Zipnix watching the push. Taz pushing up as well. They're just getting a little bit out of position to a normal extent. So trying to hold those close range angles, and those P250s can do damage.
Yeah, and especially when there's no armor, Carrigan's going to be very comfortable on that MP7. As I'm not too sure what they're going to be able to find here. Pasha is in toilets. He's going to be the first one really on the scene on towards long. Does have a CZ. He's going to want to try and favor that close quarters. And that's a perfect timing on the peak. Not going to happen though. Dupree too quick on the trigger. As TSM are going to start finding openers. Cajun B's there as well. And that's one on either site. And decision time now for the Danes.
And I really liked how cautious TSM were. They're so aware of what, monetary stance Virtus.pro are probably on. So even if they weren't sure, then they played it super slow, super cautious by A-Long. As soon as they saw Pasha with just that CZ, they could assume the rest. Now they're leaving Device as almost their rotate point, so he can watch the back and the whole entrance there. The only slight issue is that Taz is kind of in an in-between. He's kind of in a position where Device would have seen if he had rotated off of A, but Taz got there earlier. So now Taz could be able to get maybe a kill here, maybe 2. If he's in the right place, but Device now going to be challenged out by Neo, but Device quick on the trigger, takes him down. Not even a single scratch to be really dealt towards TSM at this point, and that's how cautious they've been, but not cautious enough. Carrigan gets picked up, but bless you, that is the SMG down and nothing more.
Ooh, I can feel that sneeze coming for about 3 months. Finally, it's there. Ooh. Okay. All right, I'm much better for that.
Yeah, you feel good now.
That was really bugging me. Finally. As now, let's see what Carrigan chooses to bring into the fray. As I wouldn't be surprised if he just does get dropped a rifle. Always going to go back to the SMG. Either way, let's see how VP respond. They are going to be going for that double eco. Just a couple of nades for Snacks to try and deal with this one. They are going to be stacking and not snacking their way.
They're going to be snacking.
They're going to be snacking.
They're eating their feelings.
Just a hand in a packet of crisps. As it looks like we're going to be seeing VP just stack up towards toilets, just say it nice and slowly. Try and get some early aggression, early frag, but TSM not going to give them an inch because they know VP are capable of taking the mile.
And I really love how cautious they are. I was saying in the last round, and again, they're maybe up against a team on eco. They're not sure if it's a shoddy buy or full, but what they're going to come up against. Look how cautious they are. Now they're just going to take their time. And they're going to check their corners. They're going to make sure no one surprises them. Carrigan went down, but that wasn't the end of the world. But Dupree here, starting to try and find some information. Cajun B ahead of the smoke in a good position too, but Zipnix could be caught off guard here. Bialy snuck up pretty damn well, and Bialy does deliver. Takes down Zipnix, spots out 2 more, does go down, but they now know, well, TSM have got a lot of presence towards B. We better get some players over there to try and do some damage, and that flash was good, but not good enough.
Yeah, TSM have really put in some work here on Overpass. It's evidence. Last time these guys met, 16-4 to Virtus.pro. That was in the Face It League, and this is a very different side to TSM on Overpass. Not too long ago, they bested NIP with that incredible result, 16-1, or was it 16-3 actually? Excuse me. And this, my friends, is once again TSM going to be shutting down neat and tidy, just as Lauren said, the VP eco. But the real test will come the next round, see what VP can bring to them in the forefront of this one. They've been going for that aggressive presence. It's something that VP can do very well. TSM do exactly the same on their CT side. That aggressive push out from the A site. Gather intel, gather frags, and then back on up. TSM going to be picking this one up. Taz, there's nothing he can do. He's just going to walk on in and try and find an exit. Not going to happen as he does a backflip to celebrate, and that's going to be now time to see what VP can do with weapons in their hands.
And I'm just going to say, this game just seems like it's just going to get better and better now. It's been such a close-neck thing. So, Verse Pro picking up the first two, TSM turning around with the early buy off to the back of those plants. And now we get to see the big one, that big first real gun round. Now, Cajun B, 6.1k. Sticking with the Galil here.
That's another questionable one.
Yeah, we saw the Scout earlier being kind of stuck with by Neo on the last map, but full buy-up from Virtus Pro. Snacks not messing around. He wants some control towards that A-long area, but that's not where TSM are. TSM just kind of working their way through that mid-connector area, that lower underpass, however you want to refer to it as. And they're being cautious again. They're slow, they're meticulous. Whereas Dupree and Zipnix over by that B side, just holding the push. Considering last time around it was Bialy who snuck up, maybe just to see if that's something he's trying again. But I just want to see where TSM take this, and I think they want to find out, where are these guys playing? Have they pushed up? How aggressive are they? And Pasha, to be fair, he was looking for that shot. Not going to find anything though, as Device is actually backing out.
Yeah, it looks like TSM have made a decision. You can see Dupree's kind of yearning towards short. Wants to try and make a push in. This wallbang's so common because there's nades and flashes that can be thrown from this corner to enable his team to push in. That's just going to cover off the rotate from CT spawn. There's going to be a quick response there from VP. This is very nice from them. The counter flashes, the counter smokes. They're going to make this as difficult for TSM as they can, as it's going to be a real big frag for Carrigan. How did Taz fluff his line so badly? Now, 4 versus 3. Dupree pushing through the pop flash. This is perfect from TSM. The bomb's in, they're set up, and VP get a disconnect to rub salt to the wound.
Well, Neo and Pasha, the sad thing is there, Virtus Pro were perfect. They did the counter smokes well. They held them back on the right places, as you noted. But then I was going to say, well, they've got to hit the shots now. And what the hell did Taz do?
Yeah, Taz is going to be bugged.
He completely fluffed his shot. And, of course, TSM, a team of that caliber, is not going to do that. They're young, they're hungry, and they're looking for these wins. And Neo, eventually hits the shot towards Cajun B. But, Virtus Pro were correct until it came to hitting those shots. And now Pasha and Neo just trying to stay alive, keep those weapons hampered. Device.
Yeah,
oh, that flash wasn't good there. He was actually going to be flashed in for it, but not to get it in the end. But yeah, it was all going well for Virtus Pro until they messed up actually hitting the shots, and that's as simple as it is. Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure Carrigan was flashed when he hit that shot as well. He was definitely doing the flashbang dance, that's for sure. And I think it's time to see the first AWP of the game. What's Pasha going to be doing with this one? We saw Neo take it before as a hunted on towards long, but this time Pasha's going to be taking it back towards long. In fact, it's the second one. Tell a lie, we did actually see it the round prior. I didn't quite note that. But VP going to be trying to bring something in. Look at this Pasha's positioning. He goes straight through toilets, looking to try and catch them off guard with his position, but there's 3 TSM members all starting to lean towards long, and he's in a prime spot to try and take one, maybe 2 down. Dupree now put to grave early, as that's going to be TSM hindered so early in this round.
I just can't write them out. That's the thing, though. They're so capable. And Carrigan, that was a little bit of a couple of crosswires then, almost taking down Cajun B. Like, hey, let's make it harder for ourselves. But still, Snacks pushed up pretty far here. He's in a good spot. Well, I think he sees him. Yeah, he does. He does see Carrigan. And Carrigan really not focused in this one. He almost took down his own teammate then earlier. And now Snacks going to back up a little. TSM held on the precipice here. They can't push through that smoke. And then they had Pasha in their way, but Device lands a cracker, outscoping Pasha with an AK. But still, a lot of players for Virtus Pro on this site. And we saw how well TSM can hold this. They completely dismantled NIP earlier in the Pro League season. But TSM are giving them a bit of a masterclass here of how to open it. But there's Snacks holding that close push. Almost gets the follow-up, and he needed to land that one to stop the bomb being able to go down. And now 2v2, Taz and Bialy to try and hold on here.
It's going to be big from Taz. Does manage to get the first, looking for the second as well. So low, it is going to be Bialy to piece that one together. And VP, all they need is a FAMAS as they manage to scoop up the AWP and the defuse to bring that third one home. And that's a gap closer. That's really important. You could have seen TSM starting to run away with that one, start to mess with VP's economy, but no, they close it, and it's going to be 3-4.
And I'm really surprised at TSM. They just looked a little bit shaky. Once, getting to site, they lost a play. Carrigan was caught off, and he almost killed his teammate there. I think maybe just communication was a little bit off point, because you can see what happens when they are on point. It's just crisp and it's clean. But That looks a little bit sloppy, but let's see what they do now. Once again, back on the buy. They've still got money here, but this is a very close game. Pasha and Snacks, look how aggressive these guys are. They are pushing straight up here. I think Pasha's actually, is he in party already? He is, and that could be massive here. If he can get these shots to land, he is in the perfect spot, but already Snacks finds KGB. Dupree is around the back a little, but they've done the damage. A little hit and run there. Snacks gets out, but Dupree comes in for the punish. He doesn't get the shot off. Pasha's still alive, and that is a real error. They could have punished so much towards Virtus Pro then.
But mate, I mean, Snacks went so aggressive, and look where he's got. He's got another one. He's picking them up now, looking for more heads as he's going to be trying to shut them down. VP,
he's got backup. Neo's there. Neo can cover him off, or at least hope he can.
Wrapped around though. He's got a plan behind him. He needs to be careful. Neo does babysit perfectly. Dupree now down. Lauren's mind is blown as this is just coming together beautifully for Virtus Pro as it's all onto Device. Just 34 points of health, and all but a dream as he finds Snacks. And now 3 more CTs standing between him and this round. And this has gone so south for TSM so fast. And it was all down to that early aggression, that early presence all across the map, across the board from Virtus Pro.
And the synergy between Neo and Snacks then was just beautiful to witness. And okay, so Snacks was vulnerable from one area. Didn't matter because Neo was holding it, but on Device, giving it a good shot. That Hyper Beast being put into some hyper action, but Neo's there, pushes forward, closes it down. But that synergy was beautiful to watch because Snacks pushed up aggressively, right? And he was vulnerable from kind of being flanked, as you pointed out. But Neo, as soon as he saw that, pushed up out of the A side, got a little closer, said, all right, well, I've got your back. You just dominate that corridor. That's what you watch. And that is exactly what paid out for them. Keeping Virtus Pro now neck and neck with TSM, who can still afford this pretty decent buy-up. These rounds are so close. I think this is going to be one of the best games I've cast in a long time.
It's evidence that we've seen some real hard work put in from TSM as well. VP having to bring, pull out all the stops in order to make this one as close as it currently is, and Neo is kind of has yet to be tested on this B side, but that may very well be changing very, very shortly. Zipnik's the man with the bomb, the man with a plan, is just lurking outside long, and you can see Dupree is in that same spot ready to do this flash and smoke. Here comes the nades, here comes the barrage of pushing on towards Bayali, and he's going to have to do everything he can as this half the bomb site is smoked. The nades come in as well. He's going to have to do something here as it looks like the bomb's going down already. And the fast fingers of Snacks, they managed to respond. Taz is there as well as the frags just keep on coming for VP, and KGB and Karrigan are going to be stuck very much in a sticky position. Karrigan does a big... Is it a double? That was a double from him. I thought KGB picked up one as well. No, KGB's got it all to do now. Not going to happen as Neo shuts him down. And VP, they have an answer for everything.
They've started to turn it up now. This is brilliant. And what a difference from the last game as well. Before, Pasha was a big impact player. This game, he's only got 2 kills. And then on the other hand, it was a very quiet game from Snacks. We didn't see him really excel in the previous matchup. Here, he's on 11-7. Neo, though, the consistent one out of everything, had a great game last game that we saw just a moment ago, and now being able to find the same form. But look at this again. Pasha, aggressive. Snacks, aggressive. They don't like giving TSM this map control. They don't like allowing them the freedom. And on the TSM side, they're a little bit strapped for cash. They've got 2 of those Tech 9s in there, kind of depending off the back of each other to if a player gets picked, you pick up the AK and run with it. Yeah,
and I think we're going to be seeing an exchange in long later in this round. Pasha is actually... Oh, tell a lie. He's changed his mind. He's on off. He's on off to B. He thinks that there's going on because the smokes and flashes do get thrown out. The decoy as well. As Dupree makes himself known as well with the Tech 9. They want to try and draw the CTs, and they have done just that. Pasha, though, decides to stick at A.
And the other thing is, the only guns that have made noise really so far have been the Tech 9, so maybe Virtus Pro aren't aware of what's up against them, and now they will be. Device comes in with a big AWP shot towards Snacks, and that's going to ring alarm bells for Virtus Pro. Yeah,
now they're kind of in panic mode, because the bomb still is going to be. I don't know why I'm whispering, they're not here. Neo and Bialy are going to be sticking around the side. They seem to have got a good idea. That 2-2 split then from the CTs as TSM are starting to wrap around. There's still 2 Ts around toilet area, and if they were to try and make some noise, try and draw Neo on the rotate, they could try and pick up Bialy on his own, but no, not going to happen just yet. Pasha's considering the rotate as well. You can see he's just thinking about it. There's discussion. The molly's going to be thrown out as TSM yet to make their presence known. And they've only got 25 seconds now, Lauren.
Yeah, but I think Neo's going to spot him out.
Oh my!
Neo and Bialy deliver back-to-back kills. Dupree breaks in, takes down Neo, but he's bought time. Surely Taz and Pasha can get there. But KGB and Karrigan both have armor, both have weaponry. And look at that shot from Karrigan. Sublime play comes out. But now Taz, 1v1, 5 seconds remain. The bomb's down. Taz needs to get this shot off KGB, playing it perfectly to time, but Taz this time will deliver, and he will get the defuse and a well-needed round to follow up for Virtus Pro.
Taz just makes up for those whiffed lines not too long ago up against Karrigan. This time he wins the 1v1, and this time he brings the round home for his team. And those are the rounds you're really going to be tested. Taz answers with a big smile on his face then. 6-4 going to be the score. And TSM are going to be able to pull something together. You said their economy's a bit shaky. You saw with a couple of Tech 9s. They managed to make that close. Not close enough as they didn't manage to pick that one up. And now you're going to be seeing full AKs. No warp though yet in the hands of Device. We saw him the round prior. And didn't manage to do too much with it. He got the opener onto away, but they were in the end and always going to be pushing B. We saw Zipnix with that bomb and he didn't move.
And I want to see the change now from TSM. How do they switch up? Because really, Virtus Pro, once they got into the gun rounds against each other, it just seemed to go Virtus Pro's way. They went a little aggressive down towards Party. They've been really locking down this map and making it hard work. But TSM didn't really switch up. Now they're looking a little bit different here. Zipnix not in the same spot. He was like holding the push towards B. He was seeing if they were going to push through. He's kind of in mid now. So they're kind of accumulating themselves towards possibly A, toilets. But now they're switching. This looks very different here. This is a very different approach from TSM. And they might need to find that, considering it's been a good 4 rounds in a row with Virtus Pro really reigning in the kills in the rounds. But Pasha, even though he was tagged up, still hits the shot. And there we go. Finally, there's the hit back. And this is going to be a play towards A. And there's still 2 players from Virtus Pro waiting on that side.
Yeah, and every round that VP pick up...
Dupree's off. He's having none of it. He's going rotate. Device is the only man there. He's got to keep him interested.
He needs to sell this lie. He needs to sell this lie, and it's not going to work if Neo takes him down. It does. It's going to buy him enough time, though, as Taz is sprinting towards the side. He's got his running shoes on. Bialy's already picked up one to Zipnix, and suddenly 2 members of TSM remain. Oh, Taz makes it just 1. KGB's got no health left. Neo is there, and good God, was that smart from VP. They lingered just long enough to get the info they needed and managed to respond in full force. 7-4.
And Taz was so quick on that rotate as well. Don't get me wrong, Bialy went towards that upper balcony and just to watch over pretty quick. But Taz, as soon as, I don't know what must have given away to him.
What was the indicator?
A man of his caliber, I have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I'd have to hear like 1,000,000 footsteps on the other side. I'm like, oh, they might be there. But honestly, this guy just read it on the back of a dime. But still, TSM just looking a little lost for answers at the moment. They're still on this kind of force-up buy. They're not in a great shape. They've got the Scout. They've got the Galil. It's enough to work with. But Virtus Pro, once they got the bigger weapons in their hands, they seem to settle down. And at this sort of round marker, I have to ask the question, what sort of scoreline will they be happy with going into their T side? Because we didn't get to see too much of it, I guess, before.
Yeah, that's actually the point I was going to raise. We were on the same wavelength today, Lauren. I was going to talk about just how strong their CT side was, because their CT side was just perfect. Like, it was pure. You saw the way they held A. They had every angle covered. It was very much kind of a crossfire-based structure. And TSM, actually, to be fair, there's a whole lot of kind of similarities between the way VP is holding this at this site and holding it so very well, as Pasha is going to draw first blood once again. Cajun B is going to be kicking himself because it looks like there's going to be more to join him. No, Carrigan shakes his head. He's paid a heavy price, though. 28 points of health as TSM still 3 of the 4 hanging around this toilet area. It looks like they may be considering a push through connector as they realize that Snacks has closed that door, and he's going to continue to do so as Dupree goes down. And actually, it seems to me that Carrigan is the only one really finding these entries on this A site.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not just this round, consistently.
I don't disagree, and I think TSM are really hitting a brick wall there, and they're having none of it. They're off again. These late game rotates, and you can see why the Bialy snuck around. And
Taz is already there. He's sitting there with his running shoes on. Every single time he's sitting there waiting to be tagged in. He is going to be tagged in now as Bialy goes down. The spray control isn't quite good enough through the smoke as he's looking for something. It did find Zipnix, brought him low. Not low enough, as now we are going to be brought into a 2v2. This is where communication and experience is going to pay off.
Oh, and Zipnix is so low. He's got a nade, so a little bit of something to work with. I think he wants to use it for the defuse, if anything. And there it is, a little early, and that's going to give away his spot, but Device perfectly waits in the smoke, sprays down for 2 and gets it perfectly done. And this man has been playing well. He's your counterpart. Wherever you want to look at towards maybe Snacks or Neo playing well, he's been doing just the same thing for TSM. Carrigan a close second, but I just can't help but say this game is going to be incredible. And we've got to just imagine what happens on the switch here, because overall I don't think this is a bad scoreline for either side. I think it's a fairly well-rounded scoreline. But TSM CT side on this map, previous to now, has been really good. Especially against NIP, it was just impenetrable. However, how good are Virtus Pro on their T side? Do they have what it takes? Because this is a different stance from TSM. They're going to head towards B. They've got the guns, and sadly for Virtus Pro, they've got a couple of pistols. Yeah, they've got very little to work with, and it's just going to be a case of trying to make a dent in the Danish dogs. This is going to be a bit of alliteration. Taz, come on.
Oh, there we go, Taz. Finally pulled something together onto Cajun B. Is going to pay the ultimate price, though, as Carrigan just goes shopping for pistols, and Pasha Has 4 players to find. He just wants to try and continue to shake TSM up a little bit. And don't think he's going to be finding too much. And I'm just going to spend my time admiring Kerrigan's AK because that is...
I was really wondering what you were going to say.
You wondering what I was staring at?
Yeah, I was like, are you staring their eyes again?
Yeah, no, I hung up on the Skype call. Yeah, I'm no longer looking at people's eyes.
Ah.
Yeah. But in the meantime, yeah, Pasha's just going to be hanging out in the playground. Just maybe
That's a really bad sentence.
He's hanging out. I was about to say he's found a bar and he's doing chin-ups. You know, you see?
Okay, that works.
Oh, I was on my way. You shut me down. You made it all nasty.
Kerrigan nasty.
Either way, that's going to be 7-6 then for TSM, and kind of gifted round for them as the economy from VP did get shaken. So it's going to be double eco from them as well. As I say that. Why is the money not showing up on my screen?
And it's quite funny looking back at this, right? You okay? You're on the struggle bus. Alex doesn't understand how CS works most of the time.
I'm pressing all the wrong buttons.
Confused. Yeah, he is. We'll leave him to work that out. He's working out a keyboard. But I want to throw back to when these two have met head-to-head, especially on this map Overpass. Actually, so far, it's a 2-0 record in favour to Virtus Pro. Not only during the Face It finals once, but not only twice. It's twice. And TSM only managed to pick up 4 rounds in one of those 2 instances. So I don't think we can compare that to TSM's current form as regularly as we would like to, but overall, even though it's not true to trend, you'd say Virtus Pro are the favourites on this map, but this is a much better performance from TSM here, keeping it very close. Simplix and KGB though, the last 2 alive. This is going to be a hard one. Yeah,
it was 2v4, now 2v3 though, starting to make this look a little bit more manageable. Still, there's a whole lot piled on their plate. And Pasha and Bialy going to be kind of pincer movementing. Totally a word. Thank you, Alex.
Nailed it.
As Pasha's just kind of very reminiscent of JW on train, just sitting at the bottom of the ladder. Oh, KGB swings around. He's actually going to connect while he's on a ladder. That doesn't normally happen, which is quite nice to see.
Kobe.
As that's going to be a big one. KGB brought to 24. And Bialy, doesn't quite rattle off the shots just yet, but he knows that KGB has got so few decisions to make here now. I mean, you know, do you try and go for a bit of a run? He is going to try and get that bomb down, but VP have got millimeters to run in comparison to what KGB has ahead of him. As he very well may just want to keep that AK to himself. 20 seconds left. It's not going to be an A plan. It is going to be a saved AK. Maybe trying to catch one of the 2 on his way out.
Oh, he's trying to run for it. He's trying to run.
Ooh, that is not going to go well.
Problem is that Snacks is by bank. So... No, I put the flash to the wrong spot. And he doesn't get the plant off. Sadly, didn't even get the bomb plant, which is, you know, the little bit of extra money he could have had in hand. But not to be the case. Although, okay, let's just keep in mind what this is. And I can never really say, you know, oh, this is a really CT-sided map, or this is a really T-sided map. For me, it's all just about, you know, who's performing well. Because at the moment, I think TSM are having quite a good T side. I think they're playing quite nicely on their T side. I don't think it's been a shoddy performance. But then in my mind, I'm like, wait, that's TSM, you know, world-class TSM up against Virtus Pro, who are also very good, but recently, same form, I'm not sure. I probably wouldn't put them to the same par just at the moment, but Dupree showing what they've got there, just taking down Bialy and one swift move towards that B side. It's going to force the push on, but a great counter flash comes out, slows down TSM, allows Virtus Pro 3 players on towards the side. Taz is there, and Taz gets 2. Device and Cajun B down. That's going to slow this push almost down to a hole, and Taz isn't done just yet. He's got 3. Hell, he might just won the last 2 for himself.
I don't think he's going to get greedy there. That's not Taz's style, as there is 2 more to find, and he's going to play it nice and safe, enabling Neo, who's much better off for health, is going to be finding one. Probably going to find the second as well, as it's going to be Kerrigan and Dupree who meet their demise, and that is going to be the half. And you said that TSM probably not going to be too disappointed with that one, and these most certainly will not, especially considering how strong they have been as of late on that CT side. You're right, though, they have met twice, both times VP prevailing, but times have changed, as has TSM's Overpass. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what Virtus Pro bring to the forefront of this one, to see what they have to challenge TSM CT side, which is kind of recognized as a very relentless and very... It feels like a bit of a Danish wall to majority of teams.
It definitely was. And I throw my mind back to what really impressed me was how well they played out on the A side and how solid they were on the A side. It was literally impenetrable. I look at the NIP game because it's the most... extreme example of it, because it was a very one-sided affair, and I can't even remember. I think Nip literally got the pistol round and that was it.
No, they got 3.
Yeah,
the back of the 3.
Literally, and that was all they got. So really, TSM have been very strong in this. They did go to overtime against Na'Vi recently, but outside of that, it's been their map, and they've been very good at it. The only people who've really stopped them I look at their recent results have been Virtus Pro. So I want to see what now TSM can do. Can they keep that really strong form on their CT side up now against a team who've actually pushed them to their limits before? Virtus Pro, we are live into the game now. Virtus Pro are on their T side. TSM are on the CT side. And let's get into this one.
Yeah, 2 of the last 9 times TSM played Overpass, they lost. That's a statistic that says a whole lot more about what has happened to them now as they're ready to try and dig their teeth into their first CT round. Xyp9x ready in the wings. There's another man there. He's been brought low, but Karrigan's brought Snacks lower with the nade. Karrigan gets another one. Xyp9x is there as well as he puts one into Taz's brain. And now Bialy and Neo so low. They didn't even need to aim for heads anymore. Just aim for the toes, as it's going to be just 2 Polish men remain. Just 1, as Neo's going to be trying to find something in the end of this round. TSM haven't lost a man yet, and that's going to be one very clinical round from TSM.
And I just can't wait to see the back and forth here. Will it be the same? 2 rounds coming in for the pit, well, 1 round of the first in the second half, the second off the back of it with, the SMG buy-up, and then that early switch. Because we've just seen a plant come in for Virtus Pro, so they've done the same as, what TSM achieved on their T-side pistol. So I'd love to see the symmetry between it, because I know Virtus Pro occasionally do like those nice early investments. We're seeing something a little different, though, from TSM. Last time Virtus Pro went for the almost all SMG purchase. And then 1 UMP, I think it was with Taz, and then I think one other player was able to afford the bigger gun, the M4 in play. This time, though, we're seeing only 1 SMG with Karrigan, a player who's kind of become infamous with it because he likes to get aggressive, he likes to get in their faces. But this time, he's playing quite far back. Dupree's the one pushing up a little further. And actually, Virtus Pro are going straight into this. They've gone for a similar buy to what TSM brought out. It's that big Tech-9 purchase, coupled and supplemented with the Scout. And it's going straight towards A. That train doesn't look like it's stopping.
Let's see what they're going to do to deal with this one. We're going to be seeing Neo already full Taz, half health as well. He's just got a Tech-9 to his name. He's going to charge on through, not going to find it as Karrigan shuts him down as well. And now all onto Pasha as they have very little to work with, just the Scout, as Device is just continuing to mop things up. He's picked up 2 this round. No, sorry, excuse me. It's Dupree who's picked up 2, just the 1 for him and Karrigan. And if they wanted to spread these out nice and evenly, they'd let Xyp9x and Cajun B take 1 as well. As it is just going to be the hunt for Pasha with the Scout in hand.
And Pasha, I think he's going to struggle in this one. They do have head armor, which is the issue. They do have everything in place, and no one's tagged enough for it to be a one-shot, really. So Pasha's kind of in trouble here, bless him. Trying to hide himself back in spawn. Stay away, stay back. But sadly, the Danish wolves are at the door.
See ya.
Cajun B is going to find that one.
Danish wolves, it's almost Copenhagen wolves. Let's see how this one goes. As it looks like VP are going to have to go for the second. Sorry, is that the third? Yeah, they did force up in the second, so we're going to be seeing them just with the Glocks for now. See, now this is the difference. On TSM's pistol, they got so many plants in, they were able to keep a small purchase going, and they're going to go for it here, Virtus Pro. They're going back in for this. Okay. So it's going to similar to trend. Now, if this is the same as the first half, if you want to be that kind of crazy with it, this should be Virtus Pro's round in theory somehow. And it looks like the Tech-9 train is back on the rails, and it's going right in towards Device. And well, Device gets a great bit of work done, and Dupree with a UMP comes up, but he can't get the damage dealt. And this is going the way it shouldn't do, but it is. Snacks and Pasha getting the kills. Is down to a 3v4, but the HP is very low on the Virtus Pro side. Yeah, and they've got very, very minor room for maneuver here, as they know. I think, especially you can see in Karrigan, he's just well aware that they've had a lot of damage done to them. They have got the full armor, and you really want to cripple VP here. If they were to pick this round up, that would spell trouble for TSM, and they are well aware that they need to shut this down and end it before they get to the site. If smokes come down, and I say smokes, there is just 2 for VP. If oh no, shit, excuse me, Bialy does have a smoke as well. Oh sugar. Oh sugar, sugar honey iced tea. You only get 1 of them. Is this your one? That's my 1. Wow. There we go. I'm yet to drop that since I've been employed, but hey ho. I like the way I point this out a lot as well. Yeah. Let's see then where they go for this one. They have opted for long, and as I said before, TSM really want to shut this down. They don't actually have too many people set up. It's just going to be really Xyp9x and Karrigan if he can rotate quick enough. And Xyp9x is going to be the big player here. He's a bank. Now, Karrigan can come back around. I'll be surprised if Virtus Pro don't notice it. Yeah. If they don't keep eyes on Karrigan, he will be their downfall. And he's already done the damage. He's just distracted them to allow Xyp9x to come in. And a great bit of synergy coming out for TSM then. Keeping the round in check. Virtus Pro full. And we are back all even. 9-9. This game is going to be incredible. I was so hoping it would be this close and it wasn't going to be one-sided. This is what I'm looking forward to. But now Virtus Pro need to step up. Maybe not this round, excuse me, the next one when they can buy. Jesus, my brain has just gone after you swore. I'm just so offended. I've never heard that word before. But Virtus Pro need to step up when it comes to gun round. I'm sorry. Oh, you just gave me the saddest little look. Give you a dirty look.
But no, once Virtus Pro get on their gun run, they have to make it count. Because they haven't really made a big dent in towards TSM CT side. But then again, maybe they're gathering information. Maybe they're just working out how they want to really assault this when they do get those guns.
Yeah, quite reminiscent of VP CT side as well. We're going to be seeing Device on long versus Pasha. This kind of 1v1 seems to be constantly emerging for these boys, as this is going to be a tough one with just a P250 for Pasha. He still had a go though. Taz is going to push in. This is going to be not too difficult for Device. Oh, the second is there though. Pasha with a follow-up. Something VP are so competent at, as now it's going to put an AWP in the hands of Pasha. And suddenly TSM realize this is a 3v3. There is a rifle, 2 rifles in play now. Make it just 1, as Pasha's there with onto Zipnix with the AWP. 1v2 now, as he's just made something out of what was nothing in this round. And he knows Zipnix is close. Just wiggling his way through. Cajun is there to babysit Zipnix, and that's going to be, excuse me, Carrigan. And that's going to be 10-9 then, the score for TSM. And we still haven't seen VP pick up one on this T side. This, though, is the one.
This is the round I was looking for.
It's the one you were looking for.
There we go. Numbers are difficult, rounds are hard.
Maths is difficult, yeah.
I should never do that. Counting, God.
Whew.
Anyway, let's look at what they've got here. What have they gone for the buy with? Okay, so 5 AKs, good bit of utility, and look what's coming to greet him at the door. Carrigan, Dupree, and Device all pushing up pretty aggressively here, and Device has the AWP. He's going to connect it towards Bialy, and that is just filthy. Going straight in and just completely ruining Virtus Pro's
that is
plan.
trust in your team as well. Like, he had Carrigan and Dupree set up to just keep him safe from the fountain
alive,
side.
boys.
Yeah, keep me alive, let me go for the aggressive pick, and you better believe Dupree is going on the whirlwind tour all the way back to A to do some damage on towards long. Pasha doesn't have an AWP just yet. He's still going to be there, though, hanging out by the tree. And the 4 Ts are well and truly spread. Pasha's the only one towards A, though, as Taz is trying to form something. It's going to be shut down by Cajun B as he just whips out his knife to show off. Snacks isn't impressed. 4-3 then. Zipnix is the main man considering this defense on towards this B site, and Pasha is finally going to be joining his comrades with that bomb. And 45 seconds left. We saw the latest one was about TSM, one about 25 seconds considering a push on towards B. Looks like VP may be considering something similar.
Well, if they do go B, they're in a good position for it, because there are 3 TSM players still on the A site. Now, if they're able to overcome maybe Zipnix, then they'll have to deal with Dupree. Now, he's watching that play up from short. Here we go. Zipnix going to call the alarm. That's the bomb down. Zipnix now retracting. He's going to push through the connector. That's perfect play. Device comes in to practice. And now just Neo left in a 1v4. And I don't think he can do too much. He's going to start off well, taking down Device. But Dupree was there and waiting. Carrigan recovers the AWP. And I like that play. As soon as Zipnix saw, okay, I've killed the bomb carrier. All right, there's still 2 pushing up towards site. Let me push through the tunnels myself and leave the rest of my side to deal with the overrun of players. I'll just lock down the bomb. And that's just TSM to the T. It's just really smart crossfires, always put themselves on the correct sites at the right time. And I love watching these guys play, but Virtus Pro yet to really make their mark on the T side. I want to see something more. I want to see something different. I want to see the Virtus Pro that can turn up and really win these games.
And you better believe I've got a smile on my face, because I knew TSM CT side has just become really, really poisonous. And this is going to be big. Cajun B just with the 1, though. The Molly's there in response. That's going to put a spanner in the works for VP, as they are really getting brought down. Look at Bialy's health. He's got so little to work with, and Carrigan's just going to come mop up. The janitor has arrived, or not, as Snacks just picks up a double, and that's such a crucial double, as now this 2v2 is about to hit the slowdown button.
And Dupree is nowhere near the same position Device is in. It's actually pretty good. He's gained ground really quickly. He's behind them. Neo's not aware. Ooh. Snacks isn't aware. Dupree is lurking in the deep, and Device is just buying time, waiting for his teammate to become apparently close to sight, and now here we go. Neo playing towards mid. We've got 1 down towards pit. Snack spots him out. It's Dupree coming in for the kill. He gets down 1, and now Neo 1v2 gets the first. That's Dupree gone, and Device is running out of time. He does it. Oh my God! Has he got this? This is down to the wire.
It's just enough time.
Oh my God,
wow.
Device. Beautiful play, and Neo's going to be kicking himself for just staying in that smoke. Just a second too late. He peeked up too early. He could have waited a little longer. He could have fallen back. But of course, it's going to come down to Device, the guy who's been relentlessly on point, 19-13 so far in such a high caliber game. And TSM yet to lose a round on their CT side. This is huge.
This is really, really good from TSM. I mean, like, they're really top of the scoreboard. Let's not forget, you know, 13-5 their scoreline so far in this Pro League. And they're looking to make it 14 and do it in style on the CT side. 2 AWPs this time. Cajun B's picked up 1 as well. As you see the same thing from VP when they could. Pasha and Neo picking it up on either side. And now Device and KGB going to try and give them a masterclass. This Device is still quite aggressively. Normally you see him go kind of hard and then back up. This time he's sticking around, and that's because Carrigan and Dupree are there as well. And this is really good. Neo's not going to be expecting that one. He still managed to flick. Oh, and Device puts it into Snax' brain. And now there's 3 to find. There's Device looking towards long. The smoke's there. That's going to delay them. As Virtus Pro trying to piece something together as they realize 2 vital parts, vital components of this attack have been removed.
And Carrigan and Dupree are still behind them. Like, Carrigan's gone on a big walk. He's just around the back, leaving Device and Xyp9x as the stopping point, saying, guys, you just buy time and we'll be there pretty fast. Carrigan's actually coming up around long. Xyp9x holds on long enough, but he just goes down. But Device is still standing, and Device just doesn't stop delivering. Carrigan finally comes in to mop up the final kill of that round. But Device, what a phenomenal player, you know?
Yeah.
It's just beautiful to watch him play this game. The first shot he got in this round and then closing it down like that, just perfect stuff. And I really hope TSM keep this clean slate now. All the way through. It was like sheet and slate in one slate.
Yeah, I'm with you, I'm with you.
You know, you feel me?
Also, do you think I should start a petition to stop saying puts it in?
I really think you should.
I really...
I'm having to turn around
every time I say it,
times.
you cackle. You hit your mute button and cackle. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's remove that. Let's just take that out of my vocabulary for now. And
put it in his brain. It's very aggressive.
It in his brain. I'm talking about the bullet, Lauren. Let's see what KGB can do. Find Snax. That's a good start, and especially when they have just
I'll go cackle over.
2 Kevlar vests between them. That's right, I'm calling it Kevlar vests. I'll do what I want. Let's see what they're going to do now. As the bomb is going to be loose, Carrigan, the man to pick up the frag, as Neo does fall, and Bialy does manage to avenge his fallen comrade, and there's Pasha as well. Suddenly, VP starting to piece something together. It may not be a round, but it's damage.
They gotta go fast here. The smoke wall will start to dissipate. Are you okay? Oh, he's throwing stuff around now. But it's a 3v2. And as I said, the smokes were the important part here, but KGB's just having none of it. KGB's just pushed right in, gone for that just aggressive, confident play. But 2 AWPs right now, they're depending on the CZs, and it's working. Now 1v1, Taz finally gets the job done. That took far too long. But just to go back to what I was really poorly putting across in my cast, the wall of smoke was perfect for Virtus Pro. They made it go from a close, quite a long-range site where you've got the people up in balcony, you've got people just down by that doorway. They smoked it off to allow them to plant. They held it close with the Tech-9s and drew them towards them. Like,
I am genuinely impressed. That was a very, very special round from VP. I'm going to be watching that back, because those are rounds you shouldn't win. Those are rounds you straight up shouldn't, unless TSM make mistakes. They didn't make too many mistakes. That was just VP turning up, and Device is going to try and put them right back in their place with that shot on towards Taz. Xyp9x, nice little pop flash. Nothing there to be found, though, as Dupree is there to level the playing field, or as much as he can. It's going to be now down to just 2 VP members. They're so aggressive with the CT side.
And it's almost like they just want to get back in their heads. Like, hey, well done, you picked up a round.
Congratulations.
But I'm going to be almost in your spawn, and I'm going to be trashing you pretty much right now. And you're just seeing it time and time again. Dupree pushes up, challenge down Pasha with the AWP. Like, these guys are playing like this BM style almost of just a sheer aggression, the sheer confidence play. And it's working.
Do you know what this is? They've got our piece of paper written stick to ecoing, and they've just thrown a people aeroplane out towards them. And we're going to be seeing, actually, Neo try and fight back. Not going to happen. They just stacked on up towards long to find him. That's going to put 14 on the board for Virtus Pro, and that's also going to mess real with their economy with that 1 win, then a loss again.
Yeah, it's 2.8, 2.2, and 2K for Snax is pretty poor there. And this time we got it right on the economy. Nailed it. But yeah, it's not great for them. And the problem is now that'll put TSM on towards match point. But they're going for the win. They're going to play for the win here, Virtus Pro. They don't want the draw. They don't want to go overtime. They don't want none of that. Whoa. They want the win. So 2 AKs in play with a little bit of armor. We've got some Tech-9s and a CZ. Not a great deal. And there's still Device. Device, the man who can. The man who's been greeting him at the doorway every single time. But this time he's tagged down. He's got pressure. And Dupree's had to pick up the slack. Finally, Device falls. And Dupree is surrounded. Virtus Pro, left, right, center. Carrigan coming in to try and support him, try and help him out, but he doesn't account for the guy to the right, but it doesn't matter! Carrigan with perfect control, just get them so close towards match point.
Damn, that was so bad. Clapped. Damn it! I've been trying not to be forced to clap out of me as it's all on to Bialy. As Carrigan, that swift flick. I mean, he shouldn't have got any of those frags. He managed to pick up both. As now Bialy trying to do the same. Not gonna happen. And wow, we are...
All around from Dupree.
Well, Dupree and even Carrigan, those two kind of holding hands and just stopping VP. They played it like a, they almost played it like a kind of force. They played it like they had pistols and armor, but they had rifles, and it didn't quite pay off. risk, reward, and this time Virtus Pro have got no room for error, and they only have Tech9's and Armor between them.
And the thing was that the one thing that shines to me beyond any doubt in comparison to any other team with TSM is how well they play on this A side. They don't just take the site, they don't just play up to the towards, they can push so far, and Device is doing what he did at the start of this game, and he's going to do it so well again. Taz goes down, he goes back for more, and it's going to be Carrigan getting the kills. Device can't get it, and Virtus Pro left with 2, and nothing left to work with.
TSM are such a pleasure to watch on CT side overpass. Teams take note, this is how you surprise, and now we're going to be seeing Pasha try and do something with his CZ. He cannot, and Carrigan is going to be the main man to secure that final round, the final frag, and that does conclude what was a spectacle, a true spectacle.
Unreal.
I mean, if you now cast your mind back, it has to be said that TSM's T side is worth a look at as well, considering just how little VP could really pick that one up. And I'm pretty sure the last time they met, I said it before, I want to get the result in just so I don't get it wrong, but the last time those guys met, it was 16-4 to Virtus Pro, and that was in the Faceit League.
I haven't seen, actually, TSM pick up a win against Virtus Pro on this map before. I think the last time they've actually been able to meet, it's all been about Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have been great on that map. Yeah. And it's just TSM CT side. Time and time again, it's just flawless. They play it out so well. I just want to learn what they can do.
Yeah. That's going to be something to watch back. I'm certainly going to be doing that because that's really evidence of some strong stratting. Like, that's TSM who you've seen. I mean, you can look at the results yourself, and they were not a strong overpass team, and they have just come back and started picking up a 16-3 against NIP, besting Virtus Pro now. Things are going to really start heating up. They even managed to take Navi into an overtime, finally picking up that victory. So, like, this has been a really good statement now about how strong they can be on overpass, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things continue for them on that map as well as others. TSM then, that's going to add another win to their collection. They're at the top of the league already, very much so. Yeah. I think those at 39 points, they're on the dangerously close.
They're pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, they're pretty much. We are basically going to be seeing them in Cologne. I'm not going to do the maths. We are very close to seeing them in Cologne.
It's very likely.
Yeah.
It's very likely.
Thank you. Oh, very nice. Very PC way of saying it. That does mean, though, it's time to talk about our next game. We're going to be bringing you Titan up against HellRaisers. And before we do that, it's time for a quick break. And welcome back to the ESL ESEA Pro League. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Lauren Pansy Scott once more to bring you 2 more games of CSGO, starting as we mean to go on with HellRaisers up against Titan. Now, this is it for HellRaisers, and Lauren, why don't you just break down what's happened for HellRaisers as of late here at the Pro League?
Well, they started off pretty, I wouldn't say sloppily. Sloppy is the wrong word, but they started off a little shaky. They made some changes to the lineup. They were talking of getting a gaming house together. They were starting to, make themselves become this quite a dangerous team on paper. At the start of the season, you kind of saw that reflected in some of their really close games. You saw how close are the results were they were getting against big teams. You're like, well, maybe there's a little bit of potential coming out here. And then towards the last couple of play days, they're actually getting the results to really support the work they've been putting in. And they're currently up in what? I'm just checking right now. 7th place, but right around the marker of Na'Vi, Envy, and Virtus Pro. They're not far off those scores.
With 1 win, I'm pretty sure. They were 24,
Correct.
they're 27. So
Correct.
things could get dicey for them, or really good for them, in a matter of, well, 2 wins, believe it or not. And you better believe they've got 2 opportunities right here to pick up those victories, as it's just going to be Existence and KennyS left for Titan in this 9th round. And we're very well maybe seeing HellRaisers have the choice of side into this first best of 1 here
Kenny,
on Inferno.
He's the trap. He's been put into place and he's pounced. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, he just got shut down by Dozier, but the little bit of a bait and switch was there.
I like it, I like it. A little bit of a knife strat. I'll take it.
But we've got to point out here, I do believe HellRaisers are actually boot camping right now. So they're actually at boot camp. I'm not too sure about Titan. I'm not too sure if they are. But yeah, so this could be a bit different here. HellRaisers could indeed be in a very good position to do some big damage.
And damage they shall do, as it looks like we're going to see HellRaisers look to start on that CT side. See how they choose to buy up as well. Looks like Adrian's going to be the one to pick up the kit. And Molly from, well, I've been told it's Mo. That's what I was informed of. So we're going to be calling what I previously called Mao. Mo. That's what he's called, as it's time now to see how things go off. So actually only 1 armor for the CT side and a full set for Titan.
Something a little different there going through. Fair enough. Just going to see how this work pans out. And I really like the new addition. Mo has been absolutely brilliant for the HellRaisers side. His performance has been pretty damn strong as well. Just, him with the AWP is absolutely brilliant to watch. I can't say it enough. However, Titan doing what Titan like to do in their eco, starting to look towards A. They already have 4 players pushed up here, 2 towards Apps, 2 towards CT Arch, Apex and KennyS looking towards it, but Angel and Moo are both there. And KennyS the only one to really deliver, so 4v4, this is still very close, but Titan starting to get their kind of skates on a little bit. Moo just tucked in towards CT Arch, does get picked up in the end, leaving just Kucha and Adrian alive.
And so, from here, they have just very few chances. In fact, even fewer now as Adrian does fall Kucha with so little to work with. He's got rid of his nades, relinquished control of them.
Existence is only just around the corner. That's a very unfortunate place to be. So Existence will close out that first round, but it was unfortunate in a way because, to be fair, Kucha did spot the bomb. He knew where it was, but he just couldn't do much about it. So Titan now going to go in for the buy-up. Their T-side going to look a little bit more spicy, as you like to say. And, well, on the other side, not a great deal to work with just yet.
No, not at all. And let's see how things go for them into this second round. 4 MP7s and a P90, so full SMGs then for Titan. So they're going to look to do something there. And they're looking to do everything. Look at those nades as well. They've really invested everything they can into the second round as they want to try and get some sturdy building blocks, some foundations for this game. Maybe a little shaken from their previous result in their first game today on Cash. And now looking to do one better. Existence prowling through the apartment area. And Kucha's actually in a prime spot with that CZ.
He really is. I'm sure Existence will check, but see if he's going to land the shot fast enough. Yes, he does. Nicely controlled by Existence. Bursting out now towards the side. Mo the only one to make any sort of dent in them until Angel did get down 1, but 1's not enough at this point. And Dozier all the way around the back. Going to try and maybe make a play with the Deagle to see if he can find something. But he does have armor, so he might consider possibly saving here. We'll have to see what he goes for.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to recover too much, and Titan's investment has paid off. Oh, I say that, actually, he's making it costly. That's another one for him. Mo, I'm going to keep wanting to Mo for a while. I apologize. Mo picked up 1, as did Angel. And it looks like, actually, Apex may feed him another one. Docia's played this nicely, and I don't know, whoa, if he'd have just held that angle a little sooner, he could have been able to pick up Apex. Not going to happen, though, as that does get collected. But still, Titan not going to be the most efficient of rounds for the second. And HellRaisers now going to have a third. challenge or attempt to knock Titan down a peg.
Let's see what they can go for here. Interesting purchase from Titan as well, just 1 AK with existence. The rest are what, Tech 9 in there for RPK. They're pretty confident in this round, clearly, and Dozier just soloing on towards the B side himself. He's the only man, really, to even have presence towards it. And 4 players towards A for HellRaisers. And already Adrian with Mo and Kucha.
See, it's going to take us a while.
It's because you said it!
Ah, okay.
It's because you said it, oh, my brain is stupid. But yeah, this should be an easy round for Titan. They're even set up for it, just the Tech 9 for RBK, because he's that confident that if someone else drops out a gun, he can just pick it up if needed. So, Mo, Dozier. Last 2 alive. And now just Mo picks up the CZ. And sadly enough, not a single point of damage being done towards Titan, let alone a kill. 3 rounds back-to-back here. And a very good start for Titan.
Yeah, very solid start for Titan. It's now that time for them to do some shopping, though. As, actually, you know, that's just reminded me, as I see the AWP go into Kenny S's hands, he really did not show up on cash. We saw him at the bottom of the scoreboard up against VP. 6 or 7 frags, I think he was all he managed to muster. Yeah. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a whole lot different. In fact, he's closing in on his previous score already with 4 frags in the 4 rounds we played, or 3 rounds, excuse me.
But to be fair, though, Mo's been playing really well with the AWP recently, and if he's feeling comfortable at, you know, the LAN where they're set up right now, or, you know, in their practice area, he could easily outdo Kenny S if he was in the form that he was in the last time we watched him, because Kenny S just wasn't playing very well. So we'll have to wait and see. But Apex, he's in form. Takes down Dozier, opening up the B site. Kenny is starting to rotate now. Apex still there. But RPK and Existence, the 2 more utility-based players, I guess, at this point, considering they're both in apps and both... Well, one has the bomb and Existence just joining him, and Mo still waiting patiently. And he might be in for a little bit of a shocker soon. Apex is dancing, but it's all about Mo and Kucha. They get a glimpse, and now they start running. Mo backs up. Tries to adjust. Kenny coming in for the shot. Maybe going to try and peer out towards Kucha, but Adrian's now rotated. Mo, oh my god, his name! Mo coming up big calls.
I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper.
You're going to have to.
I'm going to do that right now. Hang on.
But he came up big then. That's the biggest point here. He actually able to take him down, but that's going to force Titan to rotate around towards B, where Angel's all alone. And now let's see if Angel can withstand the 2 players pushing in. He's already killed Apex, and that's just the perfect start. Really strong start as now RPK is just going to try and stop that plan. He's not even able to do that. Excuse me, get the bomb down is what I was trying to say. As there are 2 pretty heavily tagged up HellRaisers members, he could make this interesting, but he's got very little health to work with as well. He's now crawling around. He does have the kind of advantage that they have to come to him. He even has a molly. He just wants to try and delay them as much as he can. If he picks up this frag, it could have been beautiful. It isn't, as it's Angel who takes that one, and even going for the no-def kit defuse as well. So it's going to come down to the wire, jeez. That is pretty close, and actually they're getting out of there. They weren't too sold by it. They're like, hold on, I'm not buying that. Anyway, let's just have a little look at the scoreboard so far. Apex 6-1, doing nicely for his team. Seeing an entry frag us in on that sort of kill to death ratio is always pretty impressive. But HellRaisers getting the important one, I guess you can put it that way. The big buy round where really they needed to get the job done, and well, Kenny no longer has the AWP, so that little bit of an element's out of there. They're back down towards the rifles, and I'm curious as to what Titan can really bring to the forefront now, because if HellRaisers start getting confident, they're a great team when they get on that par, and Kenny going to straight up try and challenge down, see if anyone's willing to peek maybe from Boiler. Well, Mo's not far away from here. Yeah, and that's that deadly angle. I don't think Kenny's giving you falling for that one. Not going to be walking into that crosshair anytime soon as you just prepare the flash for this push. Now backing away, trying to play this one safe, but Titan are about to execute. In fact, they're coming in thick and fast. It's all onto Kucha. He's the first man to fall, though, as Existence tries to barrage into the site. Going to be quick response from Adrians, though, as Titan are starting to stack up the bodies. As the T side continue to frag. It's Kenny with a double. Put the AWP away for a second. He's there with the AK, as now Angel and Dozier are going to try and do something, but they realize that this is going to be a little too dangerous, a little too hot for their blood. And they're going to be backing away. Angel and Dozier are going to be trying to keep hold of their rifles, keep hold of their armor, even those mollies as well. They've got a pretty heavy investment here, and they're going to be trying to keep that safe. Safe. They are trying to keep it safe from blood. Wow. Are you okay? I went very gangster for a second. You did. You went very... Yeah? Stop it. Oh, God, that's just great. Anyway, Angel, last man alive, keeping hold of the M4 at least for now. no one's going to be able to find him, so that's okay. At least they keep one gun in the game. And, well, Adrian's also got 4K, so he could maybe drop a couple of pistols if they want to, but I'm not sure what they can really go for on this one. 2.6, 2.8, and 1.5 spread around the board for HellRaisers, and Titan got Kenny back on the AWP now, so hopefully for Kenny, he can get a nice little bit of confidence building with the AWP. We haven't really seen him do well with the AWP just yet. The AK work was absolutely fine. I want to see what he can bring now as a 3-man stack on towards B. He's going to be meeting up with Titan pretty early on.
Wow, look at this from Angel, and oh, from the heavens he emerges, picks up 2. Apex and Maniac now down, as it's going to be Kenny who backs away. White out, and he's going to try and back away safely. He does. But still, Titan kind of caught on these T steps, and they're going to keep dropping. Angels find 3. Finally, Kenny puts a stop to it, but that's all damage is done, as RPK and Kenny now have 4 players remaining, and that one rifle seems to have put HellRaisers in pretty damn good stead. Adrens has taken down RPK, and Titan, this is a round you cannot afford to lose, and Kenny has everything to do now.
Great initial work challenging down Angel, but there's just a swarm of the HellRaisers players just about everywhere. Cooch is just carefully holding the back as Mo makes his way towards B, as Kenny just slowly walking back. He needs to hit this shot and fast. The information's been gathered, but Kucha does what he needs to, and that is a brilliant, brilliant round from Angel. Just as you said, coming down from the heavens and just raining in that fury. And Titan just didn't know what to do with it. As soon as they got just halted, tagged up by the early nades, they just didn't seem to have an answer. So now, once again, we're going to see Mo and Kenny going back-to-back with these AWPs, and I can't wait to see who's going to win out on this one.
Yeah, it's time to see what's going to go down in middle. I'm not sure whether we're going to be seeing that AWP be AWP just yet. Looks like we are. Both players are going to be looking towards it. It's going to be Mao who goes down. His name's Mo, Alex, as he does get taken down by Kenny, but he challenged him. There's confidence there from the HellRaisers AWP. That's what he's going to be called from now on. The HellRaisers AWP. The HellRaiser individual. He's going to stop trying to say his name for a while, as now the CTs are scattered, and they're going to be... Oh, Angel's rotating, and Titan considering push on to B. Oh my god, if they could only see the overlay, if they could only see the map, they would realize that that bomb would have been... They could have basically walked in and planted safely. But whatever HellRaisers have done, they've given Titan the indication that they are more stacked up on towards B, and they're actually going to start trying to format something towards this app's middle area.
But Kucha might be able to hear these footsteps in second mid. He might be able to have a good idea. I'm not too sure how aware he is, because there's about 4 players about to peek through, and it's going to be the same old, same old. Apex baiting in for Kenny. Adrian's having none of it. He's already taken down RPK as they are playing in towards quad, but patiently waiting is Kucha, and patiently waiting pays off. He picks up Existence, backs up, looks down, and already spots out the players on the side. He won't get the kill, but he should set up for Adrian. He comes in, denies the plant, and now 3v1. Kenny shouldn't be able to do this, and he won't. Angel closes out the round at a well-controlled CT side for HellRaisers so far.
Yeah, and it feels like HellRaisers aren't too daunted when they lose out on an early player. They seem to have no problem fighting back from a deficit. And that's a good sign of things to come for them. Angel 9 frags already. 4 of them were from that magical round where he managed to pick up the eco up against Titan. Well, 4 out of 5 eco, I guess I should say, with the save, but still. Where does Titan choose to take this one? They just have 2 PT50s to the name. Sorry, take it back, 3. And while I continue to fail to count on air, let's see what Titan do. It's going to be one of their chats. You can see Existence just sitting back at spawn. He's just going to be breaking it down and trying to put something onto pen to paper, maybe, and try and break through HellRaisers.
And they do like to just play these slow as well. Let's be honest. I don't think they need to talk about too much at the moment.
They're pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they're doing okay. I think a couple of the buy rounds have thrown them off from HellRaisers. They've been looking a little better, I'd say. But it's still been quite close, and already Mo going to start maybe considering rotating, because 5 players about to pour into this B site. Angel and Dozier going to be on the forefront. Great little flash comes out from Dozier. I love watching that. And even though he's outnumbered and outgunned, he does do the damage just about enough, even though taking down his own teammate in the kind of maelstrom there. He does set up well for Maniac to, well, be picked up by his teammates.
The maelstrom.
Your eyebrow game was...
You made me raise my eyebrows. That was impressive.
Thanks. Proud of myself. Words are real good, right?
Yeah, that was gorgeous. Let's see what they... where this one goes then, as we are once again back to a level playing field. It is 4 apiece, and it's kind of been taking it in turns now. Titan picked up, of course, the first 3 off the back of that pistol. We saw the one attempt for HellRaisers with that defuse and then the response. Finally, HellRaisers picking up 3 in a row. Can they find the 4th then? The answer to be provided now, as we're not going to be seeing that AWP battle just yet.
But look at this 4-man stack towards A. It looks like HellRaisers have a set plan to play against Titan, and Titan are going crazy fast, but straight into the loving arms of Dozier, with Adrian helping off at the side, and this should be a clean-cut round here. Kenny S in existence, still in second mid, Maniac still at T-stairs. Those two who push in, RPK and Apex, were just out of sorts.
They just strolled into the site, assuming it would be slightly less stacked as it was, and now you can see Kenny going hungry, trying to find one-on towards Mo. Backing away. Existence wants to go for this though. He only has a Tech 9 and a molly to his name, but he's not going to stop him trying to retrieve that bomb. As it doesn't look like Titan have given up just yet. Trying to piece something together. They need to find an opener though. As right now this site is locked shut. It looks to me that it's Dozier who has the key on that CT arch. Nice opener there from Mo. He's looking to try and shut down everything Titan try and bring into this T side, and they're really going to be hitting a bit of a wall at this point. Kenny knows there's going to be one in pit. Another flash. They're just constantly whittling away at this T side. Maniac then has it all to do, and there's 4 to find. He's got 20 seconds and not a chance in hell. And Kucha is going to be the one to end it then. 5-4 then the score, and that's going to mark the 4th in a row then for, I was going to say, yeah, the CIS team.
Yeah, HellRaisers, once they've got those guns in hand, they've become a bit of a dominating force. So Mo's not been as, let's say, prevalent as Kenny S would be with the AWP, but he's been really consistent. You've got Dozier coming in, and the one thing that really stands out to me on their A play that was highlighted a good couple of weeks ago now here in the Pro League was how good their counter smokes and flashes are, how well they gain control of these. It's slightly harder sides to hold sometimes, but Angel, again, it's like the one time he was able to keep the M4 in hand to the rest of his ecoed up team. He went aggressive on Banana, picked up the kill, then backed away, does the early damage, gets a great deal of information gathered, and then just says, all right, you guys come to me. You want to peek? I'll be willing to challenge. And again, he's happy to take this. It's very brave.
Yeah, he's a brave man, and that molly is going to be neutralized by the smoke. They're just kind of trying to keep this B push at bay, and that's something that we're expecting to see quite a lot of as I accidentally tab out. Trying to look at that overview, because I want to know exactly how where the bomb is. The bomb is in the hands of RPK and hasn't made too much leg room towards either site, as these 40s do remain. They're rather sporadic in their play. Kenny is just hunting for something on his own. Nothing going to come of it just yet, though. Oh, finally look to be gathering forces and resources towards that banana area, and I have no fear, especially considering the nades still available to. Actually, I say that it's just a flash for Angel. Titan could brute force this.
They could, and they're going to try to. Angel and Dozier actually being pushed out of the site. Apex flanking around the back, going to give it a little bit of pressure here, but there we go. Kenny S takes down Dozier. That's the site possibly being able to be planted any second now, but no, Mo is there, and Mo's not going to let that one happen. Existence does go down, and now RPK trying to get the plant, but not going to happen again. Mo is just stopping them every time.
That was
really
quick.
nice.
I mean, that bomb was like milliseconds away from going down, so really nice stopping that extra influx of money. We are going to be seeing a full buy on either side, though, and it's time to see what they're going to use, where they're going to put those mollies. 4 then for Titan, and 5 for HellRaisers. Once again, we'll be seeing those 9 on the board. Full nades, full buy. And let's once again start with the potential AWP battle in mid. Mo has been consistent, so has Kenny when he has the AWP, and it looks like we may very well be treated to it again. He's taken the long route, though, and actually just going to be holding steady on towards quad.
And I kind of like it, because I think by now, most adept CSGO players will kind of know how Kenny S always seems to get this crazy dominance in towards CT Arch when Apex does the jump across for him, kind of making the scope then look for him, and then Kenny S will just shoulder peek out and take a really unorthodox shot. That's a little different. I'll come back to my point soon. Apex actually does manage to get one down towards B, so going to force Adrian maybe to consider where he's playing. But Mo plays a little off peak. He plays from quad. He's not playing the CT Arch style, so that might make it a little bit harder for Kenny S and Apex to do their normal magic work towards CT Arch.
It's a very true point, actually. You know, I hadn't considered it just that. This wasn't maybe a bit of a Titan game plan for HellRaisers. He's looking at the wall, though, not going to happen as Apex does manage to catch Adrans with his pants around his ankles, and now it comes to the brute force once again. We come back to that. Mo and Kucha with it all to do for the HellRaisers side. As we're going to be seeing Dosia sprint as fast as he can towards the site, and that's exactly what Titan want. Look at this, they're on the run, they're going towards B. Dosia hasn't got a clue, neither of any of the HellRaisers members, as the French side are just going to charge straight on in, and Dosia is just going, oh no. Oh no, that's him right now. His thought process is, that looks like a B, and they've just basically been told by Titan, they've sent them a message saying, just save, and that's exactly what HellRaisers are going to probably consider as, oh no, they seem to have cottoned on finally. God, it took them a whole lot of time as they checked their corners, and the bomb goes in. Titan are going to be very comfortable setting up every potential angle on this for this retake. I don't think HellRaisers is going to be taking that risk.
I think I agree with you.
I think you might be right. Hey, to be fair, you never know. You never know, dude. I've seen HellRaisers get a couple of cheeky openers, especially when you've got Mo with the AWP. Not going to be happening, though. And he does hit a shot like that. Look at that, Dosia with a follow-up. Jeez, how was that a tag? I'm pretty sure it must have been like through the car door. I don't know.
Confusing stuff. Still, HellRaisers do get to keep 3 of their players alive. And it's Titan's playing slightly differently here. Last time I remember seeing them on Inferno, especially on the T side, they'd have obviously Apex and KennyS pushing towards CT Arch, getting control there with Existence. And then also Maniac would be soloing up by Banana. He would be just kind of testing the waters there constantly. And if he got the pick, or if he got, a way to get in, he would then push off the back of it and they'd rotate as well. But they seem to have switched a couple of things up here. A couple of teams doing the same, Envious being one of them, clearly switching things around. But let's have a look at what they go for this round. 3-man stack towards B. This is when Angel likes to go aggressive and get these little bit of an early shot off and try and do some early damage, but this time, not getting so lucky.
Yeah, and the banana is going to be a cooked banana, as it seems the mollies are coming out fast. Looks like Maniac's going to be the only one lingering around B, because Kenny and Apex are going to be searching for something towards this A site. What needs to be mentioned is that Maniac's actually finding something. He's very he tends to enjoy sticking around banana late. If he can get early control, especially if the teams give it to him, that's a mistake you really can't make against Titan. And the statement about that is that Mo has managed to rotate towards B. He's going to be sticking there, as Adrens and Kucha are going to be the ones to be tested ultimately here, as Angel has come to their rescue. And Titan, though, getting ready for the push.
Let's see if Titan go for this. KennyS and Apex starting to line up. Kucha could be on the receiving end here. And I wonder if they could do what they do best. Here we go. Let's see if Kenny goes for the little peek. Oh, actually, that molly's going to force him into it, but Kenny connects the shot towards Adrian. Kenny does get out alive, though. The molly not quite keeping him in place too long. But now, Kucha and Angel, the last two on the site. Look at those smokes on B as well. They're completely smothered the site. And Angel has gone darting through, tried to get the information, gets shut down. And now Kucha, the last line of defense, picks up a beautiful double, but the third was a little too far out of reach, leaving, well, the last man in it, Mo. But if only he knew how low these guys are. Apex on 17, Existence 24, and Maniac 2. He could have done something about it, but
there is nothing in his health bar.
Yeah.
That is an empty health bar.
It's nothing.
As he's just going to be waiting, trying to catch someone on the way out. But this feels good from Titan, actually. Like when they do these set, when they don't lose a man early, they can really just brute force into a side. I say brute force because it quite literally is. KennyS gets a pick, they flash, they push. It's very much rinse, repeat. Apex will pick it up occasionally, and I'm going to be seeing if Mo can keep this one safe. He is easily going to be dispatching of Maniac, and that's going to be another round on the board for Titan. Once again, we go level. And this one is going back and forth, tit for tat. Let's see if it continues.
And off the bat here, we're just going to see what they buy up at the moment. Just going to have a little look around. Surely Mo is going to get the ult back. Where did he throw that? I don't even know. I think he just threw it ahead of himself. But yeah, KennyS and Mo, looking at these two, playing very differently, not playing against each other. We haven't seen much of it, if I'm honest. It's a little different, which isn't a bad thing. I think sometimes when orbs get focused on just taking each other out, it gets a little bit unnecessary. But Kenny, then, if only he knew, could have been in a great position. Just going to flash and smoke himself out of the molly and somehow staying alive. But Angel's going in for the knife here. Oh my God, Angel! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Angel, Jesus, if only he knew. One more little stab. Oh, Kelly's on 4 HP. It was like using a little butter knife to try and get away in a brick. He's like, Kelly's like looking at his knife like, is this all these can do? Do I need to be worried? Like, oh my God, Angel.
And I mean, Kenny still has 4 points of health. That's all he needs. He's going to find an opener now. I don't doubt it. That's Angel's going to be kicking himself. One right click, dude. One right click.
That's all you needed, man. That's it.
Okay, so Adrens and Kucha going to be joined by Dosia and Mouth. They do really have a good read now on Titan's A attack. It only took them a few rounds to start to get the gauge, but this, of course, does put Titan in the position where they can start trying to bait and switch. Not going to happen though. Mo shuts down Apex, looking for a second as the entry frags are going to become more and more difficult as these frags continue.
Yeah, Kenny S can't really withstand at the moment. He can't be the guy to make these slightly more aggressive peaks, and the 4-man stack from HellRaisers is coming up big. Now Kenny S, last man alive, takes down Adrian, does almost get the second, but no. Mo was there, Mo was waiting, and Mo delivers. So, HellRaisers taking a slight lead here.
Yeah, I mean, God, if you're in Kenny's position and you just start getting kind of sliced and diced in the smoke, what do you do?
Panic. Panic. Sheer panic. Panic and fear. But it is amazing that he did actually manage to stay alive throughout all of that. But did go down in the end. So, 7-6, a little bit of a shoddy buy coming out from Titan. They don't have the best of economies right now. They're going to go for the 3 AK, 1 Tech 9, and a P250 buy-up. So, a lot of utility, not a lot of firepower. The deep smoke comes out from Mo. Going to just support Angel, who's soloing on the B side currently, allowing them a little bit more leniency to stack 4 men towards A, and give a little bit of time before maybe Angel would feel some pressure. And even Dozier doing the same.
And so, Titan have got here a whole lot quicker than they normally do. Normally you see around that 45-second mark. This time, though, they've got a whole lot more time to play with, and this is going to be a real charge on towards the site. Adrian's ready at the breach, though. He's going to find 2. This could be 3. Oh, my God, it is. It's 4. Adrian's has just completely shut down Titan. They didn't have a chance, and that's going to be too easy for the HellRaisers defense.
Adrian's going to be pumped up after that one. Those shots were just pixel perfect. As you said, Titan just didn't stand a chance, and they had a little bit of firepower. They had a lot of utility, but it did not push that man out of his position. He just held firm, held strong, and locked it down. But now, once again, I ask the question, how strong are HellRaisers going to be on their T side? Do they have what it takes to be able to keep this sort of trend up? Because we know that Titan can play CT pretty well. They've been a little shoddy today, but they certainly have what it takes, because this last round is not looking good. They're down to Tech 9s, a P250, a couple of mollies, but you know, they just seem to be running out of ideas almost. Yeah,
HellRaisers is going to be very comfortable on 9-6, I think, if they are finding the entries. That's something that HellRaisers have struggled with in the past. I've kind of, when I see HellRaisers, I do kind of have this idea in my mind that when the entries aren't coming in, they kind of get stuck in a very slow play style. They get kind of their feet glued to the floor, and sometimes things don't go their way. Now, though, Titan, they do have pretty much full utility. Smoke on every player, a couple of mollies for RPK and Apex, and they're going to try and do something on towards A. Adrian shut them down before. Chances are we're going to see them towards Arch.
But they are doing the deeper smokes and flashes towards Pit now. One coming out towards CT Arch. I'm curious when they're going to go here, because they've kind of smoked themselves into a really awkward spot.
Are they trying to force a rotate, maybe?
I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see, because Angel's already pushing down. He knows they're not here. He's like, guys, just stay there. If I call, let me know. But they're going to try and actually get control of Pit. That makes sense. It was the only place, really, that they didn't smoke themselves. And now Adrian is cornered, and he goes down, bringing that A site into close quarters combat for the Tech 9s. But now here comes the retake, and HellRaisers look pretty good for it. But RPK and Kenny S say no, leaving Dozier in a 1v3. And if only Titan had brought out this sort of play earlier on.
Wow, where was that earlier on? The delay on the push. They threw out the smokes, they let them linger, they let them really kind of start HellRaisers quaking in their boots, and then came the push. And like you said before, that close quarter environment, perfect for the Tech 9s, and gave them these kind of these false walls with the smokes, enabling them to push on in. And has to be said, what I said before, I was expecting 9-6. I just need to shake my head and say, I apologize to Titan.
Sorry,
I shouldn't have doubted you. They had all the nades, they had the game plan, and that's another example of existence and a little kind of glimpse into his head.
A little glimpse into his head. Just his head.
His mind would have made a lot more sense,
yeah,
Alex.
just into his head.
I'm into his head, just peeking in. I'm doing all these actions. I'm realizing this,
I'm
now
really
we have
glad.
this kind of, this. You can just see all of my actions all close up with my hands and everything.
So basically, we were discussing this while we wait for the guys to get ready, how much Alex moves his hands in really weird ways.
Yeah.
So.
I honestly, I'm so glad that I haven't accidentally opened up like YouTube and it's just machine hands and it's just me doing all this. Like I get really descriptive when I'm talking. I'm like, oh yeah, and they're going to be pushing long, and we're going to be seeing this kind of bend toward. I do my whole.
You really.
Magic hands.
If someone would like to make a montage,
no.
There you go. Please sort out and make a montage of this like hand movement, little jazz play.
It's just how I communicate.
With
it's actually sign language for a very select few people. Sending them a different message saying like, help, trapped at ESL.
Pansy does not let me leave.
Please send help.
Oh, people are going to believe that. That's a shame. Anyway, you'll be locked up back in the basement after this game, but... HellRaisers on the T side. Titan on the And Alex is crying, but HellRaisers is going to be going for an aggressive play towards A. Let's see if it pays off.
Okay, let's see what they're going to do here. Already RPK is firing the warning signs. What am I saying? Dosia onto Kenny. Yes, things are going horribly wrong as I am just in severe fear of what's about to happen to me. Apex in existence, they're going to try and do something. Just Apex then, as I am losing all forms of speech. This is the end for me, I think, as Apex is going to be the last man to join his teammates in the grave. And that was a clean-ish round. You saw them all get pretty heavily tanked up. HellRaisers didn't lose a man, and I'm trying to get back on track, Lauren. Help me here.
I'm trying myself.
9-7 then, the score.
Normally I throw you under the bus a little myself, but you kind of just...
I did that all myself. Oh, I did that all myself.
There was no need for help. Oh, whew. But HellRaisers, great round. Very, very aggressive, very to the point.
Because I wasn't using my hands, that's why.
Are you trying to stop that now?
I was trying to like keep my hands down.
Oh no, this is what happens. After 5, you're being slightly subpar. No, gesticulate.
No.
No.
Hands are glued.
All right, let's take a look at what we got here, because Titan got that 4-man stack over towards A right now. They've got... this is what I like to see. So Apex and RPK, actually, this is a little bit different from what they used to do. RPK and Apex used to play B with the 2 CZs, and they would lock it the hell down. Now it's a little different, right? So we've got Apex picking up the 5-7 with a little bit of armor, RPK doing the same thing, but different sites. Now, I kind of miss the old play they brought out once they did play B occasionally with those CZs, but maybe they got a plan here. And funny enough, HellRaisers are slowly building towards A, and RPK is in a very good spot here with Maniac to do a lot of work. A little bit of a late smoke, I think, coming into place, and actually this is paying off well. RPK does get run down, but Maniac not really able to do the damage that was needed. And now, surely a clean round coming in for HellRaisers. They've got 3 alive, they shouldn't lose any more. Existence shouldn't be able to get that close, but then again, he's a smart man, you never know.
I don't think it's going to go too well for him. Just crawl around. Angel is there, and that's going to be picking up his first. As you're right, it wasn't too shabby. They do manage to maintain the AKs that they purchased, and that's going to be all good in the hood then for HellRaisers. 7-10 the score, and we asked how will they perform on their T side. And, you know, picking up the first 3 would be a damn good start. Titan's economy suggests it's going to be a little easier than you might expect with just the flash for Apex and a P250 for Kenny. Not so easy when you're on the CT side. Of course, they did the full utility push on the last round of their T side, and it's going to be interesting as they opt for the stack on towards B. 4 players going to be preparing themselves on B, trying to keep that a little bit of a secret, as Maniac is the only man on A.
And it could work, to be fair.
If
they could at least catch it.
Though.
Oh, that flash from Angel was just crisp. Taking 3 players flash, basically pushing him back on site, catching out RPK. But then again, I don't know if HellRaisers will realize that RPK was playing A last round. I'm not sure if they're going to be that hyper aware of this. However, seeing Apex there as well now, they might be going, hold on, have they stacked this? Where are they? Because we've got 3 players out by A. Maniac on, well, under his ledge, not on it this time. So he's got a little bit of variety to his play.
Mixing it up.
And actually, this could work well, because he's not been spotted. He might just wait for the plant, though. Here we go. Let's see what he can do here. Existence gets the double. Maniac even gets one. This is perfect play, leaving just Dosia alive in a 1v3. This is just turned on its head now. Dosia surrounded, being picked apart. And Maniac closing that one down. And just that touch of adaptation really catching out HellRaisers.
Right, so I just need to eat my words again.
Yep.
I am never going to say... In fact, I think that's something I think we just need to do across the board. This is CSGO. Every round is winnable. And those, was that 2 P250s was all it took?
The best thing was, it was the
flash.
USPSs that actually got the kills.
Yeah.
Existence got 2 with his. Not like a CZ, not a 5-7, don't swear again, not a Tech-9. And I just love seeing it. I absolutely love seeing that. Anyway, 3-man stack from Titan coming out towards B, 2 towards A. But then again, who am I to doubt these guys? They're able to dig deep on these crazy rounds, but HellRaisers like that fast-paced push at the moment, and they're looking like they want to do it again. Apex is completely caught with his pants down, and I think they just spotted out Maniac too. Surely they've seen where he is. Now Maniac's in trouble. They're looking up on the balcony like, hey, it's Maniac. Surely he's going to be up there. He did switch up, but it wasn't enough, and now HellRaisers have full control at A. They've got a line of smokes trailing throughout the side itself, and now it's going to be a hard retake for RPK and Existence.
Yeah, this is just them pushing back, saying, no, you haven't got this, as they try and shut down Titan, getting hyped, getting pumped, and Existence is going to realize that this is not a winnable round. I can say that with confidence this time, not the one prior, as it's just going to be a case of him trying to find something on the way. And that's going to put 11 then on the board for HellRaisers. And, I mean, so far so good. That's even going to mess with Titan's economy. off the back of that one. Letting them have the third, I say letting them, as if that was some sort of strategy, but it does mean that we are going to be seeing the economy from Titan take a bit of a hit.
Oh, an existence. So close to getting a beautiful couple more kills then. So close. However, HellRaisers 11-8. This has been a bad day for Titan, to be fair. They've really not had a great game day so far.
No,
bless them. I
truly
feel
not.
kind of bad. They really are at the bottom of the table, and not too long ago, HellRaisers were very much in their position, quite far down the table itself, and just didn't look like they were in any shape to really start picking up wins. They picked up rounds, but not much more. But HellRaisers have just kicked it up a gear, and I love that. Seeing the addition of Mo joining the ranks, and he's just done wonders for them. Giving them a really consistent AWP. Dozier starting to find that form again. All these factors just coming together in the right time. And Titan it just feels like they're never on a buy round at the moment. 4 players stacked out kind of towards B. You got Existence who can kind of jump off if needed, but then Apex kind of surrounded in the apps, gets found by Adrian, and now A is completely open to the taking. Unbeknownst to HellRaisers, of course, but still, this is a very... this could be a very easy round for HellRaisers.
That's what I said last time. Last time they stepped on towards B as well. However, that loss of Apex is going to be very difficult for them, as the T side are starting to orientate themselves towards the non-stacked site. And it won't take them long before they make that connection, like, hang on, this feels a little too easy. I won't be surprised if that bomb starts going down very soon. Maniac, the only man to have invested in armor, and see what he can do with that if Titan choose to try and make a dent in this T side. They are taking their time, though, and that's, you know, to their credit. Existence is finally going to start piecing something together, and Dosia, he still hasn't moved towards the site with that bomb. 30 seconds left. Do you think they're just really making sure? And I mean, there's no kind of disadvantage in doing what they're doing. It's just making sure you don't get caught out.
Well, you saw Kucha then with Dozier kind of taking that little bit of extra time round by pits, because Maniac's been alive. And Maniac, until now, has always been playing that pit spot, whether he's down below by the truck or up above on his balcony. On Ecos especially, he was the man soloing A. So when he didn't die, they're like, wait, is he here somewhere maybe, or well, what's going on? So now Kenny S and Maniac, last two alive, they are being hunted down. HellRaisers want to punish this, and they may not want to overextend into B because there's a lot of corners players could be waiting in, but Kenny just looking at the object that nearly killed him once upon a time. But gotta say it, HellRaisers looking substantially better at the moment than Titan. Titan looking like they haven't really been in control on their CT side, and Mo finishing off that last kill there, closing down generally is up in the number, but all in all, HellRaisers really stepping up their performance.
I think that is actually the storyline here. That it's not necessarily Titan underperforming. Yes, they're not kind of as amazing as they once were, but that's been the case for a while now. This, however, is HellRaisers really looking solid. Very much so, and you can see it on the scoreboard that they've only picked up one so far this round. All it did was give them that false sense of security with that eco win, and now can HellRaisers continue down this path, guiding them towards, I mean, they have just turned it around. They were towards the bottom half of the scoreboard halfway through this. Now things are looking a lot better. Things are looking up for the CIS team. That's just a 2 FAMASs for Titan, no head armor across the board, and just the 1 death kit suggests things are not amazing for them. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a 3-2 split for the T side.
Yeah, it's being quite cautious. I guess they just want to find out, have they gone for a full buy-up? What do they have here? You know, where are they playing? Because, to be fair, it's a little bit off, I guess. Apex and Existence over by B. They had Kenny S for a whole minute over there. And just Maniac and RPK basically playing the site. So, kind of maybe gifting a lot of the map control over towards HellRaisers. Like, hey, take your time, check out these sites. We'll just be waiting for you and going to try and do the damage when required. And looking at this, so we've got Adrian and Kucha over by A with the bomb. Angel, Mo and Dozier by B. Then again, there's Existence and Apex just in that smoke, and Apex and Angel just, brushing past each other. Angel's got around the back.
He's gonna make the call.
Angel's off. Angel can go anywhere he wants right now. I don't know where they are, but Apex is doing the same thing. He's around the back of HellRaisers, and this has just gone on its head, but Apex pounces first. Kucha finds RPK, but Kenny S and Apex are the only two who've done some real work here, but Maniac was waiting on the site, and Maniac comes up big with one. Adrian finally stops it, but time. 8 seconds left. They don't have time to do this. Surely not. And there goes the bomb. Angel's nowhere to be found, and somehow Apex was just in a better place at a better time and pulled it off a little bit well.
That was a real,
Wow.
like, straight-up decision from Apex there. All he did, he kind of made the call to Existence. He said, okay, there is a T towards construction, and then he went on a rampage himself. He decided that was the better move to make, and really did pay off as he caught HellRaisers unaware. 9-12 then the score.
Just your Aussie accent coming through.
That's right. I spent 2 days with Mitch in the office. We have new blood in the ESL office, guys.
Yeah.
And now let's see where they choose to take this one. This is another T stack, but this time they have weapons. There's 3 CTs then over towards Banana as Kenny S changes his mind quite quickly and opts to back on up to join Apex and the gang as HellRaisers make themselves known in ult mid.
Certainly as Adrian now will make the move. Very aggressive stance here, not going to mess around even with smokes or flashes, but who's the last line of defense? It's going to be Maniac pushed in towards those apps. Kenny S over towards Library, and just a second off from catching a glimpse of Dozier there, but he will get a good idea. Apps has been dealt with. Now Kenny S, RPK and Existence have to make their minds up. Do they even go for this retake, or do they back away, play safe, and try and keep hold of these guns?
So Titan go for a B stack. I say stack, 3-2. And immediately, HellRaisers charge in towards A. They just seem to have a good understanding of how Titan are structuring their CT side.
Yeah, and Kennius did this before. For the first minute or so, he'll play over by B, which is...
It's good if they charge B,
yeah, and if you have an AWP as well, it perfectly makes sense to put him over there, but he doesn't at the moment. He's only had really an AK, so maybe just how they wanted to play it out, but then he retracted back very late, and HellRaisers is becoming more and more aware of this. It's going to be a real problem here as Dozier goes hunting, and Dozier almost gets the double. Kenny finally stops him, but all in all, Titan looking a little bit shaky there. They might need to switch that thing up.
Yeah, they're running out of chances as well. 13 rounds on the board for HellRaisers, just 3 away from that victory. And things are going to be heating up for HellRaisers as they continue into TSM for their second game as well. That's going to be a real tough one. This is an important game for them because they know they're going to have really tested against TSM in this following game. On Mirage of all maps, a map they struggled on against Penta just yesterday. Oh, and entrance opens up onto Kenny. Kenny trying all the right things, but just not seeming to be able to connect today. Everyone has those days, but when Kenny has it, it just becomes that much more difficult for Titan. Maniac charging forward, the 5-7 does have the AK to fall back on, and he does just that. Kucha then down as he backs away into the smoke, fades away, disappears, and HellRaisers have to try and find something considering they have 60 seconds and that bomb's still at T-ramp.
Disappears.
Disappears. Is that the same as my safe?
Not quite. It's not as aggressive.
No,
just
it's
yet.
more soothing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
not
disappears.
Much. Disappears. Anyway, so far, 2-2 split for the CTs at the moment. There's 2 still by B. 2 towards A. And you said it before, HellRaisers need to make their move and make it pretty soon. They've got 40 seconds left. Angel's going looking, and I like it when they do this. They don't smoke or flash necessarily. He'll get a little bit of ground gained early, and oh, not again! How are they doing this? Apex and Angel just like to just go around each other. It's like, oh, and once again, surprise, surprise, Apex wins out on it. But here we go. Existence and Apex hold the site. 3 players lining up, and they're making their move.
That was big from Dozier. Gets connection on towards Coils now. See what he can do. Existence is going to try and prepare himself. We are going to be seeing a quick response from Dozier again. That's 2 very important frags, and what was, you know, the numbers favouring Titan have now switched on its head. HellRaisers now have the advantage, and RPK and Maniac have got a lot of ground to cover if they choose to go for it. They don't, as they realise this is kind of a last chance saloon now for the French side. And that's going to put 14 on the board for HellRaisers, and the money, let's have a quick look, isn't going to be fantastic for Titan.
No, it's not. And I can imagine that's certainly lending to why they're saving these guns. But yeah, HellRaisers, I don't know. I really don't know what it is with Angel and Apex just walking around each other, though. It's just every single time. That's twice it's happened. And both of them just ending the same way as well, even though Apex did come out on top in the 1-to-1. Dozier keeping it in check on the side. And that's what I mean about Dozier. He can be such a big player in these instances. And here we go. 9th round on the second half. Currently 14-9. Titan starting to trail here and just looking very kind of hollow almost in the way they're playing. There's no real power to it. They've never looked dangerous. That's the thing. Whereas HellRaisers have had these rounds, you're like, wow, okay, they've got, you know, a real heavy hitter in this player. They've been playing well in this sort of starting lineup and this form and this strategy, but not really felt that from Titan at the moment. They have dedicated Kenny towards CT Arch straight away though. Clearly not happy with the Pansies. Going to take them out of the map. All right, Kenny, calm down.
They change colour when you knife them, you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't knife them ever.
Oh, well, they change colour when you knife them. Fun fact, Friday. It's not even Friday. Let's see what he's going to see. Maniac got a double. That's going to be a 3 now as RPK chimes in with 1 for himself, and it's just going to be Mo who took 1 with him. As this could be another clawback from HellRaisers. They've done it before. Now, what was a 2v4? Brought down to a 2v3, and RPK is kind of filling Maniac's shoes in the pit area. And they've got plenty of time to work with. This T side trying to piece together an attack.
Well, RPK's got himself into a great little spot there, but I think the game's a little up here. Apex spotted him out on the side. Existence comes in. Dozier now last man alive. He gets dealt with by RPK, and they were just so patient, Titan, waiting in great little angles and making HellRaisers come to them, and there was no way they could have avoided that. But still, 10-14, HellRaisers very much on the precipice of getting this one sorted, but still, those last 2 rounds can be the hardest sometimes. We'll have to see if they can keep this sort of pressure up here. Titan going to go for a bit of a better buy now. A couple more big guns in the game, keeping that AK, swiping that one out of HellRaisers' hands and forcing the likes of Kucha to just kind of dabble with the Galil. But all in all, we're seeing Apex over towards CT Arch, Kenny towards Quad, Maniac joining in on towards probably Balcony, I assume, but slightly different. Slightly adapted, and RPK very early into this round heading over towards A, but if only HellRaisers knew sometimes they've got 4 players on Banana, and if they go right now, they could catch out Existence.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that RPK started a beat, threw down his Molotov, and instantly started rotating. Here come HellRaisers. This is the hit they needed. Existence is going to be all alone on Coils. He's going to try to do something. It's just going to be one onto Dozier for now. They know where he is. The smoke comes in and it enables him to get away scar-free for now. But look at this rotate. Apex is there. RPK coming from behind does actually connect onto Kucha, and this is going to be a possible retake from Titan.
It certainly could be, but Adrian again in a great little spot, but he's just having trouble in this smoke at the moment. Does turn around, but RPK now around the corner. 2 players to challenge down, a 1-for-1 exchange. Angel in the end to close it down, and there we go. Mo and Angel, big play coming out in the end, getting them onto match point marker. But the one thing I had to point out about that was HellRaisers saw the smoke coming in from CT Arch. They saw it coming over the rooftops, which pretty much indicated, okay, there's probably only 1 guy on B, right?
Smart.
So they just went, all right, let's play it. They were already so close. I'm not too sure. There was like 3 players pushed up, pretty close by car. So by the time they saw that coming over, they're like, well, let's assume it. Let's make that play. And they just went off the back of it. Really nicely done. This time, though, you're going to have Kenny's kind of being told to get back towards A. You've got Existence and Apex playing B. And once again, HellRaisers just pushing up, seeing if, hey, guys, what's going to happen here? Do we see that smoke again? Is someone going to get faked out on it? Let's find out.
Yeah, and they're also going to be really aware of the economy now of Titan. They know how things are going for them, and there's not going to be too many risks taken from HellRaisers at this point. They don't need to, as here comes the execute. They're going to be charging. The Angel has already drawn blood. Apex now down and out. He's not going to be caught out this time by Apex, as Kenny and Existence make it just Kenny. As Existence bites the dust, he's going to try and do something with his CZ, but the bodies keep dropping, and HellRaisers taking leaps and bounds towards this victory here in this best of 1. RPK and Kenny, just a Nova and an AK between them, as the bomb goes in courtesy of Adrens, and HellRaisers begin to set up for this Titan retake.
Let's see if they can do it. RPK, the newer addition, the newer man to the squad. Such a big task, but Dozier denies, and Adrian closes this one out. And another big performance coming in for HellRaisers, showing they can compete with the best. Taking down Titan is going to put them in a brilliant position on that overall leader board and the rankings so far in the season. But the next big question is, how much is that going to pay towards their confidence, their play style against the bigger guys, TSM?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to put them even further now above Navi as well, which is
massive.
I mean, when you could look at the 2 teams on paper, a lot of people would kind of favor Navi. Now, though, here in the Pro League, they have managed to pip them at the post. They're going to continue to do so with that victory, as Lauren is doing maths. What does it look like?
We need to see how every other game kind of pays into this one.
Okay, but assuming what we have now.
Virtus Pro won one of their games.
That's right.
So they've gone a little bit further up. So basically, if HellRaisers want to keep up to everyone in the top 5 currently, they need the next win as well. Otherwise, they're going to be held slightly below, not by a huge margin, but they'll be about a win behind.
Yeah, basically those first, I think they lost 4 quick losses at the start of the league, are going to be held against them if they don't pick up these victories. They made it very kind of more difficult for themselves than it needed to be, but that is the case, and it means they're going to have to work so hard up against TSM. A TSM who are on top form. We saw them best VP before. Let's see how things go down as it's time for our final game straight after this break.
Now listen to this. Bad boy. Funky time. Good morning.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL ESEA Pro League. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, joined by Lauren Panty-Scott for one final game of this evening's CS extravaganza. And it has been that. We've had some serious storylines with VP trying to climb up. We saw Titan fall flat on their face in 2 games. And now it's time to see if HellRaisers can do, and I'm going to say it, the impossible. This is going to be so difficult for the HellRaisers side. I mean, this is going to be... on Mirage. I'm just going to go through the factors now
go for it,
of why this is going to be difficult. We're on Mirage.
Just hit it up.
Okay,
go for it.
so we're on
Explain
Mirage. This is a map that we just saw them yesterday. It's always a map that we've considered them a little weaker on. Yesterday, though, we saw them against Penta go 14-16, get dragged, kicking and screaming to that victory, but really not good for them. TSM, however, are widely regarded as one of, if not the strongest side on Mirage. This is going to be an uphill struggle.
100%. It's the first real test of how good can HellRaisers be. Can they really compete with the best? This is where you'll get your honest answer, because TSM are one of the best. Yeah, they had a close game not too long ago, but then their CT side was just perfect. Now, if they get to start on their CT side, this game could be over before it starts. Let's put it that way. I'm not too sure what to expect from HellRaisers. Sometimes very strong, sometimes get a little bit caught off. But so far, they have been picking up the wins. They have been doing what they need to. But now, as we said, this is the moment they need to actually really get it going.
Wow.
And let's see what they can do.
Quick start then from TSM. I always wonder if ever we're going to see like some straight up knife strats. Like if some team's just going to go super keen for no reason whatsoever and just, you know, turn up with some sort of knife strategy. Side switch, you know, sides do matter. And I think I've seen that's been evidenced time and time again. One day it'll happen. One day we'll see people like, you know, have a strat page with a subtitle knifing. That's going to happen.
Ooh. Device with the Julies?
I was just looking at that buy.
We see who's the other player who does this all the time? Pimp. Pimp often goes for the Julie's first round. A little bit unique, but hey, who am I to judge? You know, there's nothing wrong with a good dually pistol up in this. We'll have to see if it works out, though. I'm not too sure, but Device knows what he's up to. But it looks like the T side, as it is HellRaisers, will be looking over towards the B side with 4 players heading that way, 1 towards mid. And Adrian gonna try and breach that mid area. It's always difficult. It's always a hit and run, but he gets the job done.
Okay.
KGB goes down. Zipnik's under pressure, gets overrun, and the T side are doing what they need to. Bomb's surely gonna go down here.
The CT side getting overwhelmed, but Carrigan trying to pull them straight on back from the brink as he gets 2 connections with the USP. Gonna try and find a third here as Angel and Kutra just dancing around this site. Device is nicely there to back him up, and suddenly he was 2v4, brought down to a 2v2 as Carrigan and Device are well and truly within the chances of doing this. He gets a third. The realms of possibility are starting to get wide open as now it's all onto Adren's. He does have a perfect position though for this defuse. He gets 1, and it's most definitely should be a second. Carrigan, are you joking? He's going to get a 4th. I'm not necessarily sure. I'm pretty sure he's got the time for the defuse, and that one-man show, the one-man band. Oh!
It's a second! A second
I was
too
so
late.
cautious. I was like, I think, no, yeah. Oh my god.
1 second.
Oh, okay.
You okay?
I'm calming down. There we go.
I was a little worried.
Oh, my blood started rising, my blood pressure. Okay.
You're right.
Sigh of relief.
All right. Cool.
Oh, that's not insane. As insane as it could have been. What a shame for Carrigan, but still, TSM making HellRaisers work, even in that first round. Whew.
Wow, there's 1 on the board. This is it. This is the marker. Here we go, HellRaisers. How far can you take this? You're going to have Carrigan and Device with scouts up against you, and they're going mid. HellRaisers, you're brave or you're stupid. I'm not sure which one, and here we go. We're going to find out. Tag already towards Mo, though. He's down to 31. He does have full armor, but they're going to have to be cautious here. A little bit of a switch up now. Zipnik's going to probably take the place of Carrigan. Carrigan's heading over towards that little jumping ledge. Jumping off the ground just above the ledge towards those B-apps. But HellRaisers having none of it. They're going up mid. Adrian's already was dancing around connector there. And this is interesting. HellRaisers, where are you going to take this one? Cajun B's holding close short. He could do some real damage with that CZ if they come walking up here, and it looks like they might just be. But no, Adrian deals with him, but Carrigan at least gets 1, but it's a 3v3. This is still quite close.
Yeah, Dosia, of course, does have the EK, and so he's going to be able to dispatch of Zipnik's relatively easily. Dupree and Device are not in the prime positions to really bring too much into this one. Dupree has managed to scavenge an AK, and Device has the scout as well. So chances are they're going to want to keep those ones safe and sound, especially considering the full armor invested in from Dupree. So he's just going to linger on either side, but either exits. Basically, short is the only safe bet for HellRaisers. As TSM are going to hold those exits. In fact, I think Device realizes that and is actually going to position himself accordingly, and this is much better. He could probably catch one here. considering keeping himself safe and secure. I'd rather have the scout than the frag, and is just going to try and hit the jump shot on the way out. So HellRaisers managing to pick up a second. Again, it does feel like TSM are keeping them on their toes.
Yeah, and so far, this is a great start for HellRaisers. Last time these two faced up in the Fragbite Masters, it was on Mirage, and it was a 16-6 result to TSM, so quite defining. So HellRaisers already having 2 is a very good start for them, and I want to see them build. It's the gun rounds that are going to be the real kind of questioning point here. It's going to be very difficult once they get that weaponry in the TSM camp. But still, if HellRaisers get 3 to begin with, it's a good start. And they just have to go round by round here. Just keep doing it really nice and smart and play perfectly. We'll have to wait and see. I want to see if HellRaisers can actually do this.
It would be a dream come true for them, that's for certain, because that would put them with a chance of getting that ticket to Cologne. Already, though, Kerrigan's going to try to do more magic with a pistol. Not going to happen this time, as the MAC-10 is just a little too quick. Zipnix is going to find the connection with the USP, as HellRaisers trying to make this as neat as possible. Adrens is helping that, though, with the AK. That's the 5-7 from KGB. Just leaps on out, trying to find something. And now dupreeh, he's had this AK for 2 rounds already. Going to try and keep this one and take it into the 3rd. Not going to happen. Angel shuts him down. He managed to bring him down to just 2 points of health. But that is going to be the initial 3 for HellRaisers. And now, as you said before at the start of this one, is the real test.
Here we go. Test begins.
Okay.
Have HellRaisers been able to
session.
fix any of the issues? Prolifically, HellRaisers are not great on this map. You said it earlier, and I can't help but to agree with you. But they're in a different form right now. They're starting to pick up very good wins. Is this the first time we'll see them be able to prove it? Mo is a great spawn towards mid. He's going to go out and maybe even challenge this. Molly towards connector. Good choice as well, considering Kerrigan and dupreeh. We're going to try and peek that, so a little bit of early control. And they're going quite quick here. We've got Angel and Dozier going through that underpass area, going to try and get some sort of weight towards mid, start to try and get some control. dupreeh hopping up and down, trying to get any information if someone's trying to push that short area, but still.
Oh, this boost.
Let's see if it pays off. They've got to be cautious, and it was a slight off angle, so Kerrigan wouldn't get the full spray down if he noticed. But the bomb is still very far back in their spawn almost. They're not making a big play just yet. They're testing the waters. It's smart, it's calculated, but HellRaisers still need to breach that mark.
And you know what else it's done? Is it's really brought TSM's limited utility out in the open. They have very little left now. They've got, what, 2 flashes and a nade between them? They started with just a little bit more than that. And Dosier's managed to sneak his way in. Looking to assassinate his presence on connector. Oh, that's big from dupreeh. That frag alone has slowed down the HellRaisers' attack. He's going to be able to pick up a second here if Angel's not careful. And he is, though. Picks it up. Adrens is there as well. Kucha throws one into his teammate's pocket. That's not ideal, as it is going to be now a 3v3. And Adrens is so close to getting that bomb down.
But they did cross the site. Kerrigan wasn't able to stop them getting the plant, and now 3v3 after plant situation. KGB on the retake. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Kucha denies Kerrigan on those stairs. But look at this straight away. Zipnix going back up for it.
Oh my God.
That's insane, but he lands the shot. KGB hits his. Mo goes down, and the defuse comes in. TSM playing that retake very, very well. But HellRaisers were close.
I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot this game.
Yep.
I feel like we're going to be saying, oh, and HellRaisers so close. Oh, nearly had.
Yeah.
Oh, like it's going to be a lot of that.
Yep.
As it seems to me, TSM just seem to have a little bit of a stronger grasp on their CT side here. I think we're going to be seeing another all-pin play. Not sure how HellRaisers can scrape it together, as we're going to be seeing the 5 AKs for them, and I don't know if they're going to have any issues with their utility. We are going to be seeing 2 players without much to their name, just a smoke for Kucha and Mao. His name's Mo. It's going to keep slipping out occasionally, as we're going to see Dozier lining up that smoke for jungle.
That's quite early as well. He's going to go for that quick, and Adrian already peeked in. Already picked up 2. dupreeh and KGB are down and out, and they went in just before the smokes even came into place. And look at this Kerrigan device. Zipnix, they are nowhere near this, and I think they're backing out almost. They're done. They're dusted. They have not got this one under wraps. That is a brilliant A-take from HellRaisers. If this is what they've been working on, credit where it's due, it just paid off.
What? I was like, I mean, that caught us by surprise. Never mind TSM. Adrian just walks into the site and neutralizes that CT presence on A with 2 clicks of his mouse. Huge from him and huge from HellRaisers. That is important. Good God. Can HellRaisers continue to do that? Adrian, 7 frags already in this game, and those 2 were the most vital so far.
Device at least keeping the boys in check, saying, "All right, you're not going to get away with everything. You don't get away with all your guns and all your players. I'll take down at least one with me." But here we go. I don't know what to make of this 4-1 so far, and I won't believe it until it's the end result. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how far ahead HellRaisers get, I'll be like, okay, well, it's still TSM's game.
It is TSM's game.
That round was very indicative of a good team, at least on their A play.
And you saw the discipline from TSM, though. They respected that. They respected the opening picks and didn't decide... They obviously feel that this game is it can go either way, and they solely should. If you start resting on your laurels, you're going to get punished. There's now something a little bit different from HellRaisers. This time, that two-player in mid, Adren's and Moot. Damn it! His name is Mo. Can he not just put M-O-E for me? Because I'm an idiot.
Help.
Help me. As now, Zipnix is actually... Ooh, he's going to be connected with that nade. Not too much, though, 75. And this is an interesting spread of numbers. Kucha kind of still sticking around A. There's still 3 CTs around A. So if HellRaisers wanted to put something together on B, now would be the time. And they're still taking their time. It's actually going to be Dosia who's kind of still looking to find the head of Zipnix.
And it does look like HellRaisers are building towards this B play. I don't know how they're keeping TSM so dedicated towards it being an A. They could still swing through mid, I guess. But now it's go time. Zipnix and Cajun B are going to have to withstand the 4-man stack coming right towards them.
Wow, that's perfect. The smoke comes in perfectly obscure and short. Now the frags start coming in. Cajun B, though, just picks up 2. They're not quite going to get the 3rd. And now Device isn't going to check his corners, and that's going to be costly as here comes Mo. That pause. Dosia and Mo. Last 2 men standing for HellRaisers. It is a 2v2, and Carrigan with an open hand is going to go for the CQB. Hits the no-scope, that's big! Into the chest of Dosia, now looking for this one, as it's all on to Moo to do it. He finds 1v1. It's going to be all on to Carrigan to continue where he left off, and he does. He does it with a pistol, he does it with an AWP. He'll do it with anything, as Carrigan is going to be able to secure that defuse and the 2nd round for TSM.
That was so close, though. How can you have a bank on someone just hitting shots like that?
What did we say we were going to be saying, Lauren?
That exact phrase. All right, don't call me
There we go.
Come on, Alex. You know, I'd never throw you under the bus. God. Oh, you take that sip.
Slash S.
Wow. I'm just going to wait for you to finish your little gulp of Red Bull. Nice. Classy. All right. Hey, it's a late one here, guys. Thank you for sticking with us, by the way, all of you on Twitch. It's been awesome so far today in this play day. But let's see if we're going to get any more good games. We're seeing a bit of a split here, though. Last time they did this, they did accumulate themselves towards that A site in the end. Adrian, Angel, Dozy are going to work their way up. But Zipnix actually in a very good spot here. He could do a lot of work. He's coming around on short, but smoked out. Cajun B just holding pretty close. Ooh, Cajun B. What can you do here? 2 players just to his left. They're going to start pouring in, but Cajun B says hello with a big kill coming up first. But still, they're getting control of the side. Dupree in a good spot, though. He's the next one who could be vital, but no, Dozier's on a mission, and Dozier is not done just yet. Picking up 2 big kills and almost securing A. But Device and Carrigan could turn this one. Yeah,
HellRaisers are getting these connections, but they're still so cautious of the A site. They don't feel like they have control of it, and rightfully so, considering the AWP of Carrigan, is still on the hunt. And you know what? Adrens is going on an intel hunt. He's going straight through short. He's going to try and just check all the corners in B, and Carrigan's on the way as well.
If Adrian can get to a good angle before Carrigan, this could completely open B up. And I think you just heard him. I think he's aware. Now, Dozier can play the next role. He can get into a good spot to maybe push them, pressure them, but he's so low. Kucha's on the rotate. He's got 25 seconds. And look at Carrigan. He has to hit this shot. And here we go. Great work coming out. The timing is sublime. Adrian being the bait, doing the dirty work, getting into the face of Carrigan. Now the bomb goes down. Device, I don't know if he can do this.
That was so smart. I can't quite wrap my head around it. They just have such a deep understanding of where the TSM boys could have been positioning, and HellRaisers just... Ooh, I'm going to watch that back. I did like that. It was so evident that they were communicating a real high level there, and now Device is just going to be clutching onto that AWP. Wants to put it back in the hands of Carrigan for this next round. And I mean, HellRaisers, they seem to be doing not too shabby. Was it 6 they picked up last time these guys met on this very map? Already picking up 5. Is a good sign that this map may be a little bit more exciting than we first thought.
I'm kind of scared about this because HellRaisers look so damn strong. They're just, even in their like small synergies between players. You saw it just then in the perfect example. That little bit of a bait, just because they knew as soon as that guy showed a centimeter, they timed it so well. And that's just on the fly. What are they doing on their set executions? You don't know. And considering in the last game, Angel was the heavy hitter. He was their big fragger. Now you've got Adrian doing the same. This is a massive game coming out. Device going to go for the early peek towards a ramp. Not going to spot out too much. And once again, HellRaisers is going to take their time. And why not? They've got a lot of it to play with still. And the CT side don't have anything to work with. A super clean eco, excluding Device, being able to retain that up, obviously, from last round. But credit where it's due. HellRaisers already going to probably, if this round doesn't go crazy, you know, it shouldn't do, but you never know. They already should be hitting where they managed after a full game against TSM not too long ago.
Yeah, we'll see if this one continues. 4 CTs on A. Now is the time for HellRaisers to execute.
Fake. They faked it out so well, and and literally TSM have just lapped it up. They're like, oh yeah, there's a smoke towards jungle, there's one on stairs. But look, here comes HellRaisers. Xyp9x is the line of defense. Nice little shot there. But there comes Mo, and here comes the backup. This is the difference. Can Device do anything in this situation?
Well, the flash suggests it's not going to be easy, as HellRaisers are going to be wrapped around as well. Excuse me, TSM are going to be wrapped around. Then again, Karrigan's just doing work with the USP again. Somebody take that pistol out of his hands. It seems like a crime that he starts with it. As now it's going to be a 3v2. Angel and Adrian's finally going to be chiming in with frags and shutting that dream down. Then again, Device has a dream of his own. Finds one onto Kucha. Adrian's and Angel then are going to be able to shake their heads and shake Device off that side as he's going to be backing away. Are they going to be able to find it, though? They are going to be trying to take this AWP out of his hands. They're sick and tired of this AWP being in play every single round, and Device is actually watching the wrong side. Oh, Angel just pixel walking perfectly. He's going to be checking every angle. This should be a dead Device, and it is.
I don't know, HellRaisers. This is kind of...
Shush now.
I don't know. I said I'm not going to believe it until that very last round. But, okay, let's put it this way. TSM CT side, last time around, up against First Pro, let's say, was just flawless. I think they may have dropped one, if any. To be fair, HellRaisers are looking very good, very solid, very competent, and I don't know. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know at the moment. We'll have to wait and see how much HellRaisers can keep doing this, though. They're going to have a go on their CT side. We'll have to see if it can withstand what TSM can do. But 6-2 so far is a great result for HellRaisers, and Kucha taking his time. He's been just such a constant presence, just waiting cautiously, playing well, slowly playing in towards A when required. But I'm really impressed with HellRaisers so far.
Yeah, and so you should be. 6 rounds. They've actually matched how they previously did up against TSM already, just 9 rounds in. Now, where do they choose to go? This is the other, like, HellRaisers have a good couple of set plays. This is one. Kucha always playing around Palace. No matter what the play, he's been playing this one, and Device is going to be, this time, falling foul to it. Now, the bomb is over towards T-spawn, and HellRaisers like to do this. They don't like to commit. They like to kind of test the water absolutely everywhere. Angel's dipping his toe in B, Dosia towards connector, and as soon as they have that call, now, Bloody Moo will bring that bomb. Kucha with a second. Dupree just goes hunting. I'm not sure what TSM are doing here. They're kind of really falling into the trap laid out by HellRaisers, and now just 3 CTs remain. Make it 2 as Kucha finds a third. This man is just ripping the TSM's boys apart. Dosia now wrapping around from connector, and this is so well put together. It's like a beautiful jigsaw from HellRaisers as they execute on towards A.
Piece by piece. Dosia then watching the push-up, expecting a player to go towards the stairs, and now Xyp9x knows what's up. He can see the AK. He's going to take down Dosia, but there's still 3 players just waiting for the chance for it. Xyp9x almost had a little bit of connection then, but he's going to back out in here. I don't think he's going to expect much, but Angel just up on shore. Going to be very close to landing this one, and he will. Xyp9x just doing well on his way out, but it's not enough to give him the round, and 7-2. Big plays coming out from HellRaisers on their T side. Really putting up a great performance. I'm loving watching this.
Me too, and I mean, we were feeling a bit drowsy going into this game, and I have woken up. So have HellRaisers, that's got to be said, as that's going to be really, really scary for TSM. 7-2 then the score. Let's not forget just how important this win is for HellRaisers. This means everything to them in the ESL ESEA Pro League. And
the economy for TSM is in pretty poor shape. They're 2.4k at the moment, P250s, a CZ and AK. They're not going to make much out of this. I really don't know what to even make of it. I'm really, really so impressed. And it's the same kind of stuff. They're not doing anything unbelievable. TSM are going to go for a bit of an aggressive mid-presence, but look at Mo. He's already expecting it. He's waiting for it, and he actually stays there long enough. He's confident that he can hit this shot, but just sneaking down the side, Karrigan's going for a walk just underneath, and Karrigan comes up with the goods, takes down the AWP, gets away with 2 HP, but he's done a good bit of play there.
That's ridiculous. Even crouching so he just out of the scope. Wow, Carrigan, a man who obviously has a deep understanding of the AWP, whether he's against or it's in his hands, as now it is going to be a 3v3. Not the same, though. It feels kind of rude to call it a 3v3, as HellRaisers full armor, full weapons, and TSM, they're going to be catching nades. Device now down, courtesy of Kobe. And we'll see what Carrigan can do. It's going to be an answer. Whoa, what? He shuts down Angel. That should not have gone his way. It does, though, and that's going to put an AK in his hand as well.
And they're running into Zipnix. If they actually go towards A here, Zipnix is playing it, or predicting it well, very early into this rotate. Adrian and Dozier making their way through. Zipnix can probably lock down from CT if he doesn't peek out too much, because Dozier does have the AWP. So, yeah, he's got himself in a good little spot. Takes the opening shot. Brave stuff, but he gets the information. 26 seconds. Carrigan going to be watching up on that cross. Nice molly work comes out. Zipnix goes down, but Carrigan now, can he do the superhuman work here? He's got the tag, but he can't quite manage to take down Adrian. Dozier watching the cross, but Carrigan takes down Adrian, and now Dozier 1v1. Carrigan surely cannot do this. Dozier's watching a pixel, but he's got the tag. Carrigan is literally being a superhuman right now, and it was so close for him. Dozier finally stops it, but that was far too close for comfort, and HellRaisers are dragging themselves through this game.
Carrigan is a nightmare for HellRaisers. Every time they close their eyes, he is there. 12 frags. And the rest of TSM, nowhere to be seen. He is just ruling the top of that scoreboard, and, you know, no coincidence he hasn't got that TSM logo, because he is a ghost.
I'm blown away with how good HellRaisers are playing their CT side. TSM are being ripped up here. Carrigan going for the shot in mid, doesn't get it, gets bullied out of the mid window by Adrian and Angel. And time again, this play, these beautiful bits of work coming out from HellRaisers are just keeping TSM on their toes. And let's see what's going to happen here. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. We've got Dozier finally picking up that bomb. Maybe going to start heading around towards A. Last time they did this, they put 2 players, maybe actually 3, I think it was last time, through mid, 2 split through A. But Adrian still finds the shot towards short. That could switch things up here. That could keep it a little looser. Device was kind of considering where he wants to go. He needs to fill that role now as Dozier puts down the smoke. But here's Dupree. Dupree's the difference. Dupree could do something. He's holding close. It's a hard position to play. You're an instant impact player. You can't stay there too long, and Angel will deal with him well. And once again, they have control of A. Zipnix and Device are locked out. Adrian's already starting to hump for them. And Zipnix could try and switch up here. Device does find Kucha and actually bring it back very possible. But did they spot Adrian? I think they did, but it doesn't matter. Adrian comes up big, and now it's a 1v1. We've got Device up against Dozier. The D&D combo gonna go head-to-head. Device got a molly, but Dozier knows what's up. He's already got a good prediction now. Device molly goes out. He's going aggressive. Smart play here. He's trying to find his spot, but oh, Dozier stops him on the jump. And another round for HellRaisers. This is absolutely huge.
This is insanity. This is not what, I mean, oh my God, you play this game in your head 4 or 5 times, TSM come out on top, and they did time and time again. 16-6 the score last time these teams met on this map. And HellRaisers, I don't know what they've done. TSM, I don't know what they've done. Maybe just came into this a little too confident. It's something that teams, when they are at the top of the scoreboard, top of the league, can fall foul to. And now, once again, Mo is trained in on the precise location of the CT push. 4 Famases though.
And look at Angel, he's already starting to consider it. He's got the P90 and he's not going to get to use it. Devices there. And well, the Famas is a little bit stronger to say the least, and maybe a little bit too confident almost here. Being caught out by that nice aggressive play coming out from TSM, pushing up aggressively in mid, denying any control, leaving Dozier and Kucha, the last 2 alive here. Bomb is at the top of mid, out of touch, and Dozier's in a very hard predicament to work himself out of. So now, I don't know what Kucha can really bring, but maybe they could find a kill or 2. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, HellRaisers, they started off so slowly in this league, losing 4 of the first 5 matches they played here in the ESL ESEA Pro League. We said that they're going to hold them back and make this end half of the league a little bit more difficult, and it most definitely has, but a victory against TSM here would be not even a leap, a rocket jump towards that offline stages. Now Dozier has 3 to find. Not looking too likely for him in this round, but don't never say never, as Justin Bieber once said.
Jesus.
He's going to be putting that bomb now in. Dozier, that's going to kind of turn the tide of this one. He is getting tagged up, but they're already pretty low. At least Device is not going to happen. KGB catches his ankles and secures the 3rd for TSM. But the economy isn't going to be a problem for HellRaisers, I wouldn't think. And now it's time to see how things are going to go into the 13th round here of the final game of today's CSGO.
When do I start having faith in them? That's the thing. When
On
do
the half, Lauren.
You reckon? You reckon I'm allowed on the half?
I want to see how HellRaisers structure their CT. If things are sound, you can get excited.
Okay, until that point, no excitement.
No excitement. Nope, zero. I don't want to get my hopes up because
Exactly,
this would be such an insane upset and such a big win for HellRaisers. They're gonna have so much adrenaline flowing through their veins right now.
Let's see what they've got coming into this round, because they've got a bit of a mixed bag buy. The economy wasn't bad, as you noted, but it's also not great. So Angel had the P90 before, I think, and now he's down to the Tech 9 with the smoke. But it looks like they're going to go for this almost standard A. It worked last time because they kind of pushed a little early into their smokes, and they're doing it again. Kucha opens up towards Device. They follow up well. Kucha is just being absolutely on point. But now can they make it count? Karrigan, the man, the myth, the legend, the one who went so big at the start of this game, is going to be eyes on from those stairs. The bomb is going down. Dupree around the back. Zipnik's in CT. They are going to be surrounded on all fronts. This is going to be a tough hold for HellRaisers. Zipnik's the first in, takes down Kucha. This is still possible.
It certainly is. Oh my god, Dosia and Mo just make it so much more impossible. Dupree then, with it all to do, he's creepy crawling his way in, but Mo is just trained on his location and the most standard A execute the world has ever seen. And HellRaisers just find the frags early. Kucha, mad props to him because he was the man who found the opener.
My brain is just...
jelly.
It is absolute jelly right now, because, okay, it looked like a bit of a fluke at the start of it. I think we can all agree that we're like, okay, that's really cool. The HellRaisers have seemed to put in some work. That's really nice. They look good. But you wouldn't say they're going to be that close to TSM. And you'd think TSM, once the gun rounds came in, once they got some weaponry, they were like, all right, no worries, this is fine. But no, HellRaisers are going, screw this. We're going to prove a good goddamn point. And already taking Zipnik's quite low. Not committing off the back of it, however.
They might. I think they're just trying to draw the rotate, and they're going to do it. Karrigan's heading towards Kitchen. Oh my god, Device is on his way towards Kitchen as well. They've managed to draw all of the fire, all of the CTs over towards that B site. They know their economy's not great. It means they're more likely to rotate, and they have done just that. Dupree's even pushed through Palace. This is fantastic from HellRaisers because they can just charge towards A now.
And Adrian just perfectly predicted that. He was watching that angle for almost the whole round. Kucha's going to start speeding up a little bit here. He's going to try and peek in. He's either going to be on up top or down, in dark. He hasn't seen him cross towards site, so he's going to make that assumption words. But they still have enough smokes to be able to put down a good A play here. They can smoke out jungle, they can smoke out stairs, and Kucha's already ahead of the curve. So once he sees those bullets coming in, he's going to make the challenge, and that's exactly what he's doing. Spins around towards dark, but it's Mo coming up big, but Karrigan this time finally stopping the rot until Dozier makes his appearance, and it's down to a 2v2. And Kucha, last man standing, he's left on nothing. Finally, TSM do enough bit of, middle ground work to stop this being an easy HellRaisers round.
And so where do you go from here, Kucha? Margin for error has been nullified. He has nothing. Oh my god, a connection through smoke. Device now down, and if he was to pull his rounds off, KGB only has, I was going to say a deagle, now has FAMAS. No armor though. So both players
my god, the
are
bomb's on top of it.
crippled. That's a
can't
perfect
get it.
Oh, he's trying to get the defuse. No, excuse me.
He's trying to get the bomb.
Oh, I understand. I thought you said the bomb was down. I was like, I couldn't see it. Oh my god, I understand.
That
okay.
was really unfortunate. Let me just.
So was he jumping down?
The bomb. It must have been on one of the players who was running out towards A. It was on top of the
just
camping
by noob corner.
Almost,
Yeah.
So literally, it was on there, and he was trying to run around it so many times. Like, where is this? What?
I was so confused. I was like, have they planted on top? I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, there's not a new Anders video of like a brand new plant. Don't worry.
Yeah, I found this really cool thing. Jump on this pixel. And the bomb can go down on A. No, not going to happen this time. And look, talking of bombs, look at this from HellRaisers. They're looking to try and do a bait and switch. It looks like there's 3 towards mid, 1 on B, and the bomb is on Lone Ranger Adrens. And if he... oh my god, he's going to fall to that Mag 7. I mean, if he doesn't, it's a miracle. He's going to go aggressive. 1 Mag 7 does connect. Looking for the second shell. Isn't going to have to be found just yet. And Kucha's trying to do something with the only rifle they can scrape together. Tell a lie, it's actually Karrigan who shuts him down. And now all onto Dosia, who has the other AK. He's found 1. Not going to find the second as Karrigan continues to be Karrigan. Look at that. 3 this round. How many is that in total? That's going to be 18 now on the board for the TSM Wonder Child. And now Adrens just 16 points of health and a dream. For this final round, there's absolutely nothing to suggest he shouldn't go for it. And hell, why not? When one has 15, one has 5. Karrigan just breaks my heart. Picks it up. 10-5 then the score. And you remember what I said, Lauren? It's all about that pistol.
I'm still a little scared here.
Okay. Like, let's be honest, you've already probably got, like, if you were a gun in CSGO, you'd have stickers of HellRaisers, like, all over you. Like, you're just
covering
just cover it in, yeah.
Because I really like the way HellRaisers started to play. At the start of this game, or sorry to say, this season in the ESL ESEA Pro League, we got to see them on, I think it was Overpass, the first time we got to see Mo starting to really play well with the York. He showed so much potential. He looked great as a player in addition. But it was just like, oh, that was probably a one-off. Oh, that was, you know, it wasn't like you can bank on that. But they kept replicating these such close scorelines that I was just like, oh, one day I really hope they can really, you know, start getting these wins. And God only knows, if they get a win against TSM here, that would
Mirage.
be brilliant. Exactly.
Let's
get ourselves hyped up here, though, because this is the second half. It's the first round. If HellRaisers pick this up, they'll be in a great stead to get themselves on a huge match point marker.
This is a win streak as well from them. And if they were to pick this one up, this would be so many wins in a row. I'm going to actually do the maths just in a second. So we already see the molly thrown out from HellRaisers. They're trying to delay this T-side presence, but it looks like they're actually going to say a big no-no, as TSM already got 3, make it 4 members on towards the A side. Zipnik's on towards Connector as well, going to make their rotate from B very difficult, as Dosi is the first man to try and make a way into the site.
This is going to be a hard one.
This is not easy.
Yeah, TSM are well set up here. The only weak point, I guess, is Carrigan, who doesn't have armor, but he's going to be kind of the last fallback plan. He's going to play out of, you know, the apps, and now here come HellRaisers. They're already low, they're already tagged up, they're already a little weak here, but it's starting to pay off. Kucha finds Zipnix, but Dupree comes in and does just what Dupree does best, leaving down to a 2v2. Dozier and Kucha.
No time.
No time now, even though they got close, and Kucha actually got the kill. The bomb will be the death of him. TSM picking up round 1 in the second half and get themselves back on track. Kinda.
Didn't know Kucha was a gymnast. Did you see that beautiful somersault? It was a backflip,
nice.
actually, yeah. So, fun fact for you, even though it's not Friday. What day is it today? It's Wednesday. Fun fact Wednesday. Mirage has only been played once for HellRaisers, and that was that game against Penta just yesterday. So we haven't actually seen too much from them in the Pro League. A whole lot of train. So we know that they can play that one. But for these guys now, they're actually opting to steer clear of this investment. Just, I think, a P250 and 2 CZs. As they try and piece something together in this second round. We saw them do it against Titan. Can they do it here?
Angel's in a great position. I don't know if they're going to expect the second, though. Who is it? It's Dozier. Dozier finds one, but it's not going to be enough. And TSM brute force their way in towards that B site. And Adrian is so far out of this one, I don't think he can even get a kill unless they walk into his crosshairs, which Device may do. No. Oh my god, Adrian. Well, he did, but it's not enough to convert into a round. But TSM closing out 2 now. They mean business. They've gone, all right, guys, let's not lose this now. Yeah, we're pretty safe in this league, but it's not time to start going on a losing streak right here.
When you're getting this close to so many major events, you've got DreamHack, you've got, I mean, Cologne's not too far away on either side. This is where you cannot afford to make mistakes. Hell, it's online. You cannot, you do not want to destabilize anywhere near major events like this. And now, let's see how they choose to approach this third round of the second half here. Final game of the night. Both TSM and HellRaisers have played prior to this one, and so they're all warm, they're all fresh. And look at Device, he's just going straight on into the side. Dosi's just completely vacated. They're like, okay, you can have Van, take it. Sarah's interest going, kind of almost going for a retake. It looks like charging towards the Van. Not going to happen as the bodies keep dropping, and that's going to be a cool, crisp 1200 for Device off the back of those 2 kills.
And the bomb yet to actually go down, though. It's going to make its way over towards A. They've drawn the 2 towards B. They're going to switch up.
Keep the MAC-10.
Yeah, just say, you keep that, Dozier. You have a great time, all right? We're going to go to the other bomb site, get the bomb down, and we'll see you in the next round, all right, buddy? Because this has got TSM back on track. These 3 clean rounds, cleanish, back-to-back pickups have just put them back in the perfect position to go forward. Which
is what I told you. I was really... I was concerned about how that pistol round would play on HellRaisers. I don't think it's going to mess with them too much. I think they're still very much in a comfortable mindset, or a confident mindset is probably the better way to put it. But this is going to be a big one. Yeah, They've managed to bring it close. Huge. This next round is going to be not do or die, but it's certainly going to be a big one. I want to see him to knife that plant pot so you can see it change colour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Changes the colour of the flowers. I don't know if it's deliberate. It's cool, though.
Oh, he did.
Oh, my lord, if he... Oh, the one person with health. That's not ideal.
He's done a lot of damage, to be fair. All right.
Okay, here we go.
This is the round.
Wow, Device has got some very nice items. A Hyper Beast and a Tiger Tooth bayonet.
It's pretty tasty. He's got a great little ace spawn as well to put it to use. I wonder if he's going to go for the confident peek here.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Mo's not going for it. He's going towards mid. No, he's going to go for the smoke towards stairs. Lining that one up. Cajun B. Dropping one out as well. And it looks like it's going to be a standard A pretty much for TSM. if they actually go for it off the back, I don't know if they're going to commit for it, but Adrian's in a nice little spot. Nothing too fancy there. Going to switch up, go towards Dart. You can flash towards it, flashes up towards the push from Palace. Deals with one well, slows them down. And now Kucha going to get himself in. The smokes are not perfect there. There was a gap to be seen through. And now here we go. This is game time. This is if HellRaisers can hold on to it. The bomb is not down, and Cajun.B is going to have to give up control that he had on towards CT.
There are 4 smokes currently on that A side. They are starting to clear though, and that's going to give Angel a couple of eyes towards Tetris. Big connection from Device though. That's brought it to a 3v3, but Kucha just throws one onto the skull of Cajun.B to bring it now down to a 3v2.
The bomb is loose. It's not planted.
Is it on that top of that thing again?
I really hope not.
Oh my God.
It's kind of in the same place.
That's what I'm worried about. Just double check for me.
You carry on casting.
Oh, never mind.
It doesn't even matter, because basically what happened then, it was so unfortunate for TSM in a way that the 2 players who could have planted got picked up, one by an aid and one by, just a player from the CT side pushing out.
Yeah.
And the remaining 2 were just not in a position to cross. They'd already put all their smokes into place. They'd already tried to commit towards that. And sadly for them, it's HellRaisers back in the game now. However, TSM does have the money to repurchase here. They had those clean first 3 rounds in the second half. They're okay to invest now. Still got Device with the orb. We're going to have Mo going straight into mid, and Device just gets outdone. Mo then going for the slightly unorthodox peek to make sure you can only really hit his legs there. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what Device did as well. Brought him down to 17. And winning out on that pick is huge now. As TSM taking another jab at this, their economy is going to be shattered if HellRaisers can pick this up, and Kucha just slaps him in the face with a double. dupree's trying to pick something up, but now it is going to be just him and Zipnix against the world. And HellRaisers hungry for that 12th round. And look at this aggression. Adrian just dives up the ladder. Going to be able to find Zipnix, and that's not going to be good for dupreeh, who's just going to be desperately trying to keep himself and that AWP safe. Challenging on towards Mao. Damn, his name is Mo. As I'll stop correcting myself, big connection, surely not the second. Oh my God, it wasn't far off with the no-scope. Angel, though, does avenge, and we are going to be seeing another round on the board for HellRaisers. And you wanted a close one.
I'm getting nervous.
You were falling asleep, Lauren. Welcome to the waking up game. 12-8 then, and I'm not going to lie, TSM's heart's probably beating as fast as ours.
It's going to be 13-8, surely. TSM don't have a great deal of money, so I don't know, guys. Guys, at home, help. Send help. I don't know what's going on here, because HellRaisers are putting up a pretty good CT side. Once they got the guns in their hands, they were okay, but we've got 3 players waiting towards the top of mid. We've got Mo waiting for this. He's just spotted them out. He backs up a little bit. He second-guessed it. He shouldn't have gone back in for seconds. Kucha now tagged up very badly. TSM's actually being quite potent here. And now Angel and Dozy are going to have to try and hold on to this wild ride that TSM are putting them on towards. As dupreeh now, last man standing, dodging between the bullets, trying to do what he can. The damage is being dealt, and he does at least find Angel. But now 1v3, I don't think he can get the bomb down. It's so far away. Kucha spotted it. Dozier, though, gets put into his place as Adrian finally picks up the kill. But Kucha there did have a good idea of where the bomb was in a way. He could have pushed around. But 13-8 now. This is going to start to be like do or die time.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a buy from them. It's not going to be the most fantastic buy. I'm seeing a distinct lack of nades for Device and Cajun.B. In fact, Zipnix as well, struggling to pick them all up. And now, where do you go from here is the question. It looks like they're going to be going for a kind of offensive towards middle. It's going to be a fast flash and molly thrown out from the T side. TSM trying to force their hand a little bit, but we're actually going to be seeing something quite reminiscent of what HellRaisers pushed towards us as we had that 3 presence in towards mid. We're going to see early exchange, and Angel just getting away with his life.
That was dangerous play from Angel, almost needless in a way. He gets caught out by dupreeh, and dupreeh is going to continue to punish there, catching up Kucha in towards Connector, and now Angel and Mo have to adapt a little, as TSM really spreading themselves throughout this map. Not really focused anywhere just yet, just spreading out, getting some map control. Cajun.B going to utilize that, head over towards B with the bomb. Adrian going to do a nice little pop flash in, but dupreeh was turned.
Pull the trigger.
dupreeh can still see, but there we go. Adrian does find him. But the remaining players for TSM aren't in mid. They're not looking towards A. They're heading over towards B.
Nice angle from Dozier. Going to profit from that as well. Swiping Device out from that side. But Cajun.B's going aggressive. He has the bomb as well. Carrigan's there to babysit was the word I was trying to say, not bake. He's not doing any cooking just yet. 3v2 then, as it's been brought to a 2v2. Carrigan just keeps on fragging. Cajun.B then is going to have to do it all for TSM. This is such an important round for either side, and Cajun.B does it. When I say Cajun, you say B. Such a vital round then as he picks up those, and that's going to be 13-9, staving off that dangerous 14.
All right, HellRaisers back on the eco now there. A little bit skint. They're going to get some CZs.
Okay.
And TSM being careful. Device going to go in for the Tech 9. Dupree doesn't have a great deal of utility. It's not the perfect buy for TSM, but they've got enough to put something together. Oh my word, this is scary times. Angel going pretty aggressive then. Actually going to flash up one. I don't know how HMP got caught by that, but he did. Device is going to put Angel in his place. Not going to retrieve a gun for it, sadly. Just going to open the map back up. And TSM, once again, starting to look a little bit more controlling, a little bit more dominant.
As they should against pistols.
And now Kucha, the next one who's going to be asked the question, can you get a cheeky pick? No. Zipnix deals with him. This is better by TSM, just being quite careful in the way they're playing this.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be trying to do this, excuse me, as neat as possible. Adrins and Mo is going to be the last two to fall, and it looks like it's going to be a perfect eco bash for TSM. Oh, and Mo just blows that out of the water with a swift headshot into Device. I think it was the only man really wielding a Tech 9 as well, so that's not really too much of a loss for TSM. It enabled him to go aggressive, and this game's going all the way, Lauren. We were not expecting HellRaisers to challenge as much as they are, but they truly are looking on form. Looking for the double AWP now, and we're going to be seeing Angel actually pick that up. I assume he's going to be going for maybe some early presence shorts, maybe going aggressive apps. It's time to see.
I'm not too sure here.
No, he's going mid. So does that mean we're going to be seeing... Whoa.
Okay, so Mo's putting himself... No. What?
Wait, is Angel...
Is Angel just running... Angel,
Can we just cut to Angel, please? Thank you. Yeah, so he's actually dropped. He's looking at underpass. I thought you might have.
But TSM are going A. They've got a 5-man stack towards A. This is going to be a very quick play as well. They're not messing around on this. They've sped up the play, but they've left a massive gap there. There we go. Finally, the jungle smoke comes in, but Adrian's still on the side, tucked in, gets the double. Picking up the 2-piece there is going to slow him down, and now Mo is amongst the smoke. Backed up by Kucha and Angel. He can do something, but it's Angel with the ult to actually put it to work first of all. Now, two left standing is Zipnix and Karrigan. Now, bomb is down. Karrigan's backing away. He's going to try and get into a good spot here. Oh my god, that's dangerous. Okay, so Zipnix needs to stay alive as long as possible because Karrigan is going all the way around mid behind the final three remaining. Oh my god, if Zipnix dies now, he's going to get one. He's going to get a second.
Oh my god.
Hell, Karrigan might need to come around, but here we go. Kucha has no idea where Karrigan is. Karrigan went throughout the whole map. He went down mid. He did the long road, and it's paid off anyway. The time is of the essence, and sadly for HellRaisers, they have none of it left. Well played to TSM then. Good play towards A. And
yeah, down to the wire once again. You can see those two top fraggers managing to stay alive. Both on 25 frags. Nice little bit of OCD for everyone at home. And we're going to be seeing this one mess with HellRaisers' economy somewhat. We're going to see this go all the way, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be not necessarily the equalizer. We're going to be seeing 12. Chances are we're going to be seeing 13 as well. As now TSM starting to build up a little bit of an economy, and I do mean a little bit, as they're going to be trying something different. And I say different, this is quite the contrast to that forced A. We're going to be seeing 3 and the bomb make their way towards B fast, and Dosia's the only man really there. But look at this aggressive push up mid. Karrigan could go down here. That could be an AK. That could be the start of something beautiful, and it very well may be, as Adrins is going to get an AK in his hands. Dosia does a big load of damage. Oh my god, Device goes down as well. Numbers now favor HellRaisers. Admittedly, the Armory doesn't, as Zipnix is going to shut down Angel, and now an AWP, an AK, and a USP is all that stands between them. If he connected that shot, it could have gone beautifully. It doesn't, though, as Adrins does bite the dust, and now just Mao and Kucha left with it all to do for HellRaisers. And they make the wise decision for the long game and back on out.
Yeah, smart choice there. I don't think they could have made any sort of dent into the remainders of TSM. And TSM just, I don't know, that felt close still, even on the ecos. This is a scary game. But HellRaisers just kind of losing out a little bit of what they had before, a little bit of presence, a little bit of fire on those gun rounds. They're not really getting that control, and TSM just outdoing them on the standard A's that have been played out, and then you see the kind of brilliance between Karrigan and Zipnix in that one just passed.
You know, these are the kind of games that really are just a pleasure to cast. You don't know where it's going. Both teams just really bringing everything they have into this one, and now so close. 13 to 12. HellRaisers need this victory. Of course, just the top 4 of the ESL ESEA Pro League do progress to the offline stages to clash with the top 4 from NA. And of course, each other.
Oh my god, Angel, why is he so aggressive? This guy is insane.
I don't think he realizes just how much this means to them. Or maybe he does, and that's why he's doing it. This is big. Oh my god, he brought down the AWP down to 22, but Dupree's there to babysit. Dupree's there to do more than that. He picks up a double. This is going to be big now for the TSM players. Finally, Mo steps up in style, connecting that AWP shot in that close range combat, and now TSM are going to hit that pause button. Bomb into spawn.
But Dosia's pushing up mid again. These guys are insane. They're going so randomly aggressive. Karrigan is just the right. Dozier's dead. There's
Check
no
your
way.
corners.
There's no way. Dozier. Oh my God, Karrigan is literally just to the right of his screen.
Jesus.
Karrigan didn't see
He's
it.
playing with black bars on.
Oh my God, this is insane.
He's playing in 4x3. Dozier's just crawled on past him.
They've literally walked around each other.
This is the third time it's happened this evening. First Apex and Angel, now it's going to be Karrigan and Dozier, and TSM are on the way, and Dozier's going to have the jump on them.
And Adrian has got full faith that no one's in mid because Dozier went around the back, but now Dozier has to step up. He has to be able to do the same back to them here. He needs the perfect play. 30 seconds, spots the bomb, gets down KHB, goes for the follow-up, fluffs it a little, but can back out now. 1v2. He has got to play this so
20 seconds.
perfectly. 20 seconds left. He's buying time, but will it be enough?
Now Karrigan answers that question with just one bullet into the brain of Dozier as the bomb goes down as well for TSM. Just a little bit of extra comfort for the money. And I said it was going to be close.
God.
27 frags for Karrigan. This man just seems to be able to pick up every crucial frag that you ask of him. He will deliver. As the word consistency comes to mind for Karrigan. Put an AK or an AWP in his hands, he's comfortable. As anyone, to be fair, TSM can wield that AWP to some extent. Not going to be seeing anything any magic in mid this time from Mo. As now TSM spreading themselves quite thin across the map, hoping HellRaisers might overextend again, but I think Angel may have learned his lesson.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll find out. 13-13. TSM. Massive rounds in a row. 5 to be precise, because counting is hard.
Massive amount.
5. But still, HellRaisers getting the first this time. They don't have a great deal to work with. They don't have the perfect armor, but they have Dozier. And Dozier this time definitely sees the opponent. Dupree goes down. But it's Zipnik's, Device, and Karrigan. And they're kind of stuck in an awkward spot here. They've not really had the same kind of presence in this game just yet. They don't have a great deal of map control. And with 47 seconds left, they're going to have to work for this.
I'm not sure where they're going to choose to hit here. 40 seconds, you can tell that Karrigan and Zipniks have got their eyes on A, but Kucha and Adrins are not going to make it easy. They're going to let them come in. They're going to let them walk into that site. And then the pain shall be delivered. Adrins in dark, Kucha on towards stairs. He's still cautious of mid. You can see he's not even actually casting his eyes away. He certainly should now, as Adrins is going to make the call. He takes down one. That's Zipniks now down, and now he's just going to reposition, as time is going to be of the essence now for this T side. Dozier finds another, and that, my friends, was close to perfect from HellRaisers. Just losing out on Kucha. But they had the less favourable buy, managed to secure 14. This is so goddamn close. Atoms apart, these two teams, it seems.
And I'm just surprised even Kucha died then. They got the perfect information when the player who was tucked into dark then saw the shots coming out of Palace. That's where Kucha died from. So they could have even avoided that, I guess, if they really wanted to. But here we go. TSM, big question now being asked of you. You're going to close this one out with a win, or are you going to lose out to HellRaisers, a team that people have been questioning their performance recently? It's been on the rise, but how high will this go? Can they truly take down Team Solo Mid? I don't know. That is the biggest achievement they'll have in a while. And Dozier going to go walkabouts there. He was actually in the right place as well, bearing in mind the bomb is
Look at the
there.
bomb. Yeah. I don't know.
You can see the A play
God,
being
faked
faked out.
Completely.
But it's going to surely come down to Dozier. Dozier is going to be the one to receive. He goes down. He gets picked up by Karrigan. And the bomb is on the B site. And it's going to be Angel watching from short. Molly goes down. That Molly could work. Karrigan's 5 HP. But Zipniks comes in with the saving grace of the Galil. As Karrigan, Zipniks, and Device, last 3 standing. Adrian and Mo going to have to go big here.
This shouldn't happen, but it does. Zipniks shows himself on towards Forest, and this is going to be all they said. Karrigan, just 5 points of health and an AK. Not going to happen through the flash. Adren through the flash and flames, it seems, is going to do the impossible now, all onto Device to stave off this 50th round. They do. Or at least Adrens has a good idea as he's holding the angle. Oh, big frag though from Device. Back and forth we go. The smoke is there trying to draw the fire. He dives into the smoke, but Mo connects. He does have time for the defuse. He has the kit. 2, 1. Does pick it up. 15-13 the score. HellRaisers are playing with our emotions and our hearts as we dive now into match point for HellRaisers up against TSM.
15-13. TSM, and look at the buy. It's awful from them. They've got 2 Tech 9s. They've got a Galil. Okay, they've still got the AWP on KHB. That's good. And they do have the AK on Device, but This is insanity if I've ever seen it. And here we go, ladies and gents. Can HellRaisers close it out in this round? We've got Mo up against Cajun B in mid. And already I think Mo caught a glimpse, or just maybe a little bit of pre-fire to give it a little bit of a test towards it. But Kucha finds Device. That's one gun out of the game. Angel finds Carrigan. It's not going well here. They're picking up kills left, right, and center. But Dupree, Zipnix, and Cajun B need to put together the pieces and keep TSM in this game.
Let's go, Dupree. Perfect. Casting his eyes towards Dark. Does connect onto Adrens. That's going to lower the numbers to just 4 versus 3. Still favouring the CT side, though, as the bomb's going to be going in, trying to force their hand, and that's big with the Galil. Zipnix will do it with any weapon. Dupree as well. This is going down to the wire, folks. As Cajun B chimes in with one as well. It's going all the way. It couldn't be closer unless Angel just comes up with something heavenly, as it's not going to happen. Cajun B secures 14, and it is quite literally coming down to the final round. Not what we expected when we went into this one.
Not at all. Oh my word. And now the economy for the CT side is in ruins.
Oh
TSM. How the hell did they just claim that round? And this is going to have to be do or die time for HellRaisers. I don't know if they could withstand overtime. I don't think they could.
No.
I don't know why. I just feel if it's going to happen, it has to happen now. 3-2 split coming out for TSM. 3 players challenging towards mid. Angel's pinned down. And well, Mo can't really help him out here. The fire, the mollies, the nades, everything being poured into that window. While slowly but surely, Device and Zipnix edge up A ramp. They've got the bomb there. 2 players still watching mid, and Adrian's close. And if he holds this angle, it could do a lot of work. Let's find out. HellRaisers are in a good position with these guns. They're having to make it work close. But I don't know what they can do now. It's going to come down to these next couple of seconds. Mo makes a shot, and here we go. It's going to be Kucha. Kucha gets one. He goes down. But Adran comes in with the kill towards Zipnix, and it's still on here. But can they pull these last couple of kills into place? No. Dozier, last man standing, 1v3. This is going to be 15-15. Surely not, Dozier.
Cajun B provides the answer. You said they couldn't do it in overtime. It's going to be such a test for HellRaisers. The mental stability. This is practice time as well. Like, let's talk about, like, you know, TSM, they wanted to get really tested. Hell, this is exactly what they needed. They're going to really have to pull out all the stops now in this overtime, as it is exactly time for an MR. Is it MR5 we play?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We'll check. We'll find out.
Oh my god. I need to take a deep breath. Prepare myself. Never mind the team's preparing themselves. I need to catch my breath after that incredible 30 rounds. And that's right, 30 rounds. It went all the way.
We're not getting out of here for a while. Like, what time's it right now? Hold on. It's midnight right now, and I don't care. I do not care at all.
Lauren.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, good to meet you. I don't know why we're meeting each other, but that's what you do in the morning,
right?
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah.
But I don't care. This is going to be an absolutely insane game. It already is. It's just incredible to watch, and these two teams are fighting so hard for this.
Yeah, I mean, it means everything to HellRaisers. I'm actually not, like, I'm not sure whose flag I'm waving. TSM, like, these guys are the giants. Everybody is expecting to see TSM pick this one. Everyone was expecting TSM to pick this one up. HellRaisers could not need this win anymore. Like, this is, like, you were looking through and basically saying they cannot afford to lose a game against anyone right now. TSM was going to be the massive chunk for them to bite off. They seem to be doing pretty damn good so far.
They're giving it a good go.
And I think we're actually going into this one. No?
No.
No? No. Okay.
Got confused by warm-up. It's okay.
But there's already a round on the board.
No, it's not. It's 15-15.
Okay. I got excited. I'm sorry. Anyway, you can tell how excited I am because I'm quite literally assuming they're playing.
I'm just going to make it up until it happens.
I saw them all have pistols and buy things. I got confused.
I did buy things. So it didn't work. But no, we are just waiting for the game to start back up. Obviously, they just want to talk things through.
I think I'd want to, you know, like take a break.
I'd want a break, yeah. I'd want to just like, I don't know, maybe you want to follow the momentum, right? You could just...
But who had the momentum?
Yeah, because
who had that momentum?
closed it out in the last, what was it, 2 rounds?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
15-13 was the score.
I don't know.
But TSM's round on the 14th, where they basically had like 2 Tech 9s and a couple of rifles, they managed to pull something out there. And I mean, this has basically just been highlight after highlight from both teams. Good to see HellRaisers, who are no doubt on form. The stat I mentioned earlier, I'm going to raise again. 4 out of the first 5 matches they played in this Pro League, they lost. And straight up, that is, I mean, you're looking at the flip side, did exactly the same, and guess where they are? You know, these guys are at the bottom of the scoreboard. HellRaisers, however, above Navi with a shot at the offlines if they keep on winning.
You wouldn't have thought that, would you, at the start of the season?
No.
But this game is massive. Like, I need to look at the rankings again.
Yeah, it does come down to a lot of maths.
Because the other thing is, because it affects so many of the other teams currently surrounding them as well, and the results from today, and some that were also off stream. There are other games being caught up. But if I take it at face value, while these guys, you can see the last 10 seconds here. HellRaisers 1-1 today already.
Oh, actually, sorry. We'll talk about this afterwards.
This would put them just below, if none of the other games moved, which they have, so that's what I need to account for. That would put them into 4th position,
That would be
just below NIP.
Nice.
But I don't know if that's going to really matter into this one, because we are live right now. It's overtime, and it's going to be TSM on the T side, HellRaisers on the CT side, and I am so excited to see this one get started. Alex, take us into this.
Okay, so kicking this one off, we are going to be seeing TSM opt for this double presence. They like to do this before. They like to kind of get Cajun and dupreeh through underpass, and then boost on up and try and get some sort of pick towards middle. However, HellRaisers are not going to have any of that. They've changed things up, and look at this aggressive push from Angel. What? Zipnix or the AK comes out on top. That's big for TSM, as now Kucha is going to respond in force. That's KJB now eliminated, and TSM, they're just going to start flowing into the A site.
Yeah, but this time again, the kills to back it up. Adrian not really hitting that shot towards Tetris, gets overwhelmed, and TSM have 4 players in on this site. Carrigan going to get the bomb down. Dozier coming out through CT, just playing it real slow. Trying to find... Well, my voice just kind of gives out on me. A kill. He does, and so does Mo. So it's back to a 2v2. I don't know how TSM just let them get those 2 kills.
Yeah, that's not something they were looking to do, that's for certain. As now, what was a guaranteed round to TSM is potentially going to be questioned. As you can see, the bomb going to continue to tick away. Time's of the essence, and that's a perfect smoke from the CT. It's going to force Zipnix's hand here, as it's going to come down to Device for that defuse. It's not necessarily planted perfectly for him. The defuse coming in, and Device is going to connect the shot. That's perfect to tell a lie about that plant. And again, Dozier with 2, doesn't have the time though, he's forced to back away, and it, goddamn it, could it not be closer? Everything, rounds, kills, bloody assists, inseparable, these two teams.
But it's TSM picking up the first round. It was close. Dozier did get the kills, but it doesn't matter. The bomb goes off. The bomb was planted for Device on ramp with the AWP. Otherwise, you would not want probably that spot with an AK,
exactly,
right?
Yeah.
You don't want to sit there with an AK, but you can peek it out nicely with the AWP. So Device was well positioned. And now TSM need to keep this up. They need to keep this power, this presence, this dominance, keep it in their face. Because HellRaisers, they're new to this sort of success. They've not been hitting this sort of success in a while. And Device reminds them who's boss. Mo goes down, and there's the all battle through and through in towards TSM's favor.
And Mo had the audacity to challenge from that same spot, jumping off on that table. He's not going to get legged again. Device isn't falling for that again. As Angel gets the perfect pop flash. That's good. He's potentially going to jump out. If he wants to take that risk, not going to happen. Instead, just takes 15 damage for the treat. And now smoke coming out from the TSM side. They're just trying to obscure his vision, try and keep him guessing, and so they should, considering TSM are considering another push, another hit on towards that A site. But HellRaisers are so convinced, so ready for a presence on towards B, and dupreeh's it's kind of been his job this round to sell that lie.
Here we go. So it's all good and well getting the opening pick here, and it does matter a hell of a lot, but can they get this final push out from TSM? Because Angel just found Carrigan. Carrigan goes down. I think he was just playing
middle,
by mid. He was by Delpan. But TSM do have the bomb by A. They've got it with Zipnix. Device has been such a huge player for these guys at the moment. He's actually opened up A, and dupreeh's behind Angel. Angel needs to be careful here because dupreeh is coming around behind him, and you can have that Jaws theme music going to start kicking off soon. And, well, the shark, I was about to say pounces, but he does bite towards Angel at least, leaving Dozier and Adrian nowhere near this, and surely they can't get back into this one.
Yeah, and the answer is provided. That's going to be a second for TSM. You said if this goes into overtime, this is going one way, and TSM are certainly making a pretty damn good case for it in this first half as they pick up the first 2. And, I mean, you're going to see some shoddy buys coming in. I'm not going to lie. HellRaisers were investing heavily into the first 2. And we saw Moo's investment of that AWP 2 rounds in a row get shut down by Device. That's just a big buttload of money destroyed so quickly.
And I kind of worry, though, the thing is that HellRaisers were really good on their T side, but I think if they go in with, no rounds as a buffer, that's a little bit too far, a little bit too much for them to overcome. But look at Angel, look at Kucha. They're going aggressive. They're trying to offset the pace here. They've tagged up dupreeh, but they've taken a lot themselves. But Kucha doesn't care. Takes down Zipnix. And already this is looking a little bit more dangerous. Carrigan's surrounded. He's got one above on short, one behind in the window.
Okay.
And Angel's just in enemy territory. Adrian finds Device. And what is this? You give them a shoddy buy, and suddenly they decide they want to get these kills. But Cajun smoothly slips out in towards A, picks up Kucha, challenges out by that toll booth. But will he expect Angel? Angel's been looking, he's been waiting, and he will come into the action. Cajun B goes down, but the bomb is on its way to B, and Carrigan is going to get into Kitchen first, and they don't even predict this yet. HellRaisers are a second behind. They need to just snap into point here, and I think they just have, but it might be too little too late, because Carrigan is in a great spot.
Yeah, and I mean, the chances of Dosia checking this are 0. Dosia already there, and Carrigan is going to have to swing around. Didn't stop him taking down Dupree, though.
God.
That's huge from Dosia. I mean, he didn't know it, but what he's done is absolutely magical, because now Carrigan has got so little to work with. No nades, no health, 31 points of it, up against 3 CTs on the retake. 2 rifles and a scout. Hunting this one. Time is of the essence, though, for these CTs. They're going to come charging in, and they need to use their numbers. They need to use them, and they do. Angel is there as they overthrow the site, overthrow the authority, and that's going to be the first, then, for HellRaisers in this overtime.
And boy, that was needed, to say the very least. Otherwise, TSM were going to start building.
Good God.
So they only pick up 1. But that 1 might be enough. So guys out there right now, I don't like doing this normally because I think it's cheesy and it's corny, but go get this stream out there. Get on Twitter, tell your friends, tell your mum. I don't care, because this game is absolutely insane. This is TSM, remember. The team people are toting is like the next big thing. The next, coming of Christ at the moment. These guys have been challenging at the top. They've been pushing the likes of Fnatic, any other team who've been reigning supreme so far. TSM have claimed their crown. They've been winning lands. They've been putting their name out there. And HellRaisers have been nowhere near that. They've been trying, they've been making the changes, but now HellRaisers are on the verge of possibly pushing TSM pretty damn far. But can they come out swinging? Here we go. We're going live into the second half of overtime right now. 17-16. This is going to be huge. HellRaisers on the T side. What can they bring? They've invested so heavily into this first round. They want to start with a bang, quite literally, when you're bringing in 2 AWPs. As, Carrigan, that shot wasn't too far off through the smoke. It was actually Adrens who narrowly gets away with his life, and Mao, damn, his name's Mo, does get brought down to 57. Seaside quite spread out, quite focus on towards middle, as those 2 players like to sit around middle, try and force Cajun B out, and he's going to do just that as he's forced to sit around ladder room. And Kucha, you'll never guess where he is. He's the kind of the king of Palace, which works quite nicely. As he goes every single round, they go in B, they go in mid, he's there. And it just means that TSM always have to be kept guessing, as Dosia is the man to make the most progress this time towards Connector. Dupree's actually backing away a little bit here. Angel's going to get pretty close as well, but Cajun B finds Angel, and now HellRaisers are looking towards A. They've got Kucha up in Palace.
Smokes are out.
Dosia holding Connector, and he's holding this passively. He's waiting for someone to go to stairs, and he might just get his dream come true here. Dupree is up there, but Cajun B is coming around the back. Dosia should have pounced sooner. He waited too long, and look at that. Cajun B making such an impact, and now just Mo, just Kucha alive. Bomb yet to go down, and TSM stamping their authority into this overtime. That's a big round coming in, and 18-16, TSM looking solid.
So, double AWP this time for TSM, as they're going to go into this one. Just returning the favor to HellRaisers. We're going to be even seeing a Zeus from Device as he fires that one off in celebration, as they feel they can almost taste victory here. 5 incendiaries for them. Just the 2 mollies for the other side, as it looks like Carrigan's going to go for that early opener. The molly is not going to phase him whatsoever, as there is a little glimpse for that cross, and someone's going to provide it. It was Moo. What have you done? You've gifted him a wide open pick on towards that site. Now HellRaisers have got everything to do, and nothing they can do. No takebacks. No resurrects. It all comes down to this. Angel, Dosia, and Adrens all in middle, and TSM are just going to start locking up. It's like a Chinese finger trap. The more you move, the more you wiggle, the tighter its hold becomes.
And this is a big round for HellRaisers now. Bomb is still in spawn. We've got Cajun B, Carrigan, Dupree, and Device all holding them off at A. Angel's got a good bit of room here, but I'm pretty sure Cajun B's not necessarily aware 100%, but he's got a good idea. Oh, he checked up towards ladder room. Oh my god, this is so close. Cajun B was so big in that previous round. And here we go, Carrigan finds Kucha. That could spur on these boys to try and make a play, and it has. But Angel breaks in, takes down Cajun B, and now it's all up in the air. Carrigan gets tagged pretty damn low. Come on, HellRaisers, you can pull it together for this one round. 3v3 now, but Dupree still waiting, still doing the damage, and it's just down to Adren. And that is Device closing it out, and TSM just locking it out in overtime then. And Brady.
Good God, could they not have brought that closer? HellRaisers.
My heart breaks a little, I've got to say it.
That was a victory. They were so, I mean, they worked so hard for it. I was starting to wave a little HellRaisers flag, I'm not going to lie, because that victory would have put them in good stead for that top 4 position eventually if they continued down that path. But no, not today. TSM managing to, like, I think you summed it up well, they managed to stamp their authority in that overtime.
It kind of broke my heart a little bit, you know.
I even heard you go, come on, HellRaisers, come on.
I genuinely love these guys and the way they play. At the start of this season, they were so close to doing well, and they were so close to actually taking over some big teams, but they always fell short by like 2-3 rounds, even less than that. And we've seen it again. It went to overtime, and they just slipped a little too far. It actually hurts a little bit.
You look.
I'm a little bit gutted.
You look kind of broken-hearted.
I am. I'm gonna go and cry for a little while.
Okay, so as we take a sigh of relief, and I'm genuinely gonna, like, you know, write a little letter saying, you know, commiserations, you had that love heart from Machine to HellRaisers, but that was so very close. TSM though just whipping them at the final post. Now though, let's look at what you guys may have missed, and if you did miss, you can head over to youtube.com/ESL to catch up on all of today's CSGO games, but we'll put them on your screens now so you can see what you may want to catch. And Lauren, why don't you walk us through those first 3?
Well, it was pretty much the new Envy. That's what I'm going to be looking at, because Flipside are in a little bit of dismay at the moment. They don't have their full lineup. So I think that aside, if you want a taste of what Envy have worked on, how much they've changed in the last couple of weeks, you're going to see a good example of it right there on Dust 2 and some stunning work from MBK. Off the back of that, we had the Virtus Pro show. Now, one of it was pretty damn good for you Virtus Pro fans, a 16-6 result against Titan, where they looked extraordinarily competent. However, when they met TSM, it got a little harder.
It certainly did. That 16-10 really testament to how strong TSM can be. Elsewhere, though, we saw Titan for the second time, and HellRaisers really demonstrating how capable they can be on Inferno. 16-10, that result, and good to see HellRaisers on top form. That then brought us to our game just now, where we saw HellRaisers really push the envelope, really force TSM to pull out all the stops, and they did with that 19-16 result. I'm going to watch that back. So are HellRaisers. They're going to be sitting there shaking their head like at one point they were at 15-13. And that could have been the dream result for them. Still, though, commiserations, and it is time for us to talk a little bit about what's going on later today.
Yeah, it's all about the NA games coming up not too far from now. Some big uns as well. Nihilum up against Cloud9 there, coming down on Inferno, the second game of the evening. Tempo Storm featuring themselves up against their opponent on Overpass, an interesting one to watch, but the big game for me. You know, I'm normally a Luminosity fangirl, I'll say that right now. You know, I'll wear the little t-shirt and have a little pom-poms
Well, because
out.
there's some EU guys.
There's one, but no, it's all for Lex. But still, it's Cloud9 up against Keedstars. That's on Overpass as well. That's going to be a big game that I would not want to miss. Keed, hopefully they can pull themselves together. They've had a little bit of a rocky road recently, but then there's Cloud9 to watch, so it's always a good game day for you Cloud9 fans.
Yeah, that's going to be really good to see. And of course, if you still have got a bit of a taste for some EU CS, we can talk a little bit about what's going to be played tomorrow on this very stream. We're going to be starting with NIP up against Envious. That's going to be a cracker. See if NIP are going to stabilize somewhat after these few upsets that we've seen as of late. They most definitely do. And
they're playing against the new Envy. They can do some homework and find out these new playstyles on the Envy side if they fancy it.
Yeah, Penta versus Fnatic will be played next. Penta again, second from bottom on the ladder. Just going to be looking to challenge and kind of prove their worth for future games and future tournaments up against Fnatic on Cash. And of course, Dignitas up against Flipside. Again, one that should be a one-sided affair, especially considering Flipside's shortcomings as of late, both in lineup and in results. And then we go into Navi, a bit of the Navi show, as it's going to be Navi up against Envy. Again, the main point there to be made is, will Navi start picking up some wins, considering that now HellRaisers do sit above them? And that brings me quite nicely into our final game of tomorrow with Navi up against HellRaisers. What a game that shall be. And on the map, we just saw HellRaisers make TSM work.
I'm excited for it. I'm going to be watching that one myself. I'm going to probably stay up and watch the NA games because I do like watching those guys over there. It's always good fun to kind of get a little bit of an idea of how they're playing or what teams are getting there. A lot of personality players, a lot of the streamers obviously being quite vocal at the moment about the scene. So it's always quite cool to watch. So obviously you guys can check it out yourself. I think it'll actually be hosted on this channel as well. So if you want to be that lazy, you can just stay here all night.
There you go, just leave it open. Either way though, guys, that wraps it up for today's games of CSGO. Just before we go though, it's time to remind you about what's going to be going on the 2nd of July. 2nd of July.
I like the way I'm so trained to just agree, like, yes, the 2nd.
Yes, the 2nd.
Well pointed, Alex.
Oh, brain fart. It's late. It's tomorrow, actually. Congratulations. Anyway,
It's tomorrow. Good morning.
so the 2nd of July, that's a Thursday, we're going to be kicking off here in Cologne in our studios. We're going to be having the top 4 from EU at the end of this one and the top 4 from NA going to be battling it out here. And that's going to kick off at about 11 o'clock in the morning. If you guys want to get tickets, you can do head over to pro.eslgaming.com/CSGO/Pro League if you really want to get there fast. And that's going to be it's going to be great to see you guys there. It's going to be awesome to have an audience in our studio, really just kind of getting a taste of both NA and EU CS.
And it's always really cool. It's quite an intimate venue as well.
Oh, yeah.
You can actually, get to meet these players, get to see them up close and personal. It's not like these huge stadiums that, aren't too far away either. But, for a taste of something a little bit quieter, but still a really cool atmosphere, it's definitely all about this place. So if you want to, get a chance to meet some of these players and get to see them, this is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, and Pansy was actually saying she's going to sign anyone's forehead if they want it signed. She'll get
I'm
Sharpie
really
out
into that.
and sign someone's forehead.
Yeah.
She's actually really excited for anyone to turn up and get their forehead
I
signed.
just like anyone who knows who I am. I'm like, oh, hey. And
That happened to me once.
really?
Yeah,
Was it
someone
your
knew who I was. It was my gran.
Nah.
Yeah. Either way, that wraps it up for today's guys. It's time for us to say goodbye. And until next time, goodbye.